Morning, everybody. You hear me? You all hear me good. Give me a nod. Great. Hey, thank you. I'm going to welcome everybody here this morning. This is our second day. For those of you who had a chance to join us yesterday, it was a great day. We had not only a lot of great panels, but we had a visit from Sherrod Brown in the morning and a visit from Governor DeWine in the afternoon, which was a lot of fun. And I hear Rob Portman might try to stop in today, but this is a really important panel. I've been looking forward to this conversation. There's some great panelists. I wanted to do one housekeeping to let you know that during the course of this session, you're going to be asked to respond to a poll. And it doesn't matter if you get the questions right or wrong, but this is because this is a CLE, continuing legal education course offered by the Ohio Supreme Court. Lawyers on it have to respond to the poll 3 times during the course of the hour to prove to the Ohio Supreme Court that they are indeed listening. Imagine you can train a dog to do that and you can still get the credit from the Supreme Court. But in any event, we'll respond to it 3 times. And it's my honor now to introduce a person I've been working with for many years, Jerry Pfaffendorf with Loveland Technologies. We have used Jerry's products in cities all over Ohio. He's been a great partner. Love the guy. Normally I get really nervous around very tall people. Jerry's about 6'6", but when he's around me, he always is kind enough to stoop, and I feel a whole lot better. So Jerry, this is yours, and please do the intro.
Oh, I appreciate it. So actually, I'm gonna keep this brief and hand this over to Will, who's our fearless leader on the panel. So I'll just take a moment. Thank you, Jim. I guess I can say I love you too. Sounds a little weird to profess that publicly, but there it is on the table for all to see. Mostly I just want to quickly express gratitude. Jim and I and our teams have been doing projects together since 2015. Property mapping, property data projects in Cleveland and across Ohio. And just really looking forward to deepening those relationships and continuing to work with land banks across the state. I also just want to take a moment to express express my gratitude for all the work that Robin Thomas had done over the years too. And I'm really happy to see this event honoring her. And I know that her memory and legacy is going to go on for a long time in the land bank community and in more communities across Ohio. So no commercial here. I mean, if you guys are familiar with Loveland's work, we believe that everybody should have access to great property data, great property mapping tools, and you can check out our work at landgrid.com if you haven't seen it before. And I'm looking forward to this panel because the topic is spot on. COVID is accelerating a lot of changes that have been happening in the world already, and how we can prepare for them is one of the most important topics that there is right now. So I think with that, Will, I'll hand it over to you and let's hop into this session.
Sounds great. Thanks, Jerry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Basil, Land Bank Manager here in Hamilton County. And I just want to echo Jerry in honoring Robin with this conference. I think, Jim, you guys did a great job in just putting this conference together and filling some really big shoes. So just well done, especially in light of it being virtual and all the nuances with that. So just a great job with this. Today, we have a fantastic panel of speakers that I'm honored to share the virtual stage with today. And we'll also spend some time at the end opening it up for questions. Today, you'll be hearing from folks around the state who are going to talk about the importance of using data to drive decisions, updates on how COVID has impacted our communities and some of our work already. And we also hope that you'll take some ideas from the session back to your team and figure out what kind of key indicators you should be tracking in your communities. Today, I'm honored to be joined by Frank Ford, Senior Policy Advisor with the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, Bill Faith, Executive Director of the Coalition of Homeless and Housing in Ohio, Jerry Pfaffendorf, CEO and co-founder of Loveland Technologies, Ann Wistow, Vice President of Projects and Planning with Lucas County Land Bank. And we also have with us today in the background, Isaac Robb from the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, who's helping us monitor the chat for questions and was helpful in setting up this panel. Before we get started, I felt the need to really share my personal take on why our work is so important, especially in light of the news coming out of Louisville yesterday and the things that we've seen happening around our country this year. It is clear more than ever that there are many broken and hurting communities right now. And if you're like me and you're in the business of helping fix broken communities, then we have to start thinking about more ways to put our focus on the people who live there and not just the property. And I know this isn't true for everyone in Ohio, but at least here in Cincinnati and in Hamilton County, I, as a white male, don't always represent the people who live in most of the communities that we work in. If this session and really the year that is 2020 teaches us anything, it's that we need to continue to build strong communities. But in order to do that, we need to build strong partnerships and strong relationships. We should continue not only sharing our financial resources through rehabs, stabilizations, demolitions, et cetera, but also through leveraging our relationships with elected officials, with lenders and nonprofits to bring more resources like rental assistance and foreclosure prevention to the residents of our communities. It's one thing to use data to make decisions, but to really make a lasting impact, we should find more ways to share that data with communities. You'll hear a little bit later about how that's being done through LandGrid, Loveland Technology. So again, thank you, Jerry, for sponsoring this panel and also for being willing to share your thoughts on how COVID is impacting our work. So we hope to keep today's session interesting this morning so you all don't run out of coffee or tea too soon. And also, like Jim mentioned, this is going to be eligible for CLE credits. So we'll be asking our first polling question here. So before I turn over to Frank, let's go ahead and get that first polling question out of the way. So at this point in time, what level of disruption is COVID-19 having on economic conditions for people and the communities you serve? All right, Frank, I think you're up.
Okay, thank you. You know, one of the descriptions, in the description of the session, one of the questions that was posed is how can land banks stay ahead or keep ahead of the COVID-19 crisis with respect to housing, disruption of the housing markets in their communities. And I think that one of the things we hope to do today is demonstrate to you that you can do that in part by using available data to track and monitor what's happening. And we're going to walk through some examples of that. Both Cleveland and Cincinnati have provided examples of data that they're tracking. And I'm going to start with that. Although I do have one quick housekeeping thing for myself. I did forget to download the virtual tool for advancing slides. And I'm wondering if Kelly or Madison could advance the slides for me. We can go to the next one if somebody could do that. And I apologize for that. Okay, that's good. Thank you. So the premise that we're starting with is that until the COVID-19 pandemic is brought under control, we can expect continued economic disruption in the form of businesses closed or scaled back, which means lost revenue and wages, and it means families unable to pay monthly bills. Of the monthly bills that people may not be able to pay, there are three that are significant in terms of their impact on housing markets: inability to pay mortgage payments, property tax payments, and rent payments. Next slide. So we're going to start with looking at some of the indicators that Hamilton County has been tracking, and then I'll move to Cuyahoga County and Cleveland, and they will be similar. So starting with mortgage foreclosure, what you'll see is that 2019 is the blue line for mortgage foreclosure activity in this same period of January through August, and then the red line is this year. And you can see the dramatic decrease starting around March, April, and continuing. And that is likely due to moratoriums on foreclosure, federal intervention in terms of forbearance programs, things like that. Next slide. And tax foreclosure filings, actually the patterns are similar, but the level is changed. In blue, again, you have 2019, and then in red, you have the current year, which is a reduction of tax foreclosure in this year, actually pretty much throughout the year, with there's significant dips. Yeah, and actually, and I'm not sure whether, given that the patterns are almost identical in both years, other than the fact that the numbers are down significantly, particularly in the second quarter, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. Next slide. So here are evictions in Hamilton County. This includes Cincinnati and suburban evictions. And you can see that there's a fairly steady level in the first August of 2019 through January of 2019, around 1,100, between 900 and 1,100. And then it drops dramatically in the spring, March, April, but it's coming back up. It hasn't come back up to the previous levels, but it is coming back up. I'm going to switch now. Next slide starts with the Cuyahoga County information. The mortgage foreclosure filing data is almost identical to the experience in Cincinnati, Hamilton County. The blue line is 2019. The red line is 2020. And you see, just like with Hamilton County, a dramatic decrease in foreclosures, which is continuing. This data I just noticed goes through July. I think the Hamilton went through August, but it's virtually an identical pattern. Next slide. So in Cuyahoga County, we did do something a little bit different. We added the 90-day mortgage delinquency that is available from the Federal Reserve Bank in Cleveland. I do believe that any county in Ohio could probably ask for this and get it. The red line is Cuyahoga, the green line is Ohio, the blue line is United States, and the delinquency rate, as you can see, was fairly low at about 2%, then has a dramatic increase in people being delinquent 90 days or more on their mortgages starting around March, April. Next slide. Now, there's a little bit of a nuance to this. We also have data that breaks this down into 3 subgroups. 30 to 59 days is the blue line. 60 to 89 day delinquency is the red line, and then 90 plus is the green line. There is a different story here because you see that the shorter delinquencies peaked in March. The 30 to 59 peaked in March or maybe April, and then it's come down. The 60 to 89 day delinquency peaked about a month later and has come down. Meanwhile, the 90-day delinquencies are still high, although you notice there's a trend where they're tapering off. So the question is, if the shorter delinquencies continue to stay low, that has to mean that the 90-day delinquencies are going to come down as well. This is not what I would have expected. And I don't know whether we can assume that this means the crisis of mortgage foreclosure that people have been predicting. I don't know that we can assume that's not going to happen, because consider 2 things. One, in March, April, people got their $1,200 stimulus check, and starting in April, people were able to get their $600 a week unemployment benefit, which I believe ran out in July. So both the stimulus checks, unless they get repeated, which others on this session may know better than I do, but it could suggest that these are a blip, a short-term benefit that people got. And so this is something I'm going to be keeping my eye on. I hope to be getting the next data. The data is a little bit behind from the Federal Reserve, but I hope to be looking at this again and keep an eye on it closely. Next slide. Tax delinquency, we did something a little bit different in Cuyahoga. We didn't track the filings of foreclosures yet, although we actually can do that. What we wanted to present here is just a longer term pattern. You can see for 10 years, residential tax delinquency has been, the average delinquency has doubled over the last 10 years. Next slide. And the number of parcels, though, good news is that has not gone up dramatically. In fact, it's actually started to come down. And that's because 3 years ago, there was a collaboration between housing advocates and the county treasury to help people get on payment plans, and that's been incredibly successful, and you can see the results of that. Next slide. The last slide here is the gross delinquency, which, as with the average, was increasing dramatically from 90 million up to 238 million, but you'll notice in the last year, that's now coming down for the first time. So the big question is, in the coming months, what will the impact of COVID-19 be on this? Will people, when taxes become due, will they not pay? And taxes have been deferred, or in Cuyahoga County, they've been pushed back. Actually, I should know the date of this, but I don't know it. I can't remember offhand how far it's been pushed back. So I think I'm actually done with my part of the presentation. And let's go to the next slide, and I will introduce, oh, sorry, one more. Eviction filings, which is virtually identical to the Hamilton County data. The only difference is that this is Cleveland municipal data only. This is not Cleveland as Cuyahoga County suburbs, but there's a virtually identical pattern where you've got a dramatic drop as moratoriums were in effect at the Cleveland Housing Court through March, April, May, and then those moratoriums were lifted in June. And so filings are back up, but as with Hamilton County, they're not quite back up to the level they were. I believe this is my last slide. Go to the next one and I'll transition. So Bill Faith, who's the director of the Coalition on Homelessness and Housing in Ohio, will give us sort of the 20,000 foot level view of state and federal policy, intervention, and resources available. Bill, it's up to you now.
Thanks, Frank. It's good to be with everybody this morning. I do want to just do a quick overview of some of the housing insecurity issues that Frank talked about and how that's beginning to play out. And I'm sure you all know we had a big housing problem before COVID. I mean, one of the indicators of that I like to focus on is that we had more than 400,000 households in Ohio that were spending over half of their income on rent, or other housing costs. So in the pandemic, with all the layoffs and all the reduction in income, hit those that were at the lowest income levels the hardest. And as Frank pointed out, we had significant unemployment claims since the COVID hit. I think we're up to over 1.7 million unemployment claims. There are still over 350,000 people that are receiving unemployment. And as Frank also pointed out, there was a federal supplement to unemployment of $600 a week that ended in July. However, the state worked with the new federal initiative, and they've been able to get $300 a week in supplemental unemployment benefits that are beginning to be distributed to people currently. So that will be only for 6 weeks. That'll end. Actually, it's already ended, even though it just started, because but it will cover up to 6 weeks. So, as Frank also pointed out, the eviction rates that he indicated for a couple of our communities are pretty steady across the board. Evictions are not up to where they were last year. Certainly the moratorium on federal properties, federally financed properties certainly impacted that. And also we had the courts in many cases around the state closed down and weren't processing evictions for many weeks. That is all resumed, and we're beginning to see evictions creep up, as Frank's data pointed out. I think the other thing to point out is that, Matt Desmond, who wrote the book Evicted, points out that the rent eats first. And I think I'm always amazed at how resourceful people are of keeping a roof over their head. And I think there's been some recent data that just came out this week from Apartment List, is the name of the outfit, that shows that 63% of tenants have withdrawn from savings, retirement accounts, borrowed from family or friends, sold assets, or have been using their credit cards to make their rent payments. So that's part of what is happening, is why we're not seeing more people hit the eviction list. And similarly, we've seen homeowners continue to pay their mortgages at as a level that I think is higher than I had expected, like Frank also said. But still, according to the Apartment List, 7% have failed to make a full mortgage payment in August, and certainly that'll probably be worse in September. Where we're seeing the big increases is primarily in Class C properties. So, we've seen numbers creep up over the summer as more people are finding it difficult to keep the rent paid. So we've been very engaged in trying to work on solutions, or at least some remedies for this. We worked with Sherrod Brown on proposing he proposed a $100 billion emergency rental assistance program, which was in fact included in the HEROES Act that the House passed. But as everybody knows, the Senate leaders took a different approach, and it did not come to the table to get a package agreed to. And now with the Ginsburg passing and all the all the fighting going on about her replacement, I'm sure that will prevent any deal on coronavirus relief anytime soon. So we also have turned our attention to the state level. We did put together a sign-on letter, 182 groups across the board, pressed the governor to provide money out of the coronavirus relief fund that the state controls, or from CDBG, or from anything else. We asked for $100 million, and so far, the governor has just not acted on that. The bottom line is we are still continuing to press the case. They do have money available through the coronavirus relief fund. They have about 50-some million available in CDBG money that the state controls. So we're continuing to press that case. But surprisingly, the CDC issued a moratorium on evictions from residential property that nobody really saw coming. This isn't a self-executing moratorium. The tenants would have to assert that they are eligible for this, and really it does apply to any non-payment situation in a rental situation. They do have to submit a declaration to their landlord, which they may also need to provide to the court if they actually get an eviction hearing. The bottom line is they have to attest that several different things are true in their case, that they made best efforts to seek out assistance from the government. They've been unable to pay rent due to a sudden loss of household income, which is true in most cases. They also have to make less than $99,000 a year, which is not going to be a problem for most people. And that if they don't get relief or if they don't qualify for the moratorium, then they will become homeless or have to live in close quarters with others, in a doubled up situation. I mean, the CDC is reinforcing something that we have been saying for a long time, that housing is a health issue. So if people are in precarious housing situations or losing their housing, it creates risk for them in contracting the virus through a homeless shelter, living on the streets, or in doubled up situation. So meanwhile, we're continuing to press the case with the DeWine administration, and I remain hopeful that they will come to the table and provide some relief for rental assistance. There are many, many programs that have sprung up in the recent weeks to establish rental assistance at the local level. They've been using a wide range of resources like their own CDBG or the coronavirus relief money that they control, and a variety of other resources to fund that. But frankly, they're running low on funds already, and we have a long way to go to get out of the woods on this. So I would encourage you to support pressing the case with the DeWine administration and with our federal officials going forward, because unless we deal with this rental assistance and mortgage assistance efforts, this problem is just going to get out of control. So I want to stop and pass it back to Jerry, who's going to provide great data and more information on the land bank situation.
Thank you, Bill. And first, like Frank, I need someone to advance my slides. I'm definitely Zoom literate, but I'm not quite that fancy yet. So I'll say next slide. And off the top, I do want to echo Will and what he said at the beginning, and then Bill's content as well. But I think the focus here moving into the future should really be on more ways to put the focus back on people, not just the property. So when you hear me talk about data, I always try to bring it back around to how the data can be used to reach people, to inform everybody of what's going on, and to personally reach people in vulnerable situations early. So how do you use the data, not just to understand things yourself, but then to do outreach, to talk to people, to listen, to have empathy, and to offer assistance. And in general, I also think, I know Will brought up situations happening across the country. And I do feel like where land banks and property ownership intersect with that is it's so important to have a focus on encouraging local ownership, because when people don't own their own communities, that has so many implications up and down the line. So in my time today, I want to introduce the notion that you can take time series information and graphs like the graphs that Frank showed, and actually make them not just lines on a chart, but get all the address information, what are the properties that are in that bundle of how many foreclosures there are and how many evictions there are and how much tax delinquency there are, and actually turn that into both maps and lists of precisely which properties are at risk where, and to have that data consistently flow and update, and then to be able to use that information to reach people and create interventions early rather than responding to things later on. So next slide, please. So this is what a lot of us have been looking at every day or every week since March, right? Like the whole country and the whole world has actually been tuned into time series information. Everybody's interested in how many infections there are, how many deaths there are, what's changing day by day, how have our transformed lifestyles contributed to flattening the curve or reducing the numbers. Next slide, please. And so what I want to talk about here is how can we actually get into this kind of time series flow with property information now that everybody's brain is pretty much tuned to like, no, I know you can do stuff with data over time. I see it on the news every day. The charts are always updated. So how do we start to do that and bring that into our work? Next slide, please. So I've spoken at a couple Ohio Land Bank conferences previously. I feel like my job is to always mix in like one or two like weird references that typically wouldn't show up at a land bank conference. So I was trying to like think of like, what was my favorite analogy for like why it's important to be able to see in time and not just snapshots. And so Kurt Vonnegut's book, Slaughterhouse-Five, kind of floated back into my brain. In that book, World War II veteran is visited by aliens who can see in 4 dimensions, okay? So bear with me on this. So when they look around the world, they see the positions of everything, past, future, present, obviously gives them a different take on things. And when they look at humans and when they think about how a human perceives the world, they use this illusion or this analogy, where here's this poor guy, Billy, who's got a big steel sphere over his head, and he's got 6 feet of pipe that he looks through. So he's just kind of seeing this dot in the world. And whatever Billy's like brought to look at, whatever that dot is, that's just reality for him. And I have to say, as somebody who has evangelized and worked with property information and talked about the importance of having great data, I feel the same way often when I'm just looking at snapshots of data, right? Everybody's familiar with getting like, okay, give me the latest cut of this. What do we own? What's at risk? Okay. Boom, we got it on an interactive map. We got it on a PDF, like there it is. And what we miss entirely is this sense of motion of how things are changing. And so what I want to help us think about is how do we get the steel sphere off of our head and maybe at least widen, the width of that pipe. Next slide, please. And one more, kind of illusion here. This also came to mind. This is Edward Muybridge's photo series of a horse running. And this came to mind because this was from 1878. And at this point in time, photography was new. And the way that, how fast a horse is and how the human eye works, it was actually controversial, and people betting on both sides, does a horse take all 4 hooves off the ground at the same time or not? And you could have people literally watching the horse and seeing it both ways. And so Muybridge set up this series of tripwires and 16 cameras. So as the horse ran, it actually tripped the wires. All the photos were taken. It was put together. And lo and behold, finally it was settled. The horse took all 4 hooves off the ground. And this came to mind because when we think about tracking things through time, we think about what we know and what we don't know. Even if we're pretty confident, if we think how things work in property and sales transactions and mortgages and what happens with property tax collection, until we really set these tripwires and start to look at what's taking place, we have some basic misunderstandings, okay, that may be analogous to something as like, I never know the animal of my community kind of moved that way, and now that I do, I've got a greater insight. Next slide, please. So I wish I could give a quick interactive demo in this. I can't, so I'm going to kind of talk around the slides, but I want to talk briefly about sort of the first success and first interfaces that we've been putting together around time series data. And this is something I think that's I want to introduce some practical data sets that land banks can get access to that will be very important for the work that we all do. So we're based in Detroit, Michigan, and we've been tracking tax foreclosure and property tax delinquency there and helping to solve that problem for longer than I care to admit, okay? But for the last couple of years, we have been recording citywide snapshots every 2 weeks of tax delinquency for every parcel in Detroit. And so at this point in time, we have a very structured data set of the tax delinquency for about 400,000 parcels going back for about 2 years. And we've been able to put this into an interface where you can see overall aggregate changes over time, you know, along the lines of what Frank showed earlier, where you can kind of see the line changing. How does 2020 compare to 2019? How does it compare month to month between those 2 years? And what we can see in Detroit happening right now, and it's kind of fluctuating, it's interesting, it's kind of fluctuating month to month, where you're kind of seeing that 2020 has a 5 to 10% increase in tax delinquency and overall numbers of tax delinquent properties this year compared to last year. And next slide, please. And so what you can sort of see, it's small in the interface here, so forgive me, but what we built into this is not just seeing the aggregate, but having the ability to actually punch down into particular property types and see them on the map. So it's very interesting to know what the aggregate amount of overdue taxes is, but it becomes even more compelling and useful for particular programs and actions when you can break that down into things like, show me a tax delinquency for every homeowner occupied property in the city. Show me tax delinquency for every renter property in the city. Show me tax delinquency for every commercial property in the city. Show me tax delinquency for every unoccupied building in the city. Because you all know that each one of those property types has a different kind of intervention or action or understanding or outreach that's associated with them. You'll treat a homeowner occupant who's behind much differently than you treat an investor property which is vacant and the owner is somewhere else, versus a vacant property which might be, you know, in an occupied property, you want to work to keep somebody in that home. With a vacant property, you might be looking at as an acquisition. So being able to see how all these things change granularly. Next slide, please. And these are just kind of views. So this is like, you know, all of the homeowner occupied properties that are behind on property taxes. Next slide, please. And then moving on to different types, commercial and so on. You can flip to the next slide. And this is just a view of individual properties. So next slide, please. So other kinds of data, time series data, which are kind of newly available. Okay, I'm going to talk about one which is just kind of newly available in general, and then one which I kind of feel like people don't really believe that you can actually get granular access to, which is the mortgage foreclosure data as it kind of moves through the pipeline. But real quick here, one of the companies that we've partnered with recently is a company called SafeGraph. And they actually have a data set of foot traffic to businesses across the country. And this comes from opt-in apps that people download on their phones where they can share anonymous aggregated information about businesses that they visit. And so SafeGraph has been in the news a bunch recently because with COVID, obviously everybody has been looking to see what is changing as people shelter in place and social distance and can't go indoors, can't go into gatherings of a certain size. Next slide, please. So they've actually, this is state level, but you can actually break this stuff out to like neighborhood level, changes over time in foot traffic to different kinds of businesses. So on the right-hand side, they're small, you're seeing traffic to different kinds of businesses, restaurants, movie theaters, et cetera. And this can get really granular. And I think this is easy enough to consume. It might be something that land banks haven't really thought about before, which neighborhoods and which commercial corridors are seeing activity, which ones aren't. And this is like constantly updated in the full stream. Next slide, please. We have been doing a better job reaching out to companies like CoreLogic and Atom Data, who sometimes I feel like they float in like a rarefied level. They can, I don't want to say that they're hard to work with. It's a more opaque data set to get at mortgage foreclosures and mortgage foreclosure risk. So like from the earliest steps of a mortgage foreclosure action or a delinquency on payment before the mortgage foreclosure occurs, we have some relationships that make it affordable and fairly straightforward for land banks to consume this information into your data processes. And I'm happy to talk to anybody about this. This is essentially like, like the tax delinquency time series I was talking about before mortgage foreclosure risk. So all these different steps, being able to see in your communities when somebody's fallen behind and when somebody has started that first step in the legal process of the foreclosure step. And the data is actually pretty phenomenal. I mean, you can see who got the loan, who gave the loan. And I know we've riffed on this with Jim and others in the past that, if you start to see large scale mortgage delinquency and a brewing mortgage foreclosure problem, it's not only possible to reach the party in the household before it happens, but it's also conceivably possible to communicate with the lenders, the holders of these loans who are going to be making decisions about what to do. Next slide, please. And this is just to show you, we've consumed some of the CoreLogic mortgage data, put this into an interface, mixed it with other property information, and it works really well. It fits nicely, and it lets you see which properties are at risk of possibly going down that aisle where we don't want to see them going. Next slide, please. And then to wrap up my section and kind of mix this with like, okay, so if you have this kind of information, like what's a thing that you could kind of do with it to like reach people and learn more? And so I just want to quickly reference one of the, I'm proud to say that there's a number of projects that could all almost tie for like project that I'm the proudest that, we worked on. But one that I'm particularly proud of is a project in Detroit called Neighbor to Neighbor. It's funded and supported in large part by Quicken Loans and their local community fund in Detroit. And it works with housing counselors. It works with neighborhood groups across the city. Next slide, please. To actually take the data about who's behind in their property taxes, do some of that filtering for who are the homeowner occupants, who we think are the renters, but actually physically train and work with neighbors to go out, knock on those doors, deliver helpful information. So deliver paper information, different programs, different ways to pay, just a greater understanding of what the situation is with information tailored to whether or not it's a homeowner, whether or not it's a renter, and then to not only administer, hey, here are the programs that most apply to you, here's information about the situation that's happening right now, but to also administer an optional interview and to listen about why is the situation happening, what are the circumstances in the home, does the home need any major repairs, things that may be contributing factors to why the delinquency is occurring. Next slide, please. And I will, so in this, just to go over some quick stats from this, so they've gone through each of the last 2 years, visited about 60,000 homes that are tax delinquent in the city and talked to about 17 to 20,000 people. I think this year they interviewed, 2019, they interviewed 14,000 homeowners and learned so much about which programs were working and which programs weren't working, and found things like more than 55% of the people that they talked to actually qualified for programs that existed that would help them with their taxes that they were not aware of. And so I think this blending of data with the human outreach and the community partnerships to actually try to get to people early, which is something you can understand through time series data, is probably one of the most powerful approaches that I've seen. And it really humanizes things. And I think it starts to move in that direction that Will brought up at the front end of the talk, and that Bill talked about in all the ways that people can get assistance and are at risk. And everybody's trying to figure out how to do it, how to get to them, how much money is needed, what's the right approach. Sometimes it can be as simple as, none of it's simple, but it can be as simple, or a great start is realizing you can actually go and like talk to people and listen and involve them and their neighbors in the process. So with all of that said, I'm going to pass this off now to our next panelist, who is Ann Wistow, the VP of Projects and Planning at the Lucas County Land Bank. And there's 2 more slides, I think, or a few more to jump past to get to Ann, so forgive me.
Well, I think that did you want to do the question first, or?
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and just ask that second, just flash the second polling question up.
Yeah.
So what types of data are most important for your work / the work of your organization? All right, Ann, it's all yours.
Okay. I'm going to try to do the internet clicker, but if I need help, I may just yell. So, um, okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. The panelists so far have covered a lot of the overarching trends that we are seeing throughout the region and how COVID-19 is impacting our communities. So I'm going to spend a little time today discussing exactly what we are experiencing in Lucas County, and then go into how we are using the data and technology to navigate these challenging times. Okay, it worked. I am sure this comes as no surprise to anyone in the room here, but our acquisition in 2020 has decreased dramatically compared to years prior due to the court-ordered moratorium. Since July, new foreclosures have been able to be filed only on vacant and abandoned properties, though. We hope to acquire an additional 150 parcels by the end of the year, but as I'll show in the next slide, this is significantly lower than what we are used to seeing. The other item that we've been keeping a close eye on this year is our budget, but following July collection, we are projected to exceed last year's DTAC. We are routinely discussing why this may be. Will this remain true in 2021? I know that the previous panelists have touched on this a little bit, but a good question to be thinking about is, are people prioritizing their home and property taxes because of the stay-at-home orders, because we're encouraged to be home, to stay away from people? Perhaps are these lessons that we learned from the 2008 foreclosure crisis? I know Bill touched on this a little bit, but it's hard to imagine that we won't see a dip in payments if folks don't receive any additional relief from the government. And I'm happy to hear that we're thinking about that on the state level as well, as we know the federal government has not been able to do anything to date. We also have been able to keep up with property sales, which has been pretty impressive, but with a lower number of acquisitions coming our way, we inevitably will see our property sales numbers decline. Hopefully not for too long, but I think it is good to acknowledge that and prepare for what's to come. As you can see here, we acquired more than 1,000 parcels in 2017, followed by roughly 900 in 2018 and again in 2019. But as of August 31st, we've only acquired 63 parcels this year. We are hopeful now that we can proceed with acquiring abandoned structures and vacant lots, that the number will start to increase. But with the filings just happening, as you all know, that the process does take time. I apologize that I forgot to include the money sign here, but what this is showing is the increase in DTAC over the last 4 years. In 2017, we collected 1.25 million, and then in 2018 and 2019, it was closer to 1.35. And then right now we are projecting to receive a little more than 1.5 million in 2020. So again, we're not taking that for granted though, knowing that what is expected to come due to the pandemic here. Okay, now on to the data impact here. So the main reason we have been able to weather the changes that the pandemic has presented us is because of our routine collection and use of data. The data, the technology that we have implemented over the years has allowed us to adjust to a work from home environment where we can share and collect data still routinely with our partners throughout the county and cities in order to update current information, not only internally amongst our land bank, but also externally. You'll see on this list here that most of the data sets comes from public resources, in addition to the information that we get from LandGrid in Loveland that Jerry just touched on at the end of his presentation there and what they provide us. The last thing here that I just want to point out is our 2015 parcel survey. We do use that with the understanding that it is now 5 years old, but I will touch on that a little bit towards the end of the presentation here. Sorry, I lost my internet connection to my clicker. Can I ask for the next slide? Thank you. Okay, the importance of layering data. I know I get a little nerdy about this because it's so exciting to me, but hopefully the visuals will help for people that are more interested in that. But knowledge is power. It does make us stronger. It makes us better at what we do. Complete and real-time data sets are important by themselves, but with the ability to layer that data onto a mapping tool allows for spatial analysis. Here's a screenshot of a map we are currently using through LandGrid. I'm really happy that Jerry spent a second showing you exactly what we see on the parcel layer so you can get a better understanding of that. So this is the whole county and you can see where the city is, but with LandGrid's tools, we're able to do that granular interpretation as well. So what you're seeing here is the different colors represent different levels of tax delinquency on residential structures. We use not only the year that they were certified tax delinquent, but also the amount. And then we go ahead and also take it one layer further and use the percentage of value. So if you're owe $30,000 on a $90,000 house, that's going to show that that's 1/3 of your value you are behind. So Loveland gives us that opportunity to look at that in such a discrete opportunity there. So the image is hard to tell, but we do use this daily when we're completing our investigations. And if anybody has any further questions about our data sets and how we use that and how we work with Loveland here, I'm more than happy to answer those questions for you separately, but I don't want to labor on that too much. So over the years, our relationship with Loveland has really grown. Like many of you, we have a very small staff, so we rely on this data and technology to complete our day-to-day work. Next slide, please. The last point I want to make was that no matter how strong your quantitative data is, decisions should not be made without community buy-in. We work diligently to collaborate with as many community partners as possible. In addition to those groups, we also work with local municipalities, neighborhood groups, and our board of directors. Also, while data is so very important, it is crucial to remember to always prioritize your mission when working through decisions. And then, so what's next? We are currently working to finalize our survey tool to update our 2015 citywide survey. We hope to start in March and then wrap up around this time next year. This is real time where we met about it yesterday. We're really excited. So hopefully next year we can share more about that. And then lastly, we will just continue to collect and analyze data to help us prepare for the coming years. All the data that we've seen here today is really important and crucial for what 2021 and beyond will bring us. So I think that's it. That wraps up my portion of the presentation, and I'm now going to pass it over to Will to finish us out.
Thanks, Anne. I'm also going to try to do these slides myself, but definitely thanks for Rock the House for your help in just putting on this whole conference together. It's been pretty amazing just to kind of see some of the behind the scenes things. So quick shout out to them. So what is next? We just heard from a lot of great folks around the state and the country. We throw a lot of data information at you. And so I hope what you take away is just how important data can be and how important it is to have collaboration between organizations. We really can't do this work in a vacuum. One of the things that we'll leave with you is kind of a matrix of indicators that we've created. We put together our thoughts to say, what are the things that we track as land banks or as organizations that deal with data and property and communities. So this is not the end all be all of indicators, but there are data points that we think are useful for land banks, especially to track. We know each community is different, and so what works in one area may not work in another. So we encourage you to kind of review this and create a list of your own or a matrix of your own. Also, most of these indicators are easily mappable so that you can put them on a map, which is very helpful when you're making decisions about how to deploy your resources. And we'll send this out separately in a higher res version so you actually have a chance to look at it. So a few things before we jump into the questions, because we do already have one good question teed up. What's next? So, again, review the indicators. Also, we encourage you to take some time to reach out to other organizations in your communities, CDCs, local governments, nonprofits, lenders, just anyone who's really kind of doing the boots on the ground work, to share and gather information with them. In Hamilton County, we work very closely with our CDC partners, the community development corporations, to not just hold properties on their behalf so they can put together development plans, go after financing, attract developers, but also just to share information with them and help them and have them help inform our work. So we found that, partnering with CDCs and nonprofits is a really useful thing to do. We encourage others to join or create, committees or coalitions. Some of the bigger ones that you might be familiar with are, VAPAC up in Cleveland, which is really working on big global issues. GOPC Steering Committee, kind of more of a statewide thing. In Hamilton County, we have a Quality Housing Task Force, which is comprised of the Land Bank, Legal Aid, the city, lenders, a lot of folks. And in Dayton, they have a data committee that's really comprised of, Montgomery County Land Bank, the city of Dayton, a lot of folks there. So if you don't have a coalition, or if you know of some that are out there, we definitely encourage you to get involved and start those. But lastly, we just wanted to leave you with that you don't have to be an expert in data. You don't have to be a data scientist or have a degree in data specifically. You just need someone who can be a project manager and who can really help ask the questions, who knows what they don't know, who can pull in the people who are the subject matter experts to help fill in the gaps. Again, just want to highlight the work that Montgomery County's Land Bank is doing. They're partnering with the city of Dayton, who was selected for the Bloomberg Initiative. So they're really getting a lot of resources to really help build out a really robust data resource toolkit that they really hope that they can use not just in Dayton, but in other municipalities, because they're starting to ask the question, do land banks have a role in helping smaller jurisdictions who have limited resources with record keeping, with data collection, with mapping? So that's something just to keep in the back of your mind, no matter where you're at, that there could be ways for you to be more engaged in the communities that you work in. So again, we're going to ask this last polling question, but if you have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat. We do have one we'll answer right now, but as we go through this last question, feel free to pull up, type in some questions. So last question, how long do you anticipate any negative impacts from COVID-19 to last in the communities you serve? Give a second to answer that. Okay, so lastly, we want to answer some questions, but we also would like to highlight some work if you are doing any work. What are you doing in your respective counties or communities that's different than before COVID-19? Are you thinking about new creative programs, new strategies? Are you relocating funding to help solve a specific issue that you weren't focused on before? So if anyone has examples, we'd love to highlight those. Otherwise, we'll continue to answer some questions, and we'll start with this first one. The question is there a chance for land banks to take occupied structures as a way of keeping people in residential units? Up until now, land banks have avoided taking occupied structures. Is it worth reconsidering this policy? I think that's a great question. I don't know if anyone would like to start to answer that. I think it's one thing that we kind of talked about a little bit of, what role could land banks play? I know that there might be some statutory requirements or regulation as to how many occupied structures land banks can own, but I think it's something to consider if there's a way for positive ownership for land banks to get involved in that. That's an interesting idea. I don't know, does anyone on the panel have any thoughts about that question?
I can jump in. I know that this is something that's going to come up frequently. We actually just had our homelessness board contact us within the last couple of weeks about options, and I don't know who mentioned that that this is also a health crisis. Housing can be, so I do think that that's how this intersects, and I don't know what that looks like necessarily for us in Lucas County, but we certainly are having those conversations and are aware that we can play a role in helping with that.
I'm always wary of directly diving into like what land banks should do on that level, because I don't I've never worked directly at a land bank, and so I don't have those full like pressures and policy nuances. I do know, this is like the approach that seems to come up forever, and nobody's taken a big bite of the apple yet, is like, how does a land bank play a role in facilitating a land trust or some other mechanism whereby the ownership can move into a more regulated community kind of ownership? And so, there may be opportunities for that. It seems like they're perennial and always there. I just kind of bring it up as one of these options where, if we're thinking about land banks owning residential property, but maybe the hesitancy is they don't want to do it forever, and get into the full management of that. Like, what are the possible handoff opportunities to kind of shape a vehicle on the other side that could take control of it, but land banks could play a role in the, in the flow of it. So I'll just mention that that's something that comes to mind, but again, not a practitioner or a policy person on that level.
Jerry, also
Yeah,
what you
go
said,
ahead.
oh, sorry, that the housing and people are so different, right? So when you're talking about a structure, you're not talking about how someone's quality of life and if there's an emergency or anything like that. Traditionally we work 8 to 5 and Monday through Friday, and just thinking through that. But I do think there are creative partnerships that can allow us to work with others to work through that.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And just from Hamilton County's perspective, one of the things that we've started to do more research on is just, what apartment buildings are out there that we could help acquire. So not necessarily getting into the rental game yet, but at least being the conduit to working with, good developers, good small scale, large scale developers to actually get more apartment buildings online. I know that in Hamilton County, there's been a lot of research done to kind of put a number to how many vacant units. I believe it's close to 40,000 vacant units in Hamilton County. And so how do you match those up with people who need housing is something that it's a big conversation that we're a part of here in Hamilton County. Quickly, I'm just going to put up our contact information just so you all can have that if you want to email us directly. But I did want to highlight, someone asked the question, is there any example from Summit County? And there's an answer here in the chat that Summit County just approved a $6.2 million grant project to assist Summit County residents with rental and mortgage assistance, utility assistance, eviction prevention, et cetera. It was just past Monday. So that's pretty huge. That's a really neat initiative. So kudos to Summit County for getting involved with that. That sounds really great.
If I could just say something about that, my understanding is they had allocated some funds earlier and then, got hit hard with requests. So it's great that they revisited it and are putting money back in. I do think we're going to hear an announcement, maybe even this week yet, from the state about some movement around emergency rental assistance. So just stay tuned on that. Hopefully we'll have some good news.
And one of the things I'll just mention on here, I know we're wrapping up, some of the data sets that I mentioned, like the property tax delinquency and the stream of like mortgage foreclosure risk. I have a feeling, like my sense of the vibe is that sometimes that information feels like very far away, and like, how would I actually like get that? For property tax delinquency, there are a handful of counties in Ohio where that information is already just kind of accessible through the county. I believe the Montgomery County is one where you can actually access like a stream of the tax delinquency at the address level. But otherwise, it's really just a conversation away with the treasurer or the appropriate party. I say just, I know sometimes, there's always the why do you want this? But that's information that land banks should be able to get, if they contact that appropriate office. And then one thing I'll just mention, if it's interesting, I mentioned the mortgage foreclosure data from CoreLogic, and I did navigate quite a few conversations to kind of get it an answer for how that would work. And it's something you can follow up with me at jerry@landgrade.com about it if you'd like. It's actually fairly affordable for 12 snapshots over the course of the year at the address level. And CoreLogic did express interest if the association were interested in like a group buy for that. It ends up being like hundreds of dollars per land bank for everyone to get a full year of snapshots. And so it could be, if anybody's interested, definitely let me know. I'll try to connect some dots on those things. But I want to help make that achievable, because usually they're only in like the aggregate. And I feel like people give up on thinking that they can actually get that. So.
All right, well, I think that's our time. I just want to thank again our panel. Just very honored to be on this panel with you all. So thank you all for your time, Jerry, Frank, Bill, Ann. I think right now we'll be taking a break. And so I think we'll see everyone back at 10:10.
Great, thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody.
Well.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes? Thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Great. Great. Okay. Well, let me try our internet clicker to advance the slides. Okay, my name is Garrett Greenlee, and I'm an Ohio native and OSU grad. I'm one of the founding members of the U.S. Solar Institute in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And today I'd like to introduce you to our organization, the Ohio Land Bank Development Company. We're a land and management development company dedicated to the reutilization of land, energy production, and community renewal. What you're watching here is a transformation of a Cuyahoga County landfill. Our friends at Enerlogics had a great project here in 2018, and it's a 4 megawatt solar array erected on top of a closed and capped landfill. This occurred between April and September of 2018, just to give you a feel of how quickly a project like this can develop. The Ohio Land Bank Development Company supports Ohio Land Bank in providing development expertise, services, and funding to transform properties from disrepair into clean energy production facilities. Our goal is to turn dormant parcel into revenue producing projects that can further enhance your ability to fulfill your project. Today, we're going to be introducing two of our key partners that we will be working with, and that will be Marathon Capital and BQ Energy. Now, along with other community leaders, independent investors, and other participants, we'll be presenting a very unique program that is designed specifically for the land banks here in Ohio. But this is where we're going to roll it out. Again, we're going to lay out a program that's going to allow each individual land bank to develop their own portfolio of parcels with projects in multiple stages of development, and be able to pull all these projects together and provide revenue on each parcel regardless of the state of the project. It's a very innovative concept, and you'll see in Ohio, we're targeting really because of the potential that we have in this state. Currently, our friends at the Solar Energy Association, or SEIA, they pulled together very accurate information. These are their current figures. And in Ohio, we've got just under 300 megawatts currently installed. We're only about 30th in the nation, but even with those, the small numbers, we're still providing about 7,200 jobs here in Ohio. We are ranked 16th in the nation for growth projections, and that's really what we're going to talk about here today. So everyone knows that renewable energy is really coming to a head in the next few years, from corporate initiatives to federal incentives. It's either going to be Trump's infrastructure revival or Biden's Build Back Better, but in the next few years, the entire industry is bracing for a lot of growth in renewable energy, and particularly in solar. So SEIA ranks Ohio 16th in terms of growth projection. And just to put some numbers to that, that's about 1,600 megawatts that they're projecting. And that's between the existing projects that are going on to potential projects that are slated for Ohio, including this type of innovative program. And I think with good participation, we could even eclipse those numbers. Just to give you a little perspective of where that would put us, currently in Ohio, we have 2 nuclear powered facilities, and those facilities, formerly First Energy, they are producing about 2,100 megawatts of power. So it would be very fitting, I think, if we can we can ramp up solar production into the 1,000 to 2,000 megawatts and really help out the Ohio grid here in the next 5 years. Part of the big emphasis on Ohio is not only do we have the federal incentives that are looking very favorable, but we also got a unique situation that provides some synergy, and that's the potential upcoming House Bill 6 repeal and replace. Now that's something that appears that will happen before the end of the year. And if the House Bill 6 is simply repealed, that would be favorable in that our Ohio RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standard, would go back to 2016 levels. And that means there's a solar carve out of the original 12.5% of renewable energy mandate. And that solar carve out creates solar renewable energy credit market and a lot of incentives for not just developers, but also for utilities to provide interconnects, large end users to sign PPAs. So if we can get some momentum and get House Bill 6 not only to be repealed, but potentially replaced with even more favorable verbiage, we think these projections, we can not only meet them, but exceed them. So the partners that we're going to be introducing today are key in the success of this project. I'll be introducing very soon Marathon Capital and our partners BQ Energy. And together with the Ohio Land Bank Association, I mean, it really comes down to a very common sense proposal. And that is solar is a great renewable energy, but it's very land intensive. And the Ohio Land Bank has a lot of dormant land, a lot of parcels. So if we can marry those two very, very simple components and provide an innovative way to provide funding, development, it's going to be great for everybody. So with that, I'm going to bring up our first polling question, and then I will be introducing Mr. Ted Brandt from Marathon Capital. So our first polling question today: what are the most important issues that administrative and legislative bodies will address concerning renewable energy following the 2020 elections? No wrong answers here, but we're interested in what you think will be some of the most important issues, and just go ahead and read through those selections and make your choice. Okay. All right, with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Paul Brandt with Marathon Capital. Paul is the CEO and one of the founding members, and it's my pleasure to bring him on board and have him give you an introduction to his company. Ted?
Thank you, Garrett. This is Ted Brandt from Marathon Capital. And I won't bore you all too much, but we are the largest independent investment bank across the clean and low carbon renewable energy sectors. Can you keep going through the pages, please? Thanks. This is a busy slide, but we've been in business for about 21 years. We have had the pleasure of being involved with about 200 different significant transactions. And our company does three things. We raise capital. We at all portions of the capital structure, largely for developers, for owners of assets, and or very, very large utilities. We also do a huge amount of M&A that we're typically involved with buying and selling of assets, and finally we also do a significant amount of project financing. I just would say that we are very excited about this idea. We go to and again, these are our service offerings. We'll, so I think page through this, and just some bios. We are very excited about this idea. We think that, as we look at the world and look at the dynamics in Ohio, and think about sort of the notion of land bank and a lot of brownfield type of stuff, what it takes typically to make an economic project is 4 ingredients. It's typically land, it's somebody that will buy the electricity, it is a transmission line to the extent that that buyer is not right there, which is called an inside the fence deal. There is some transmission access that you can move the kilowatts from point A to point B, typically to some type of a system that an AEP or a First Energy would be running. Lastly, you need permitting, and we are really excited to be sort of thinking about bringing development capital to this place and working with our other partners, especially BQ, who has real expertise in this area, really think this could be something great for the land banks, because you guys could end up with a tenant on otherwise vacant land, which is called a power plant, and Ohio ends up with more clean power. And as a transplanted Clevelander, we'd certainly like to help. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Ted. If you could hit chart 15, that'd be great. This is probably a little bit blurry. This is my background. My name is Paul Curran. I'm the managing director of BQ Energy. And I'm really here to tell you a couple of things, mostly to reinforce what Ted said about how do you put together a solar project on a brownfield or a landfill or other land that the land banks may have in their inventory. I'm looking to in terms of background, I worked for Texaco for many, many years, and in that capacity, I almost accidentally built a wind farm inside of one of our oil refineries in Rotterdam. It was a neat project. The problem with wind energy oftentimes is finding a place to put it. Wind is very specific. You like high ridge lines, coasts, and so forth. And people don't like the way they look in many cases. By putting it inside one of our oil refineries, it just made a lot of sense. Nobody objected to the look. They were using power at the refinery, and it was windy as all get at because it was right on the coastline and so forth. And that made me think, obviously within Texaco, we had a lot of brownfield sites. There are 180 closed oil refineries in the United States. And so I set out in about 2002 and said, let's start up a company that would go looking for brownfield sites with the right type of infrastructure that would be able to develop into renewable energy assets. In those days, it was largely wind farms. We eventually expanded into solar when the economics for solar became a little bit more attractive. Right now, we go about looking for those types of sites, and you've seen on some of the charts here what we do on landfills. This is a chart that shows a little bit of some of the projects that we're doing. But generally speaking, what we do is we go looking for projects. We're a medium-sized company in the sense that we go looking for projects that are somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 megawatts, maybe 100 megawatts. We do smaller projects, larger projects, but we're looking for 50 acres or so of land that we can do. We might have to go back a little bit on these slides. I'm not sure who's flipping them. So what we're looking for is land that we can redevelop and repurpose into a solar energy asset. The land is pretty much looking for real estate which is open. That is to say, we don't like buildings. We don't like trees. We can get rid of the trees, obviously, easily enough. But these are some projects now that you can see on your screen that are just kind of a cross-section, and we've done many more. A couple of wind farms, which I won't talk about on the left, but both of those are located on industrial sites. The one on the bottom in Lackawanna is a closed industrial site, it's a closed steel mill. The operating wind farm at the operating refinery in Rotterdam is still operating after 18 years now. 3 sites on the right are simply landfills and brownfields, typical of what you might have in the inventory within the land banks within your communities. The next slide, please, shows a little bit more of 3 projects which we're looking at right now. And I picked these just to kind of illustrate different things. The one on the top is very small, but it is a battery storage project. And you'll see more of that as we go forward. As I said, we started out as a wind company. We eventually added solar to our portfolio. And now we're seeing more and more battery storage, as Ted alluded to in his part of the talks. We try to tie into the grid. We try to tie into power lines that exist. More and more utilities are looking for secure power that they know will be there on those hot summer days. Solar is great for that, of course, but if it gets cloudy, we want to make sure that we have uninterrupted power coming out of the facility. So battery storage is a new technology compared to wind and solar, and it's something that we're working on quite a bit, and you'll see more and more of that in the projects that are being developed. And the second project is more in line with some of the sites that you might see in Ohio, and that's happens to be in Pennsylvania, but there's some coal ash ponds. These are sites that we're really excited about because they're located next to a coal-fired power plant. It's land that can't be used for just about anything else, but it's perfect really for a solar installation. So we're looking at these with Talon as our partners in Pennsylvania. 2 20 megawatt projects, so 20 megawatts would be roughly 100 acres in each location. And we'll be developing those next year. The third project is that I've highlighted is just a couple in New York that we built last year. And these are simply located, I'm mentioning these partially to tie into what Marathon is talking about, which is financing. More and more, there are more options for financing these. 15 years ago, this was a very difficult thing to finance because most banks were very uncomfortable with wind and solar. Today, it's an everyday type of system. It's a lot of hard work that has to go into it. But there are innovative ways that Marathon and others have led the way to bringing to the industry to get investors comfortable with how they can put together projects to make sure that these are built in a timely fashion. Next slide, please, is about Ohio. So BQ Energy has a relatively small portfolio, but you can see 260 megawatts. And I noted that, Garrett in his introduction said there's going to be 1,600 megawatts of projects in Ohio. Well, there's going to be a lot more than that. If we have 260, obviously we're not a 20% player in the market. There's a lot under development, and there's a lot of need for these types of installations. I will say, in addition, a little bit of mixed math. A solar project only makes electricity when the sun shines. So it doesn't replace a nuclear plant of equal capacity. So the 260 megawatts of solar is a great start, but one-to-one, it's a different type of animal when you look at that. These 4 projects are illustrative of what we might see and what we can publicly talk about. There are others in Ohio, of course. The 50 megawatt projects are about 250 acres. The 3 projects on the top are coal mines, so reclaimed coal land that really can't be used for much else. It's clean land, it's flat land, and it is something that is reusable. Coal mines used to use a lot of electricity. Utilities rarely take down power lines, so it is something where we can tie into the old power lines, and that works well. The Swaco project down at the bottom there is a project which has been in the news a lot this summer down in the Columbus area. It says 60 megawatts on a landfill. That will be one of the largest landfill-based solar projects in the country. I won't go into the technical aspects. I know Garrett's going to talk about the Brooklyn Heights case study at the end of this. But I will say that what we're looking for on these sites is we need, as I say, for us, we're looking for about 50 acres per project. It has to be clean. So the solar project really can't pay for the remediation of the site. As a matter of fact, the solar project will want an indemnification for existing pollution, which is in the ground. The EPA, the OEPA, both understand this type of system and have both been great partners in working through on brownfield, even Superfund sites in some locations. So we're looking for those types of locations. The other thing, of course, is we're looking for an unimpeded view of the sun. So that's something that downtown Cleveland, we love it a lot, but it really doesn't work out very well in some sites where there's existing infrastructure or existing buildings that would block the sun at certain times of day. Next slide, please. So this is the only technical point that I'll show. The site terrain, how steep is it? We prefer a flat type of thing or sloping to the south if we get that. Generally speaking, we might be able to do some type of grading. Geomembranes are common in landfills. We can build on top of the site. We really don't need to go into the ground in any depth. You can see on top that we do, generally speaking, have shallow trenching. That's so we can maintain the site a little bit better. But if need be, we can be exclusively on top. The little chart on the bottom is a little bit of a hard thing to understand, but basically The things sitting on the ground, there's 2 blocks there, and those are blocks. We build our foundations above ground so that we don't have to dig into the ground. We don't disturb the landfill. We don't disturb the brownfield environmental remediation practices which have been there before. We've learned what's important to the environmental regulators, and we're able to work very, very well with them. You can see the solar panels are tilting in that case about 15, 20 degrees to the south. And generally speaking, most of our projects are fixed tilt. That is, they're going to stay there and always be pointing to the south. We do have a couple of projects which are tracking, which they point to the east in the morning and point to the west in the afternoon. Those type of designs are, again, interchangeable depending upon the ground and depending upon the site conditions. The next slide, please. This is a little bit of how long does this all take, and like any economist, it really depends on the site. From the time at which we start the project to the time that we get to the end, it's about 2 years, and that's if everything goes well. The pieces which can make this process a little bit longer, obviously permitting, we're showing about 8 or 9 months in that case. That's not bad, depending upon whether the project is large enough to have to go through what's called the Ohio Power Siting Board. That can take a little bit longer. The other one that is a bit of a wild card is the interconnection process. The Pennsylvania, the PJM, oftentimes takes longer than this. Those processes, we work with the utilities, but again, we're sort of a taker of schedule and not a maker of schedule with outside agencies. The other pieces there, someone just mentioned, I think Garrett was just showing construction. He had his nifty slide there or video that was about 4 or 5 months, and that's about typical for a good sized project. Can be a little bit longer if we try to build it through a harsh Ohio winter, but generally speaking, we can do that in somewhere between 6 and 10 months for a good sized project. Chart 23, please. So probably the most important thing I want to say is that, if you have a landfill or you have a brownfield type of site, this is a really good idea. As Ted alluded to, we're looking for a way to plug into the grid. We're looking for places to, that are permittable and so forth. Our experiences with land banks have been incredibly positive. We have aligned interest. Basically, the land is something that can be redeveloped for a long-term potential. If it is a brownfield type of site, this is a great use of it. It's a use that does not upset the long-term remedy. From a community point of view, it's repurposing assets, and obviously it's building up the tax base for a property that does not have, significant numbers of alternate uses. Generally speaking, on brownfields, there has been a power line that has been in place. We're looking to reuse that power line and basically put power out on a line which has historically taken power into the site for the former use. The land is cheaper than greenfields, and it works out very, very well. I think this is an opportunity that many communities in Ohio are looking at, and elsewhere in the country, frankly. And it makes a lot of sense as you're looking at land bank capacity. The last slide, I think, is just a transition, and then we can get to polling question number 2, which is, in your minds, what are the most important features that a landfill brownfield property faces in determining something? And the question popped up on my screen, so I can't finish. Oh, there it is. Determining whether it can be used for solar power. So if you check your box, again, no wrong answers, but someone will have the results as we finish that up. So if you check that and submit, I need to check one so I can clear that screen. And then from there, I'll turn it back to Ted, who can talk a little bit about the portfolio strategy of the OLBDC. Ted, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Apologize. So moving forward, when you really think about the development process, what really it does take these 4 factors. You have to have permitting, which generally means you have to have local support, which usually, because there's revenue attached, usually is fairly simple. You have to have a transmission access, and I think Paul has said is that lines can go 2 ways. So a line that used to carry a lot of power, now doesn't carry power, probably does lead back into a system, but there is a whole process with the system operator to make that happen, and it's time consuming and typically takes some investment in order to work the way through. But at the end of the day, the two things that the various land banks should have that you guys could really be helpful on to make this a reality is control of land, which we know that is something that you have, and the willingness to rent it out on a long-term 30, 40, 50 year type of a lease. And the real key is the off-taker. Could within the influence of the land bank, are there industrials in the area that would take the power? Are there would the municipalities, would a county, somehow or another, take the power? And those are always the issues that we're trying to solve. So, I'll sort of follow my my script, but the takeaway that everybody in the land bank should have is, if you're long land, we want to talk with you, but the problem that we really need you to help solve is that somebody that actually wants the power out of a future power plant, and they can take it directly, which is called, I mentioned earlier, is called inside the fence, or you can deliver into the grid and essentially get credit. And Paul would be much better than that. But we're ultimately, that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to look at is the land somewhere near load, is the I'm not sure why I'm doing the slide, Paul. I'm the the banker, but I can tell you that these various criteria are important. All the developers go through them, and ultimately, the most important thing really is the offtake contract. That's where value gets created for all parties. That's where risk starts coming out of the equation, and that's where very cheap capital starts to become available. Just a second. I think the only other thing that I would make a point of is that developing one project is a very, very risky thing. Developing multiple projects in a region like Ohio that will ultimately be buying lots of solar is a much, much better thing. That in stock, you don't get paid extra to only hold one stock. The portfolio theory says own a portfolio or own the market, and the same thing's true with development. It's keenly important to deal with the development issues in multiple things, because some projects will die for reasons that we already talked about. The locality won't like it. There'll be a transmission issue that nobody anticipated. There's some pollution issues that just can't be mitigated, et cetera. But for the most part, we think that the batting average here, if we start with off-takers and control of land, should be pretty good. So I hope that answers this portion. And Josh, please take the next.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. So to Ted's point, what we're looking at is portfolios of land. So you may have individual parcels that are developable, some that are not, but it takes a little examination to figure that out. What we're looking at is a program that looks at these parcels in a portfolio, and that allows us to do a few things like distribute risk, insure, right? We have an insurance entity. We're able to insure and the distribution of risk across multiple parcels helps us with that insurance. So here's an example of this approach in action. So this is a group of properties owned by a single owner in Yermo, California. It totals 471 acres with a current combined assessed value of about $10 million. So the parcels are located all in the same region, but are not contiguous. They range from 10 to 220 acres. And the tracts have differing values ranging from about $100 an acre to about $50,000 an acre. So the landowner is paying around $75,000 a year in taxes, maintenance for the property, but it's undeveloped. It's not being used, but he doesn't want to get rid of the land. He wants to hold it for his children, but he's not happy with the ongoing costs. So instead of selling the land, the owners decide to submit the properties for our program. Next slide, please. So we begin by reviewing the parcels, and some are, as Paul and Ted talked about, some are tier 1, some are tier 2, some are tier 3. We go about rating the parcels and then build a financial model that we think can secure financing and lead to the development of at least some of the land in stages. So we execute an agreement to explore the development of the parcels. And as part of that agreement, the landowner transfers land control to our group in return for nominal lease payments that will basically cover his maintenance costs, so he's no longer in the red. So we go about examining the land and do the proximity of transmission lines, sun exposure, et cetera. Only one of the parcels, the largest one, we believe is appropriate for immediate solar development. So in next slide, please. So we go ahead and we begin the development process for Yermo 3, and we do that as our expense, and we go about securing the financing, the insurance, et cetera. So as we mentioned, we've got development teams, we've got the financing, we've got the insurance, we have the whole program together. And assuming that this development for this particular parcel of land is successful, our group will own this solar project once complete with the landowner as minority shareholder. At the same time, we're going to continue to lease the land from the landowner as well, so he benefits from both the solar development and the land lease. But we're not just leasing the land that we're developing on. We've agreed to lease the entire portfolio. So we go ahead and continue to pay the landowner the undeveloped land lease rate during the development process. So leasing the non-eligible parcels for the full 10-year lease term. Even though the parcels may not be developed into functioning solar properties right now or ever, the pooling of the developed and the undeveloped parcels helps to support the entire project. So once complete with a functioning solar facility on the site, the developed land is worth many multiples of what it was worth prior to the development. The other really interesting thing, and I think this is very important for our discussion today, is that at any point during the process, the landowner can remove a parcel from the program. So let's say we've got a portfolio and someone comes along and says, I want to buy, parcel number 2 from here. And we say, okay, we haven't started development on it yet. It's still under examination. We can go ahead and take that parcel out of the program as long as the owner replaces it with a parcel of equal value. Okay. And let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So, as I outlined, by taking this consolidated portfolio view of the land holdings, we're able to factor in scale as part of the project assessment, which changes the economics of the assessment. So as Ted discussed, by viewing the projects together rather than individually, we're able to take a different perspective and really look at it through a different lens. So it's the holistic view that makes this approach unique compared to other projects that have gone on in Ohio. So a few years ago, I heard the guy who's in charge of store locations for Starbucks speak, and he said, everyone always jokes about how there's a Starbucks across the street from a Starbucks, down the street from another Starbucks. And what he explained is that, their goal is to sell coffee. So they cluster these stores to make it as easy as possible to buy coffee, no matter which side of the street you're on. But they view and manage these clusters as a single location. So when you go by and you see Starbucks, across the street from each other, they're viewing that as a single location. They, when they order supplies, do accounting, management, et cetera, for that store, they view that as a single location rather than two separate locations. So we're taking somewhat of a similar approach in power, where we're viewing these regional and even statewide parcels together in portfolios, and that allows us to gain advantages on, as I mentioned, the insurance, secure more financing, negotiate better power purchase agreements. Ultimately, we think this is going to help further the mission of the land banks and also bring more renewable power to the state. So we really think this can be a real game changer for land renewal in Ohio. I know we're running a little low on time. Can we skip the next slide? And let's go ahead to, the polling question. So what factors most significantly impact the size of a land lease payment that can be made to land bank for its real estate, right? Price and terms, proximity to transmission, sponsors. Again, this is just everyone's opinion. So if you can go ahead and pick you feel is most appropriate. Great. Okay, so I'm gonna hand this back to Garrett to review the Brooklyn Heights landfill.
Thanks, Paul. So we thought we'd take a minute and give you an example of what this would look like in practice, potentially. This is a undeveloped landfill that we took a look at up in Cuyahoga County. And this is part of the process that we would go through to do an assessment to essentially assign a tier rating to this parcel. The tier rating would have multiple factors, like Ted had mentioned, access to power lines or substations. Paul was talking about brownfield and landfill sites. They do present some challenges because if they're fully capped and closed, you don't want to do any grading to disrupt the cap. So in this case, for instance, even though the entire site is 40 acres, we're only going to be able to place solar on about, looks like about 15 acres of this site. So when we go through the assessment, we'll actually look at what the solar array will look like. And out of those 15 acres, we're going to get about 4 megawatt of AC generated power. Again, these are rough calculations and what we would do to make the assessment. But at the same time, this is an innovative program, and we want to keep as many options for revenue generation potential as you possibly can. One of the big options is obviously, as opposed to simply selling it back into the grid to a utility, if we're able to secure a PPA, a purchase power agreement from a large end user, we can really change the financial model. Another thing that is coming to Ohio in a big way are electric vehicle charging stations. As more and more electric vehicles are being sold, and their projections are through the roof right now for the next 5 years, the charging stations are an integral part. And if we're able to capitalize on that, it's great to have charging stations that are on solar fields. Just kind of goes right along with the narrative. The other potential expansion that's going on currently are the 5G tower expansions. 5G is unique as opposed to some of the other towers in that the range is much smaller. We're not able to transmit the signal more than about 1,500 feet. So all of these are potential that could take years in the full development, but we'd like to make sure that the site, again, has as much potential revenue generation and just be as flexible as possible. So just to take you through some of the economics, with 4 megawatts of power generation, we put in a nominal utility rate of about 30 megawatt hour, $30 per megawatt hour, which would be similar to about 3 cents per kWh. Power generation on this site, between the actual utility rate that we would have, combined with the Ohio solar renewable energy credits, what they're currently trading in about the $9.50 range, along with the upcoming House Bill 6 subsidy, which is about $9 per megawatt hour. You see the breakdown that gets you to just under $300,000 in annual revenue for that site. And then obviously we would subtract out all the operational costs and finance charges, but the revenue that can be generated from just the power array can be substantial. And then when you take a look at potential in future years, or possibly even depending on the site, which again will be part of the tier rating analysis, if we can throw a 5G tower, or on this site, we would actually have 4 towers because of the size, or a EV charging station, you can see how the potential revenue continues to add up and multiply. And again, this would be totally dependent on the location, but with the land bank having so many varied type of parcels, just because the site maybe isn't 20 acres, but has potential for charging stations or tower expansions, that may throw it into a more desirable tier rating and a more desirable property to move it up in the rating system. So all said and done, this particular site would have the potential to generate over $500,000 of revenue every year. That'd be gross revenue, and that would be power generation, 5G towers, and EV charging stations all combined in one. So again, this type of analysis we would do on a parcel that is promoted by one of the land banks. And we would be able to do this assessment and assign a tier rating and really put together a portfolio for each individual land bank. And what our goal is going to be today is to direct your attention to our website to get more information and to show your interest. If you go to ohiolandbankdevelopmentcompany.com or just type in the initials OLBDC, what you'll see is a simple landing page. And all this will do is capture the information and allow us to be able to reach back out and unroll this program and find out where the interest is in the state, find out which organizations and what type of parcel commitments, acreage, and really start in earnest to do some of these assessments and really get you some more detailed information above and beyond just a hour-long presentation, and really show you what the plan is to roll out. I believe we're going to have in the very near future a version of this presentation available for review. And if you want to pose any questions, to reach out to our organization that we're not going to cover here today, we'd be happy to publish those and get them back to you with the contact information that you provide. With that, any of our presenters, anything that we would like to add that maybe we didn't cover during the slides, and then we'll open it up to questions from all the attendees. Anyone?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that we we're really excited about this project, but particularly because it allows us to look at a few different types of land. Again, by grouping it, we can sort of phase in different projects, and looking at, obviously there's going to be some that are primed to be developed, that are much better right now. There may be others that are down the road, more feasible. And so this portfolio project is really looking at a variety of different parcels. And so, if you do have interest and we talk to you about, we can kind of go through what that process looks like of of how those parcels might work, how we can group those, select those. So we've got questions here, Garrett. I don't know if we can start. So one of the questions here is, what typical remediation steps would be taken on a former landfill or brownfield to make it suitable for solar development? And I think, Paul, that's probably most appropriate for you, if you want to.
Sure. As I mentioned, the solar project is not we're not in the business of remediating sites. The good news is that during the Clinton administration, there was some legislation passed that encouraged communities to close landfills. So we come across a large number of landfills that were closed in the 1990s. Landfills by nature have an awful lot of junk in them. That's where the junk goes. Junk decomposes over time and generates methane, which is a problem for being near electricity. But that emission of methane and the remediation typically stops after about 10 years or so. So most of the sites that we see, including the Swaco landfill down by Columbus, were closed in the 90s. The generation of methane and further remediation work is really stopped by now, so that the land is stable and we can build on it without too much additional work. We do have to do additional testing to make sure that what I just said is true. We work with the OEPA or someone else in the community to make sure that we test all the landfill, but remediation themselves, assuming that the landfill is in good compliance with all of the regulators, very little additional work has to be done. As Garrett says, we do wind up in a number of places where some portions of a 30-acre landfill can't be built on because it's too steep and slope, or there's other problems. So that we allow for a little bit of factor with that. But generally speaking, most landfills, except to be closed in the 1990s, are great candidates for redevelopment.
Great. Thanks, Paul. So next question, does Marathon have the ability to provide insurance guarantee that land banks that allow this to be used on land that they acquire will be insured against environmental risk, like perhaps methane issues? So, which you just mentioned. Yes, we do. So we do have our own insurance entity, as well as relations with a number of insurers and reinsurers. And we have the ability. Now, whether or not we can insure everything is going to be on a case-by-case basis, obviously. But part of the reason that we have this in place is exactly for that reason. We understand that there are risks involved in this, and we understand the advantages that we can gain by grouping these portfolios of land together, spreading the risk across them, and what that does, particularly for insurance. So that is definitely part of our program, is looking at the ability to provide that. Again, we're not guaranteeing that we will be able to do that on every location, but on a case-by-case basis, we'll be able to review what's there. But that is a pretty integral part of our program, is being able to ensure these sites, ensure these facilities. Let's see here. Trying to go in order. So what other requirements are there? Does it need to be on a power line? Would it help if we partnered with local governments who would agree to buy some of that power? So I think Ted and Paul, that either one of you, but particularly for the purchase, since we haven't discussed that yet.
Right. The answer is yes and yes. Would you agree with that, Paul?
Absolutely. Yes and yes and yes. I think the one thing that we find, and this always surprises us, is that, everything is local. And so if you're working with a community and you have a good relationship with the community, your life's just going to be much better on the day that you have an issue. A local power line is important. Oftentimes we have to build a power line for a quarter mile. Anytime you leave your site, that's always challenging. So I think building a good relationship with the community is important. And I think it's not just good business. It obviously makes sense. We're going to be taking an asset which really has no use right now and turning it into a tax-based revenue, which will be something that the community will be proud of. I have never, ever gone to a solar project after we built it and found someone who didn't like what we did. There's often resistance to change before we do something, but the solar projects are generally very well received after we've built them.
And I would just add to that that is a little different than wind. There is, people do resist, wind turbines, and there's an awful lot of urban and rural myths around all that. So there is a fight, but the typical solar project is incredibly quiet, and there really is very, very little vertical height to most of them, and so rarely have we heard of community objections.
Correct.
Right. So have you developed a cap brownfield site that included walking trails, recreation, and or educational features? Again, Paul, that's probably...
Yes. Again, building up good, the educational part is kind of fun. A lot of the times we're selling electricity, we're selling it to educational institutions. So we've got contracts in New York with Canisius College and St. Bonaventure, and a bunch of private high schools and those types of things. Frankly, they're going to be in business for another 30 years, so they're great long-term off-takers of what we're trying to sell. So it makes a lot of sense. We do have a fence around our solar farm, as per the National Electric Code, so that the site is often not adaptable to walking trails through the panels, if you will. But oftentimes we'll try to work with a community. There are bike paths near our sites, and we're fine with tying the bike paths around the solar field if that's the case. Again, that's working with the community to see what they want to do. Generally speaking, building a park on top of a closed landfill is not really a great idea. Kids digging in the landfill and that type of thing is just not really where you want to do that. So we do put appropriate redevelopment and community assets near our projects to the extent that the community wishes us to do those.
Okay, great. So how long does the solar equipment last? And does it last long enough for the initial investment to be recouped? So I know, Ted, we've had a lot of discussions about this recently. I don't know if you or Paul want to tackle this one.
So I'm going to say first, and Ted can amplify, but the very first solar panel ever made was made in the 1950s by Bell Laboratories in New Jersey. Those panels are still operating today on the roof of the Boston Museum of Science. We don't know how long solar panels last for real. It's 60 years and counting. There are some panels which are replaced due to damage or due to, the site wants to do something else, get a more efficient panel, that type of thing. But in terms of use of a panel on a site, these are permanent installations, and we would require a lease of at least 25, 30 years.
Yeah, I think that's right. I will tell you that one of the limiting factors always is how long that lease is, because that will limit what is referred to as the residual value. But if the lease is, say, 50 years, or there's 25 years with rolling options at the lessee's option, what you typically will see is in buying and selling M&A land, people are typically analyzing these as 35-year assets, with a trend of late to go to 40 years around some kind of an assumption of what's called repowering, where the inverters and some of the panels are replaced from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And in terms of the recouping the investment, the general concept of the market these days is that during the initial offtake agreement, which are somewhere between 10 and 30 years, there typically is a return of all equity investment, amortization of the debt, and amortization of any what's called tax equity, with some small low single-digit return in today's competitive market. And then most of the excess return is what's called the merchant period. So if you have a 15-year contract, and then you're going to sell power right into the grid, from years 15, the end of year 15 through years 35, that's where most of the return comes from.
Great. This is a good question. Most of the examples were land that's fairly remote. Can land in a more urban setting work? So again, Paul, this is probably for you. You know, I would say one of the issues is size, right?
Yeah,
How much land you can get in an urban setting.
you know, it's last week I was speaking at Houston Climate Week. We're developing a 300-acre landfill site 5 miles from Houston City Hall. It's unusual that there is a 300-acre landfill that close to Houston City Hall, but there is. There is no problem with, matter of fact, it's from an electrical point of view, the closer you are to load, the better. So this is probably electrically the best site in all of Texas because, you know, all the power from West Texas is trying to get to Houston. Our site in Columbus is another good example. We're, you know, within 10 miles of downtown Columbus. So to the extent that the land is available, that's great. I will caution, however, that we do worry about shade. So to the extent that the land is going to be, even the land itself or adjacent land could have tall buildings, could have anything else that's going to create shade, we'll have problems with that.
And then we've got a question here about the quality of the landfill. And I think by that, I mean, focusing on geotechnical issues on capped landfills, how critical is this factor? Several landfills being considered have questions concerning their stability, recognizing that not all landfills are closed equally.
So time here heals a lot of wounds. In this case, generally speaking, I was once at a landfill in New York City where they said that it settled 5 feet over the course of a decade, but that's the first decade. So to the extent that a landfill has been closed for 20 years plus, as I say, most have, we're pretty confident that the settling has occurred and is not going to go any further. We do tests to make sure that's true. There are other sites which have been badly closed earlier. We've seen sites that are forested. Basically, trees have grown on the landfill surface over time, and those are problematic for us. But generally speaking, we have not encountered a landfill other than Slope, which is badly closed, and the state has allowed it to just sit badly closed, and we can't use it. There are certainly issues on some sites and landfills that we wouldn't touch, but I think generally speaking, most landfills closed in the 90s are good candidate sites.
Great. And then there was a question about clarifying whether we can do it on 20 acres or 50 acres. I think when we were going through, mentioned probably a couple of different examples there as far as minimum goes.
And this goes to Josh's portfolio discussion more than anything else, that if you have an isolated site and it's 10 acres or 15 acres, it's going to be difficult to do that. If you have a site that's kind of right next to another project, you know, 10 or 20 is probably fine. We generally look at a site if it's kind of doesn't have a neighbor, doesn't have anything else. We would look at something and say, we'd really like to have 50 acres to get started. Other developers might have different standards, but to the extent that there was something that you could blend into the portfolio, as Josh alluded to, and it was a little bit smaller, that might be great.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Again, getting back to that Starbucks model, as we go through, having smaller parcels that are close to each other, near each other, helps with a lot of different aspects for, you know, both development, financing, everything else that goes along with it. So we'll kind of have to take those on an individual, a case-by-case basis. But I think that's probably a good discussion to have as we get into the specifics around anyone's, you know, individual portfolio. It looks like we probably have time for one more, and I think someone had just a question generally about the battery storage as opposed to solar. And I don't know if you can quickly sort of just delineate between the two, Paul, and discuss sort of what.
Sure. Battery storage is what you think. So occasionally it's a bright sunny day, but the sun goes away for 15 minutes because of a cloud. The battery storage can kick in and make the power a bit more uniform. There are times, generally in the summertime on a hot summer day, that the utility really wants as much power as you can make. So the battery storage allows us to get a higher reliability product. It is still a costly option, And it's something that you work on very closely with the utility to make sure that they're comfortable. It's a new option, and I'd be curious to hear Ted's views on the financeability of battery storage projects in Ohio.
I would just generally say that I agree that it is newer, but it is coming. And I would say we recently were in the market with two very, very similar Texas solar farms that we were selling, and one had a battery and one didn't. And the market paid up for the one that did on the pure optionality. So, I thought that was an interesting data point. Well above the cost of the storage because of the reasons that Paul just said. I would say, it's an interesting phenomena. Costs are coming down dramatically. Some storage projects are done in connection with solar, for the reasons that Paul had just laid out. There's also a huge amount of storage only that are going into the various different systems, and you'd have to really talk to the system operators a little bit more in detail. But on other states that are really ramping up solar, they are increasingly also ramping up programs to do solar or storage only. Storage only is, takes much less real estate, but would generally make a solar farm more valuable. So this is all brave new world stuff that is still developing. In PJM, which is, Ohio is all through, this is still very much developing in terms of the revenue model for storage only, but, it's a very real issue. And, hopefully over time, intermittent electricity coupled with storage will, and probably coupled with natural gas power will continue to be pretty much the cheapest combination.
All right. Yeah, I think we're out of time. Thank you, everyone, for spending your time listening. Please get in touch with us for more information. We look forward to hearing from you, and want to thank Jim Rackauckas for his help in educating us, getting us involved, and we're really excited about the potential for this program and how we can help all of you with your mission with the land banks.
I want to thank you all. Great panel, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
John Zampino. Hello, rock the house. Love the music. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be introducing you, John. Is John Garvey on?
Yeah, he's right here next to
Oh,
me.
hi, John. Okay. I'll be real quick and you're going to see me disappear. We've really enjoyed over the years working with Partners Environmental. They have worked with a number of our land banks around the state, and there have been really good relationships. As you know, we talked about it in the last panel. We talked about solar power and the issues of contaminated land or landfill sites and sites that appear to be unusable came up. We talked about that to John and to John Zampino and John Garvey in the context of potential using for solar fields. But I think there's many other problems we deal with on sites that are smaller and aren't going to be reused for solar or any other possible uses without cleaning up the land first. So without any further delay, I want to thank you for this panel and good luck. And if you have problems with the advancing the slides, just tell them next slide.
Okay.
You ready? Go.
Yeah, I'm trying to close that. Okay. Are we going?
No, we see you. We just don't see any PowerPoint. There you go.
Okay. So good afternoon or good morning. My name is John Zampino. I'm here with John Garvey with Partners Environmental. We are both certified professionals with the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency and are going to speak today very briefly about our role working with land banks and developers and municipalities on how to address environmental impacts on properties to get them back on the tax roll and being reused. Next slide, please. As you can see by this slide, there's many land banks out there. And what we have been encountering is that the dilemma for land banks is that there is less funding, but the need for redevelopment is not slowing down. Initially, there was a lot of federal money out there for the demolition of underutilized or vacant structures due to the subprime lending debacle and the recession. Land banks played a key role with removing those structures. And now with that money drying up, we're still left with brownfields to deal with. What we've noticed in the past year or so is that the creativity that is out there amongst land banks, consultants, developers, and municipalities has to increase in order to develop a team that can approach and attack brownfield properties together. Next slide, please. So the dilemma for brownfields, as I've mentioned, John and I are certified professionals with the Ohio EPA. We've done hundreds of tank pulls and asbestos abatements. And I think between the two of us, we have almost 40 covenants not to sue with the program. While that's not always an applicable program for brownfields, we do have a lot of experience in migrating through these projects and finding unique solutions that work for all parties. Next slide, please. So the current definition of a brownfield is that the US EPA defines a brownfield as a property the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the potential presence of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. Now, what's interesting about this definition is that the original definition had the term underutilized in it. And that posed difficulty because of the fact that it really wasn't defined. How do you determine what is underutilized? So, and it was hard to demonstrate that. So to broaden the definition, that was removed, the word underutilized was removed, and instead the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse was placed in that spot. Now, the importance of that is, what that does is it broadens the numbers, types of properties that can be used for various redevelopment. So an example would be that a municipality or developer is interested in doing a 2 or 3 acre redevelopment of a very popular corner in any town. And there's a dry cleaner that's active, or a gas station that is active within that acreage of the redevelopment. Well, now that the definition is expanded, that property does not have to be underutilized, which was difficult to determine. It can just pose an issue to expansion, redevelopment, or reuse, and therefore makes it more eligible for a land bank to come in and work through the process of removing that hurdle. Next slide, please. I may have alluded this to earlier on the prior slide, but the main issue with the brownfield is that there's no responsible party, but significant liability to an owner or a new owner. And the brownfield may not just be big industrial sites. There's numerous properties that are your quarter acre machine shop or plating facility that are in very high value locations that are still considered brownfields and have contamination that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. So what happens to a brownfield? In Ohio, we had a developer who made a statement that was very interesting. If you could get the land for free and it's clean, the deal still may not work. So what that means is that this developer that we were working with does work in Ohio, and he had a property in California, in West Hollywood. The property was a 0.7 acre site with a $200,000 underground storage tank cleanup, and the property was worth $20 million at the end, just as a purchase price. Well, in California, that $200,000 does not pose an extreme hurdle because of the payback on the backside of his redevelopment. The development went forward, they did the cleanup, and the developer is making money off of that property. Now, however, in Ohio, you may have the same 0.7 acre parcel with a $200,000 underground storage tank cleanup, but the actual value of the property will not allow, does not allow is not a good word, prohibits or makes it more difficult for the deal to go through. So your return on investment, if you have a return on investment, is slim to almost none if the property is only worth $180,000 based on tax assessment or the current rate or value of the property. So the traditional result is that the property will sit abandoned and underutilized. A government entity may pursue public subsidy to acquire and redevelop the property, or the developer may acquire it, but that's very rare. Next slide, please. Okay, so the dilemma that we're faced with is that funding is often available, and there's always an end user, not always, but there is typically an end user looking for property, and and they're both available for brownfield redevelopment. But the project cannot proceed without an entity to own the site while environmental issues are investigated and or remediated due to concerns such as environmental cleanup costs and potential overruns, regulatory risk, corporate or government policies, and the risk tolerance of the players on a particular deal. Next slide, please. So we're going to just quickly go through how the land banks can fill the void when we have that dilemma. Next slide. So what we have, the following, this slide actually deals with the safe harbor provisions that accompany land banks. While this is more of a legal slide, we're going to be providing just a summary of this information and don't want to be held to any legal interpretation on it. So the safe harbor provisions. Due to the foreclosure process, the land bank would not be considered a responsible party under CERCLA. That is assuming that the environmental due diligence, preferably a phase 1 site assessment to earn the bona fide prospective purchaser defense, is completed. The second is under ORC 575722, there's an immunity of land reutilization corporations, and they're not liable for violations of Chapter 3745, which is the Ohio EPA regulations, and 6111, which is the BUSTER, the Bureau of Underground Storage Tank Regulations, in connection with a parcel of land acquired by the land reutilization corporations. Now, in addition, under ORC 5723.014, the land bank may enter a forfeited land or any of the buildings for any one of the following reasons: to inspect it, to conduct a voluntary action, which is referring to Ohio's voluntary action program, or conduct a health and safety inspection. What's important about the ability to do that is that the land banks can actually gain information with partners such as environmental consultants, city, developers. They can gain information that can be turned around and provided to the public that allows for planning and a brief summary of items that may be prohibiting the redevelopment of a particular parcel. The land bank, unless there's willful misconduct, the land bank will not be liable for any testing or release of hazardous materials. What that refers to is that as an environmental consultant, we're asked to enter into a property, do soil and groundwater sampling, and unless we were willful in our conduct, not oftentimes, there may be the chance to exacerbate an existing condition. For instance, hitting an underground storage tank, making a penetration in it, and it would leak. As many of these properties, there's very limited information, and therefore, in order for us to gain this information, we have to have some form of protections and working through the land bank that allows us to do our work safely. Next slide, please. So at this point, we have realized that we have properties that have environmental impacts that meet the definition of the US EPA's brownfield. We know that there's the land bank, developers, and municipalities that want to address these sites. And how do we identify funding for these locations? Next slide, please. So This table, which is available on the US EPA and the Ohio EPA's website, identifies and actually outlines the entities that will provide funding and minimum requirements for projects, as well as the available information, available dollars, and so on. And I was going to take a few minutes just to walk through this, as it's very helpful as a planning tool based on the players of or your team that are approaching to do a deal with a brownfield property. Across the top, the funding programs are provided by the Ohio EPA, Jobs Ohio Revitalization Fund, the Ohio Brownfield Fund, the Abandoned Gas Station Cleanup Program, and the US EPA. Currently, the Ohio EPA has a program called the Targeted Brownfield Assessment, by which you can approach the Ohio EPA requesting dollars for brownfields, and as you go down the left-hand side, you'll see eligible activities. You can have the TBA pay for phase 1s, limited phase 2s, asbestos surveys, and geophysical surveys, as an example. This project is project specific. This source is project specific. It offers dollars on a rolling cycle. An item of interest would be that there's no end use required. The prerequisite documents, also a category on the left-hand side of this, is dependent on the scope of services. So meaning you can come in with a project that essentially has no information and you would be eligible. And then it outlines at the very bottom what the deliverable would be. It would be an assessment report, a phase 1 report that meets ASTM, AAI, and the VAP, and then sampling results. The next funding program would be the Jobs Ohio Revitalization Fund. They will provide funding for assessment and cleanup. The eligible applicants are local governments, nonprofits, and for-profits. All brownfields are eligible. The dollar amounts are outlined that you may earn up to acquire $200,000 for assessment, and cleanup can be as much as $5 million in a loan or $1 million in a GAP grant. This is no match is required for the assessment work, but there is the cleanup portion of it is reimbursable up to 75% of eligible costs. However, with the Jobs Ohio projects, the potential purchaser, user, or the group working through this do need a phase 1 completed with a scope of work that estimates the phase 2 assessment costs. Similarly, with the cleanup, you would have had to have completed your phase 1 and phase 2 assessments and then had a cleanup cost estimate. This program, this is where a lot of times the TBA can be used in conjunction with Jobs Ohio to perform a phase 1 and develop a scope of work for the phase 2, and then proceed with your Jobs Ohio funding. As far as my experience has been, there's been no one's precluded from using one or more of these programs on a project. The Ohio Brownfield Fund is a loan program. It's eligible for all brownfields. You can get a $500,000 loan for phase twos and $5 million for cleanups. These are low interest loans. There's no match required. You must deliver a VAP compliant phase two report with a no further action letter. So that would require the use of a certified professional licensed under Ohio's Voluntary Action Program. Our next funding program is the Ohio's Abandoned Gas Station Cleanup Program. These are related to former gas stations. They're only eligible for gas stations that are owned by a municipality or the land bank. Have no responsible party, and are identified by the Bureau of Underground Storage Tanks as a Class C site. So the criteria for the abandoned gas station program is a little bit more specific and set in stone before you can become eligible for the available funding. Monies include $100,000 for assessment and $500,000 for cleanup. Our final deliverable would be a Buster or VAP compliant assessment report or no further action letter. Lastly, we have the US EPA funding programs. These are for assessment and cleanup. They're administered by the US EPA, and these are provided annually on a competitive basis. Local governments, quasi-government entities, nonprofits, and states and tribes can apply or prepare an application, for assessment or cleanup dollars. However, as they mentioned, it's a competitive program. So, and you are competing with other applicants within your region. So, or throughout the nation, yes. Sorry about that. These programs allow you to get assessment dollars on a community-wide basis, a site-specific property, or under a coalition. Now, a coalition would be a municipality or multiple municipalities, a municipality and a nonprofit, and they would go in together and prepare the application for specific locations. Money is available are $300,000 for the community wide, $200,000 per site on a site-specific basis, and $600,000 for a coalition. These dollars can be split into hazardous materials and petroleum, and there'll be particular uses for each of those. And your final, we don't have any, you don't need any prerequisite documents except your application. Under the cleanup program, the only variable that you can get $500,000 per site, you will need a 20% cost share as far as the cleanup dollars are concerned. Under both programs, there's no end user needed. So as I had mentioned earlier, when we brought this slide up, this table can help you identify potential sources based on your property or the unique specifics of your property and the team that you're working with on a brownfield project. And again, it's important to know that there's no preclusion for using multiple sources of these funds on a particular project. It's been mine and John's experience where we've tapped into various programs on a certain project, and you stack the dollars and use them accordingly to move through your environmental issues. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do now is walk through a series of examples that touch on many of the different applications of projects that the land bank and other stakeholders have been involved in. And I'm going to turn the computer over to John right now, Garvey, and we'll go from there.
All right. Thanks, John. So like John said, we'll go through a few case studies and discuss, what the brownfield was and where the dollars came from to deal with some of these blighted sites. The first example is, next slide, please. Was in Richmond Heights, abandoned gas station. The owner was working through the buster process and passed away, and it became an eyesore for the city of Richmond Heights. And so they started reaching out. They had no funds to deal with it. And they had started reaching out to find some public funding for it. And that's where we were first approached. Next slide. So the owner had spent a couple $100,000 working through this, program, working through the Buster program, and then passed away, had essentially gone bankrupt working through the program. And there was just nothing left to deal with the underground storage tanks that remained at the property. And again, it just became rundown. And after about 10 years, they finally approached the county, who had site assessment dollars from the US EPA. So Cuyahoga County had a community-wide site assessment grant from US EPA, and they hired us under that grant to take a first look at the gas station and begin to start seeking a Class C determination. Next slide. Once we got involved and we determined that there was contamination there that was going to require cleanup, there was a dilemma. The tanks were still in the ground, and no one was willing to take ownership of the property in order to get the tanks out. And so, working with Cuyahoga County and their demolition funds, and Cuyahoga Land Bank and their demolition funds, and their ability to take ownership and get the cleanup done, demolition funds were used to remove the tanks from the ground under some of those authorities that John talked about earlier. And once the tanks were out of the ground, the land bank was able to take ownership safely. It was debated whether they could take ownership safely with the tanks in the ground, but Cuyahoga Land Bank was not interested in testing that at the time. So we did find a way to get the tanks out using demolition money. They took ownership, and then the land bank entered into an agreement with the city and Cuyahoga County to administer the funds to go through the cleanup. And that was a revolving loan fund, US EPA revolving loan fund that was provided by Cuyahoga County that was used for proceeding. Next slide. It was because we got a Class C determination, we were able to move through John, we have to do polling questions.
Okay.
We were able to enter the voluntary action program instead of going through the buster process, which we believed would be more efficient. And ultimately, we were able to get issue the NFA on the property, and that site is now a fenced green space, not put back into use, but no longer a blight to the city. And so that was a combination of US EPA dollars from Cuyahoga County, demolition funds from the land bank, and assessment funds from both the land bank and the county. And both of their money came from US EPA on the assessment end. So we can go through the next slide and then on to the next example. And John, what do we need to do for our polling questions? How does that work?
I think we just ask. I'm not sure.
All right. Well, ours was submitted,
Right.
correct?
John, I think Rock the House has to post those. Rock the House, are you there?
Okay, I just need to ask them to pull it up. Okay. Polling question 1. All right, we'll close ours, right, John?
Yeah.
Because we're obviously here. Okay. This next example is obviously a far less common, I guess, in terms of brownfields. It's the old Parmadale Hospital. And this was basically a former orphanage in the city of Parma. West Creek Conservancy was interested in acquiring it and expanding the park. And they ended up seeking help from the Cuyahoga Land Bank. Cuyahoga Land Bank had a US EPA community-wide assessment grant at the time, and they still do, and I think have since then. But so this originally was an institutional. It was essentially orphanage with school and church. West Creek Reservation got $1.5 million in Clean Ohio conservation funds to acquire the land, and needed to go through the assessment process. And what we found out there was, using the US EPA dollars from the land bank, was they had a significant asbestos concern that would have to be addressed prior to demolition. But we did the phase 1 and the phase 2, some underground storage tank work, and all of the environmental issues except asbestos were quite manageable. West Creek is entered into partnership or an agreement with Cleveland Metro Parks, who will be the stewards of the property for the long term. And if you go to the next slide, this is just a picture of the path that leads to the Parmadale area and will be connected and go through the Parmadale area once the abatement is complete. Unfortunately, last I knew, the abatement was not complete, and vandalism and arson was a fairly significant issue at the site. So hopefully that abatement can occur quickly and soon. This is next example is a project that is underway. This is a project where we were approached by Nevco, who had a US EPA community-wide assessment grant. Nevco was approached by, I think, Ohio Erie Canalway, and the focus was on a site called Summit Lake in Akron. So if you go to the next slide, Summit Lake was, I think it's about an 80-acre lake. I think the land surrounding totals about 97 acres that we were looking at. But it's actually got a fairly interesting history. It was the city's drinking water source for a long period. It was the location of some fairly prominent amusement parks back in the 20s and 30s. If you go to the next slide, it now is in a fairly impoverished area of Akron. It's still used by recreational fishermen It's not used by, it's not used for swimming, at least not, it's not supposed to be. And there's not much going on there. Until recently, there really wasn't much going on around it. And that's part of the focus of the Knight Foundation and Ohio Erie Canalway is they wanted to revitalize the canal between Summit Lake and downtown and revitalize Summit Lake at the same time. So we were brought in to conduct phase 1, phase 2 studies on the dry land, and some ecological sediment analysis. Go to the next slide. So a lot of players involved with this one. There's the Trust for Public Land, the Knight Foundation, NEFCO, Ohio EPA, US EPA, City of Akron. A lot of people bringing funding together. Knight Foundation is going to be the primary funding source for the redevelopment itself. If you can go to the next slide. And the hope is that we would increase accessibility to the lake. They'd like to get some, they'd like to have beaches. We don't know if that's going to be feasible yet, but certainly docks, kayak launches, potentially swimming areas without beaches, and just an increased access for fishermen because it is quite, it's actually a pretty productive lake. And our data ultimately showed that the water quality, now the water quality fluctuates in Summit Lake because it is used to both, it's pumped from, or drained, I should say, through the canalway to feed the river because of agreements that were made with the city. So the level fluctuates, there's a lot of flow through, but the water quality is essentially suitable for swimming. The shallow sediment was found to not pose an unacceptable risk. And so right now there are planning planning projects in place for creating access to the lakes and recreation around the lakes and potentially making them more available for recreation for the surrounding neighborhoods. This next project is one that Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, because they had a requirement for creating green retention basins for their stormwater control. So this was part of one of their green infrastructure projects, and turns out it was a good portion of the property was quite contaminated. If you would go to the next slide. This shows there was previously a residential area in general, but part of Kingsbury Run, one of the branches of Kingsbury Run ran through this property, and so there was an associated ravine. Next slide. And then over the years, that ravine was filled. And as it turned out, it was filled with construction debris, refuse, industrial waste, and then it became a junkyard, which didn't help. You go to the next slide. You can see some of what that junkyard operation looked like. This is what, one of those pictures is what was left of the bottom of the ravine after almost all of it was filled. It was just basically a cesspool. And we, through funding from the sewer district, conducted several assessments of the property. The sewer district went after US EPA money for cleanup, and they were able to get two $300,000 cleanup grants for the property. And that played a significant role in them going forward. Although they would have done the project anyway, it did meet the brownfield definition, and they certainly had a need for the money. So we did several cleanups of hotspots, PCBs and PAHs. Go to the next slide. This is what it looks like. This was the plan, and then the following slide. It doesn't have it. Okay, never mind. Go back. So this is what it is today. It is essentially a park setting. There are trails. There's a restored wetland, and everything else is basically basin and green space. But it's a significant improvement for the neighborhood compared to what it was, and it does serve the purpose for the sewer district as well. Henninger Road landfill is one where Western Reserve Land Conservancy had an interest in connecting the trail from the zoo to the west of them to the existing trail to the east, and Henninger Road landfill was the only thing in the way. And so the Western Reserve Land Conservancy approached Cuyahoga County, who funded, with their US EPA community-wide money, funded an assessment of the property. And then Cuyahoga County was able to fund the VAP process, going through the VAP process using the revolving loan fund. And so what that site basically was, it was a landfill from 1948 to about 1987. A good portion of that time, it was an undocumented, unregulated landfill. And then they were permitted to take foundry sand and construction and demolition debris. And so no one was interested in taking ownership and helping to facilitate this path going through. So Western Reserve Land Conservancy, they secured the Clean Ohio Conservation Fund grant for acquisition. Cuyahoga County used their US EPA money to pay for a consolidation of prior data and a risk assessment. And then like I said, they used the revolving loan fund, which was a US EPA funded at the Cuyahoga County, to conduct the additional assessments needed to get to the NFA. And now, this is probably hard to see, but you can see the trail system there and where the landfill is and its relationship to the zoo. So it's really, and the Land Conservancy has since partnered with Metro Parks, who have started the construction process on the trail system. So it's a pretty neat success story there on a kind of, green reuse of the brownfield. This is not the trail that's there again, but it is the trail that is going to connect to in this next slide. All right, so this next one is, next slide, I'm sorry. So this is a site where NEFCO, with their community-wide assessment grant, we conducted phase 1 and phase 2 assessments, and the land bank ultimately came in to acquire and consolidate the adjoining parcels, and that facilitated a new Dollar Tree in this neighborhood, which was a significant improvement to what it was before. I'm going to turn it back to John to talk about a couple of other uses that are not so assessment oriented, more planning oriented. And again, these are grants that land banks can get. I know a lot of these examples, the land bank wasn't as involved, but it's all funds that the land banks are eligible for. Before I move on, there are a couple slides that we didn't get in here. And then we've had some good examples of projects with Lake County Land Bank. They've actually stepped in, and because of their protections under Ohio law, were able to acquire a salt fill landfill that was under orders from Ohio EPA. And then they went through and followed the due diligence and bona fide prospectus purchaser process and acquired or took ownership of that landfill, so it would be out of the hands of the responsible party. And the Ohio EPA is currently, with the settlement money, is currently putting out bids to have that salt fill removed. And ultimately, the land bank will then turn the land back over to whoever the chosen end user is, whether it's the Natural History Museum or Lake Metro Parks or who it may be. But they played an important role in getting it out of the hands of the responsible party so that the cleanup could be done. And we've done a lot of work with Summit Land Bank, and they're taking ownership of blighted properties so that there would at least be a steward of the property, to them playing a key role in getting some orders and OEPA orders and MERCA closure requirements resolved at a property in the city of Macedonia where there was a potential end user. And I know we've accompanied potential buyers to tour the site. So again, both those folks are very active in this kind of work as well. John?
Okay. All right, I think we can probably post the second question for everyone. Oh, not that one.
What is it?
What corridors are subject to a brownfield inventory? Was there another question that we had on there that we could use? Or we can post both of them at the end. Okay, there it was. We can go to the next slide. All right, so as John mentioned, I'm going to review two projects that involved brownfield inventories. They're more planning in nature, and then a project that involves a landfill that's located in the city of Cleveland. All three projects would not have been possible without the Cuyahoga County Land Reutilization Corporation working with the other entities that vary, which I thought was interesting, in using the US EPA grant that Cuyahoga County Land Bank acquired. And they were able to use money under a petroleum and a hazardous materials property that's used petroleum and or hazardous materials. So brownfield inventories identified parcels for further assessment based on the US EPA definition of a brownfield. We discussed that earlier. I have reiterated the definition here. The purpose of the brownfield inventory was to examine large areas, linear areas, and to gain enough information that would allow some decision making on what parcels, based on a redevelopment plan or existing land use plan, would be the best targets for additional assessment. Next slide, please. So our scope of work included a database review, which is standard for doing environmental investigations, such as a phase 1 environmental site assessment. We examined city directories, Sanborn fire insurance maps. Anyone not familiar with those is Sanborn fire insurance maps are maps of neighborhoods that actually identify fire threats to fires, things that would make a fire difficult to fight, underground storage tanks, dip tanks, solvent and degreasing areas, and they name a lot of historical locations on parcels that you're investigating. We examined aerial photographs and then also took a look at public information such as the current owner, address, the land use, such as the zoning, and the parcel size and acreage. What we typically look at in these in areas when you're doing brownfield inventories are conditions typically that pose an environmental concern, which are auto repair facilities, gasoline filling stations, underground storage tanks. I reference gasoline, but there's also waste oil, hazardous materials formerly used by industrial operations, dry cleaners, which used chlorinated solvents to clean clothes, and various commercial industrial facilities and their processes, such as painting and plating. Next slide, please. So our first location is in East Cleveland, Ohio. The land bank worked with City of East Cleveland, the municipality directly. We examined Euclid Avenue and one of the offshot main thoroughfares, Hayden Avenue. This portion of Euclid Avenue is located between the City of Cleveland and then moving towards the west, the City of Euclid. Next slide, please. We examined 380 parcels were identified along the Euclid Avenue corridor. Of the 380, we identified 104 brownfields. On the Hayden Avenue corridor, there was 187 parcels with 62 brownfields. Of the 166 brownfield properties, 56 were vacant. What we did at that point was examine which parcels were publicly owned and privately owned. 35 were privately owned and recommended for phase ones, or publicly owned, and 21 were privately owned. Our purpose for splitting out public versus private was access to a publicly owned parcel, whether it was owned by the land bank or the East Cleveland or the City of Cleveland, allowed for access issues to be minimal to none. Although we had 21 parcels that were privately owned, the City of East Cleveland partners and Cuyahoga County got together and the land bank, I'm sorry, yeah, the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, identified 10 properties to be to have phase one environmental site assessments completed on them. Next. Similarly, we did a project. Well, let's go back one slide. So where this comes into from a planning component, going through the corridor, identifying the properties for phase ones and completing the phase ones sets us up for the next round of funding. And if we would go back to, we don't have to, but when we discuss the public funding resources, that's where we can go back and for resources that require phase ones, you can go back to that table and identify who you would approach for the next round of assessment in the form of an asbestos survey, phase 2 site assessment, geophysical surveys, and so on. So that wasn't included in this slide, but that's where we're setting the table for the next step. Go ahead, next slide, please. This time, the Cuyahoga County Land Bank worked with a nonprofit, Midtown Cleveland, working on Carnegie and Payne Avenues, which are primary thoroughfares through the Midtown service area. Next slide. 256 parcels were identified along Carnegie Avenue. 108 of them were brownfields. Of the 167 parcels on Payne, 63 were brownfields. Of the 166 brownfield properties, only 30 were vacant. Similarly, we split them up into public and privately owned properties, conferred with Midtown Cleveland, which actually has a redevelopment plan that we could overlay our brownfield properties onto, to then select and identify those parcels that are most important to Midtown's plan. As a result, we are in the process of completing 10 phase ones. Well, six of 10 phase ones. We are still waiting to gain access to some privately owned parcels. Next slide. All right, this is the Shaft Road landfill project. This was a team was the Cuyahoga County Land Bank working with West Creek Conservancy and Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer. The purpose of this work was to determine how we could reuse the top of the landfill, the flat surface, and at the same time conduct a stream restoration and bank stabilization for West Creek, which runs along the toe of the landfill and was rerouted back as part of the landfill development. Next slide, please. This is just a quick overview of the information that we brought together. Because there was not a lot of publicly available information, we had to use various sources to recreate what the landfill has as far as monitoring wells, explosive gas, geotechnical borings, and the limits of waste. Next slide. Our work, we reviewed 236 documents. I give the breakout. I'm kind of running through this in a hurry because we're running out of time, but this is the breakout of all the documents that we reviewed. Next slide. Our final conclusions included doing an ALTA survey to determine the developable part of the property, conduct planning activities such as land use assessment, infrastructure inventory, market studies, and a reuse assessment. In addition, we recommended doing a wetlands determination and delineation. Next slide. Oh, and then depending on what their plan would be, they may have to do a NEPA investigation and upgrade their sedimentation pond. And the first step would be to contact and coordinate with the Ohio EPA. Next slide. Oh, so I was just bringing that back around if we had time to ask questions about it. But that completes our presentation.
John, both to
Yes.
John Zampino, and
Yes.
I'm always amazed at the width and the breadth of the work that you guys do. And I really appreciate it. I know your contact information is on there. We have access to the deck. I've had a person text me, is it possible we can see these slides? Can we post them publicly, or would you rather work with us individually? Do you have any decision on that?
I think we could probably post them to our website.
Your website. Okay. We'll let people know, because I've had a couple of people text me and ask me if they have access to this. So we really appreciate it. It was very, very informative. And as I said, I'm amazed at the quality and the quantity. You guys are in projects everywhere. We want to thank you. And I want to let the people in the Land Bank Network know we're going to take about a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 12:50. So thank you very much, partners.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello, Jim. Hey, Jim.
Well, this is going to be a conversation. Gus, unmute yourself. You're muted. Actually, that's not bad. It means I get to talk nonstop. But anyway, I'm glad you unmuted. It's a conversation, and I want to, first off, just real quickly, I want to thank all our sponsors. They've been flashed on the screen. They have been very generous, and this new reality of COVID, to be able to attract all the sponsors we did was wonderful. Yeah, I also want to thank the attendees. We, at any given time, are in the 180, 120, 170 range, but we know that by tracking that well over 200 people at some time or another have checked in for sessions. So we appreciate that. And I want to thank your staff, Gus, for helping out on this, and you.
Our pleasure. It's a great conference so far.
If you could, we can't hear you. Can you speak up a little, or?
I said, thank you, and it's our pleasure. It's been a great conference so far.
So I'm going to do this because you knew that I would. We wrote this book, you and I, and here it is. And it's gotten great reviews from the mayor of Toledo and Alan Malik and Congressman Dan Kildee, as you know, and Frank Alexander, and from Ned Hill, professor at Cleveland State, at Ohio State, former dean. Shortly, Madison Shaheen from my staff will be posting online. She just put it in. All participants, she let people know where to get the book. If they buy it through Bell Publishing and not Amazon, the proceeds, more of the proceeds will come back to our organizations. I don't think it made the New York Times bestseller list, so clearly we're not going to get rich on this, but our organizations might see a little something. So anyway, for those who are attending, it's up on the site. So Gus, it's been now. Gus, somehow you're still very, very muted. Is there any way your staff can get you?
We're going to try, and I'm going to talk louder.
Okay, you'll have to yell.
I'm going to. Just like
well,
I
let's
always
see.
do with you.
It's now been 11 years since the land bank has opened, and come on, Mike Schramm, get in there, help us. 11 years since the land bank opened, and 10 years and 3 months since Peter Uvagi's bill passed that allowed for land banks of 60,000 in population or greater. So we now have a lot of history, and I'll just say this, and I'm going to ask you a question. I am just so gratified as I listen to all these panelists and these panels, just how many around the state are saying, we're doing this because of the land bank. We've done this with our land bank. Habitat for Humanity. Yesterday, you probably heard it, but the Habitat people said yesterday, both the statewide director, John Habit, and others, that land banks have changed the face of Habitats for Humanity in Ohio. And my only regret is that they can't change the face in every county because we're only in 60. But what about your relationship with Habitat? You work together virtually every day.
Habitat is a key player for us. They have been one of our nonprofit agencies that we do what we call special projects with. But they're one of the main producers, Lutheran Metro Ministries, Habitat, the City Mission. But Habitat is by far the one that most deals with our properties, rehabs, and provides affordable housing, because they do the whole turnkey thing. The financing and the raising the money through their philanthropy. So I don't know, we're probably over close to 60 homes now rehabbed with Habitat for Humanity.
One of the points raised yesterday, we agreed to work on this collectively. One of the points raised by the statewide director is that we should find a way to solidify the relationship at the state level of the relationship between Habitat and land banks, and possibly a financing arms like OFA or OCCH, that when we start talking about future funding rounds at OFA, they should start perhaps carving out a little something for all these lots we've made available and all these houses that we can potentially acquire, and really kind of formalize relationship between land banks and Habitat. As they said yesterday, they're doing a boom business because of organizations like yours. So we want to thank you for helping to run a great land bank. You want to talk a little bit about the book, Gus? You wrote some of the critical chapters. I wrote the fluff, folks who listen. I wrote the stuff that gets into the why we did it, but you really got into the nuts and bolts. Do you want to just talk a little bit about your participation in this? Because we both had a hand in it, obviously.
Well, there was a lot of collaboration in drafting the statute and a lot of activity, which I would call the policy process. The policy process, including, you know, the media, collaborating with partners, technicians who could write, community development advocates. But once it all passed, we, I think that we needed to just kind of give the world, or at least our sense was to give the world an idea of some of the unique things that went into the bill that really affected operations on the ground, which allowed us to transact. So the policy was great, having a land bank was great, but I think this took the community development practice a notch up in terms of the ability to do three things: have an entity that could transact, number two, be able to get the product through reformed tax foreclosure, and ultimately have the funding to do it. I mean, I kind of describe it, there's all kinds of metaphors, but I kind of describe it as, you know, the chassis is the entity, the engine is the tax foreclosure, or the hospital, if you want to put it that way. You have to be able to get the patient though, and that's tax foreclosure. You get the product and the cancer so that we can triage it. And then the gasoline is the funding, which has traditionally been the problem with land banks throughout the entire country. They sometimes either have just one, sometimes they can accomplish two of those things, but very few of them throughout the country have all three of them: the chassis, the engine, and the fuel. So it was a desire to put that in writing and to explain all that in greater detail so that not only we can sort of celebrate that here in Cuyahoga County and Ohio, but so that other states that are struggling with the same issues can take a look at it and say, well, if they could do it there, maybe we can do it in our state as well.
Chapter 7, of course, you talk about the success of your land bank. So let me ask you this. You were there at the beginning. Obviously, you wrote the bill. You were there for the many, many trips you made to Columbus, many, many lobbying attempts to finally get the bill passed. What's your biggest surprise, right? Okay, you've been running it now since June of 2009. If you can think back, and just like you asked people to think and dream, and they came up with the Dorothy memo, well, I'm going to ask you to do a retroactive look back. What surprises you the most? Did you have any idea that we'd be here today?
Jim, what surprises me the most is how functional it all was. You know, from the time that the bill passed and we opened up our doors, we were on pins and needles just waiting for something to go wrong. You know, either we forgot something or something didn't work or some part of the structure of the statute didn't work. But so that surprised me, is that we didn't have to like immediately go back to the legislature and try to fix something other than the population clause, which you were instrumental in taking care of with Peter Uvagis. But so that to this day continues to be, you know, a remarkable thing that we're very grateful for. And the other thing I guess I would say is just that how well it took off and how collaborative our county was, and ultimately the other counties as well, because don't forget, you need auditors, treasurers, county commissioners to pass the original resolutions. So that was really remarkable to me, looking back to see how much collaboration and how much buy-in we received from all levels of county government, and now all levels of county government in 57 counties.
Soon to be 60, 59 actually now. So we're thrilled at that number. In fact, I know there are people on here watching now and who are still trying to make that decision. Do we need one? I'm going to be in Gallia County, down in Gallipolis, making a presentation to the county commissioners on Thursday morning. And I've been there before, so I think they're seriously contemplating the creation of a land bank. But we still, have pushback, and that's okay. I understand that. People saying we don't need it, we're okay, or they rail sometimes about the fact they don't want any more government, and I get it. But the point I've made, and please expound on it, it's not something you necessarily have to use, but it is a nice tool to have in the toolkit, right? that when I listen to Partners Environmental and their presentation, so much of what they've done has been work around the land bank. Listen to Habitat, John Habit. So much of the work they've done has been around the land bank. I look, by the way, chapter 7 is your work, but I wanted to pick up on that. Chapter 8 is the work of about 12 other land banks around the state. So it's not just the big land banks that have been doing it, it's the small land banks. And to the people who are listening and still contemplating the possibility of creating a land bank, I would just let them know that there's no rigid requirement that once they establish the tool, they have to start working immediately to foreclose or take vacant and abandoned properties. But I spoke to a land bank just recently, and they're undertaking a very simple task. They're going to their distressed properties, and they're approaching the property owner next door or across the street and saying, look, we can clean the title. If we clean the title, are you interested in this property? Now they're telling them if it's in bad shape, they're going to have to do the demolition, because those land banks don't have the money, NIP dried up, or they'll rehab it. And they are amazed at the response rate. This is a small county in Southern Ohio. They've already had like 12 takers who are saying, if you can clean up that title, that mess, we'll take it. And that's what I wanted you to talk about just briefly, the tool that you created when you wrote the bill to clean up the title. Is there any more powerful element of the bill you think than that?
Well, I think when you're transacting in real property, particularly distressed property, clean title is king. If you don't have clean title, you're hobbling, and there's really nothing you can do about that. You might make a little bit of progress, but without clean title, you really have nothing. And so the tax foreclosure has always been there to clean title, but we've sort of designed it in a way that we can not only clean the title, but now we can get access to the properties. As I like to say, we can get access to the patient so that we can cure the disease. And I was blown away when I was listening to, I think it was Tom Snyder from Lawrence, and then Rick Wasserman, and then a little bit later, Deb Floor in Youngstown. It's incredible the creativity that they are exercising in those counties. And to your point, the nice thing about Ohio's land banking laws is that they can be calibrated to do just that. You can either decide to go full steam ahead like the Cuyahoga Land Bank has done, or using virtually every enablement possible in the statute, or it could be calibrated to a county that doesn't have that level of need, or even if it does have the level of need, maybe politically, there's only a certain level to which the local government there is willing to exercise these enablements. So it's not like a cookie cutter thing where if you can't use one, or if you can't use this, you can't use them all. It's designed to be flexible in that way, to be respectful of the politics of every single county. And that's what's beauty about it. I remember originally, Jim, I think it was Trumbull County, or there was a county that, or maybe it was, well, anyway, I don't remember, but they needed to create a land bank so that they can take care of one property of 300 acres that was bedeviling that particular county for many, many decades. And they incorporated their land bank, they cleaned the title, they were able to hold it and then transfer it responsibly. And they incorporated just for that one property. So sometimes it's just that. As it turns out, that county now uses the land bank quite robustly. But the beauty of it is you can calibrate how you like.
So we couldn't envision this. It's been 10 years, in the case of your county, 11. Where do you think, where do you see it going? I'm not going to be here in 10 years, so maybe you will be, or I know Mike Polensnik will still be. He'll be been in council at that point for 50 years. I think Mike is watching, so I can kid about that. Where do you see it going? If you had to guess, what's the next generation of development for land banks? Continue to do the work we're doing. What else?
I think that we're going to always be doing the same work that we're doing, but I think that now with demolition funds having dissipated, and frankly having dealt with a lot of the at least the residential demolition needs. I mean, we still have it, and people get nervous when I say that, but it's closer to pre-2008 levels. But regardless of that, the demolition fundings has dissipated. So I think there's going to be a premium going forward on research. We have always done research, but I think that we have to be particularly strategic now in being able to identify target areas, identify areas that are catalytic, so that when we intervene and we do something, that it's really catalytic, and it's allowing land banks not only to sustain themselves, but to sustain the neighborhood that they're in. No longer can you just take a blighted property that has no connection to anything and knock it down sheerly because of blight. You know, there needs to be strategy. So I think research is going to be key. You know, where do we assemble properties? How do we assemble them, and for whom? Whether it's economic development or affordable housing. And then that is going to have to undergird, in my opinion, a very healthy look at partnerships. We all partner now, but that's going to have to really increase. You mentioned Habitat. You know, in Cuyahoga County, Habitat's very active. So is Lutheran Metro Ministries, that does a lot of housing. But I think that those partnerships, they're not going to just be organizations that we just off properties to. Now we're going to have to really connect with them and connect with their philanthropy. We're going to have to be strategic with them and let them do what they do, with a premium on what we do. They don't have the research, they don't have the holding power that we do. So I think partnerships is really key. I think research is going to be at a premium to be able to forecast. You know, Nigel presented yesterday. The tools that he's developing for forecasting, I think, is going to be really important. And then on the development side, I think land banks are going to become very crucial in the area of economic development. Again, the same thing: research, being able to assemble properties, being able to find properties that are commercial or industrial properties, and trying to assemble them, team up with environmental organizations that can help deal with the environmental problem. But if we can deal with the title work and the taxes to be able to assemble properties and do it in a way that actually becomes part of the development project itself. And what I mean by that is land banks have the ability to hold properties exempt during pre-development phase. They also have the ability to bond. Our land bank did a $17 million bond, as you recall, in the beginning for demolition. But it doesn't mean that it can't be done for an economic development project.
So, Gus, so much of this revolves around funding. So we've talked about, you know, all the money that's been raised. We had a call yesterday with both Senator Brown and with Governor DeWine. Both of them recommitted themselves to the work of land banks and recommitted themselves to helping us find additional funding. COVID has obviously thrown, you know, curveball to us when it comes to state funding. We had a bill through Dave Greenspan that was moving forward, and then COVID put an end to that. If you had to guess, you've done a lot around residential, but obviously the industrial and commercial is very costly. Have you ever done any estimates through Mike Schramm in your office? How many commercial and industrial square feet are vacant out there that you've been tracking? I'm assuming it's many millions. And to take that down, to try to repurpose it, it's a lot more than the $10,000 per house you're spending on a demolition.
It is, and we did do that research, and I do have that information, but not here. But it's in the millions. You know, we have not touched factories, commercial properties, all of the multifamily apartments that are vacant and abandoned. I think there's just in Cleveland, there's like 500 or more vacant and abandoned apartments.
East Cleveland alone has about 130 of those, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, and Cleveland around 500 or so. And so it's still a major problem. But I think, just like the Amazon project, I like to bring that up all the time.
Please explain that, would you? What you did there. It's so amazing. The Amazon project, it might be the best example in the state.
Well, the Amazon project, it was the North Randall Mall, which at the time that it was built, it was the biggest mall in the country. And some 15 years ago, I'm guessing, it finally closed. And it sat there vacant and abandoned for many, many years. Many of the buildings, the old Higbee's building, there was a Macy's there. There were several others, a lot of asbestos in them and all. What could you do with that? What could anybody ever do with that? Certainly a land bank couldn't take it in and hold it. But again, there are users that if you can assemble those parcels, and if you can eliminate the taxes on them, all of a sudden somebody's junk becomes somebody's treasure. And so a developer, a prominent developer in this area, decided that if they could get those parcels, then they would market the property, and they had Amazon in mind. But so it took like about 5 or 6 years, but we ultimately assembled it all. We brought it in, and now there's 2,500 jobs there. And
2,500 jobs. And I want to just quickly, 2,500 jobs on a site that if you had not done that, it would have possibly left the county, number one. And some of the ripple effects include the mayor of an adjoining suburb, Mayor Blackwell, in Maple Heights, that said those jobs have served to help stabilize her inner ring suburb, because much of her residential housing stock now has a market, has buyers in the form of employees at Amazon. I just wanted to bring
those
them
are
up.
all good wage positions there. I mean, they're not gonna, I mean, they're not like high level executive jobs, but they're also much better than minimum wage. And so Maple Heights, which is right next to North Randall Mall, they've had a little bit of a housing boom on account of it. It was a $170 million project. So a lot of jobs, a lot of commercial activity. But my only point is that right now, those are the kinds of things that we're going to start having to look at. And now that we're sort of moving away, not away from, but we're expanding from the residential and trying to deal with the commercial property or problem, that's how we have to start looking at this. And so again, it requires partnerships, economic development departments, developers, real estate brokers, to try to take these properties and sort of mix and match with end users. And I know Toledo, the Lucas County Land Bank does this a little bit more on a menu basis, but I think we all have to start doing it. And we have the ability to design tax foreclosure for social impact projects, economic development, but with a social impact. There's a justification for customizing tax abatement and leasing the property back to an end user as part of the financing stack. So these are just things that we have the capability in the statute, we're legally able to do. We just have to talk those things out in our communities and see how we want to use those tools. Some people might want to use their DTAC to help do a small bond. It just depends.
Well, I want to repeat what I said in the book. I mean this, and you don't need this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I want to thank you. I don't think people realize how difficult this bill was to write. I tell the story often that the Legislative Service Commission tried. They worked with you, and at some point, they threw their hands up and said, "We can't do this. It's too complex." And you ended up taking responsibility for writing the bill. And Frank Alexander, one of the preeminent legal experts in America on this topic, said, and it's on our book cover, the book is a master, the land bank legislation in Ohio is a masterpiece. As Dan Kildee called it, Congressman Kildee, the founder of the movement in 2004 in Michigan, he called it the Michigan Bill on steroids. So on behalf of everybody, I want to thank you. And I know sometimes you probably feel like you're playing whack-a-mole because you think you wrote the perfect bill, and then when you're affecting literally 100 sections of the code, a little mole will pop up and you'll hit that, but that causes another mole to rear its head. So you've been doing a little bit of that over the last 10 years, but I think you're close. I think this wrap-up bill we have now is essential. I want to thank Senator Dolan for bringing it forward and State Representative Patton. So I'm going to just thank you on behalf of the group and thank you on behalf of the land banks in Ohio. And we look forward to continued relationships and more money, more money, more money, huh? If we get a little more money, we can do a little more.
Well, you can't do all this stuff unless you have somebody that's opening up the doors, and so you gave me the opportunity to do it. Otherwise, none of us would be here. So again, thank you back.
Thank you, and look forward to seeing you at the board meeting today. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. I just asked Matt is in my office. I don't know if the commissioner and Chris and Jeff are all together. You want to bring up your screens? Jeff, you there? Commissioner B. Miller and Chris Pycraft, good to see you all. We're going to begin a video. I just wanted to do a very brief intro. First of all, welcome everybody back to this 1:30 panel, which I found so fascinating. When I got this call from Jeff Godke about what had been presented to the folks in Knox County, I said, you know what? This should be a session at our land bank conference. So I appreciate your willingness to allow us to use you as a case study. I'm going to ask our friends at Rock the House to begin the video. I visited Knox County with Jack Brancatelli, so please roll it, Rock the House.
So I'm here this morning with Jeff Godke, who is the president of the Knox County Area Development Foundation. In that role, you also serve as president of the Knox County Land Bank.
That's right.
This is a fascinating building. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. So we're sitting in the former B&O Railroad Depot built in 1900. The story goes that the B&O sent an architect up here to build two depots, one in Mount Vernon and one in Sandusky. Sandusky was a bigger town, so they were going to build the nicer, more ornate depot up there and get a more nondescript one down here. The story goes that the architect got up to Mount Vernon, got off the train and met a girl and decided to stay for 6 months and build the nicer depot here and the less nice one up in Sandusky.
Well, it certainly is nice. When did they leave here and what happened? What's the history of this land property?
This stopped serving as a passenger depot in the 1960s and then served as some railroad offices and was abandoned for quite some time. And then in 2008, through a public-private partnership with the city of Mount Vernon, it was acquired and refurbished, and the Area Development Foundation moved in last year.
We're here today to look at it's based on, we can see it's the largest transaction any land bank in the state is involved with. Wow. So you have the biggest transaction we're going to be focusing on, 47 acres, 25 buildings. Mm-hmm. How did this relationship come about?
So that particular property has been vacant for about 3 years. We have made numerous attempts to lease the buildings, but for whatever reason, we haven't had much success.
You say you, have they asked you, the land bank, to be involved in this?
No, so when I say we, I mean Area Development Foundation as the economic development group for the county. So it's right out our back window. I can see it through my office.
Sure,
it's been
right
it's been our #1 economic development priority for 3 years, but no movement has happened. Recently, last October, some representatives from the company came and said, you know, we don't really want this anymore. We feel like it's best to be in local control, and we were very glad that they're being community-minded. They understand what that property means to the community and the potential that it has, not only to be repurposed, but the potential it has if it falls into disrepair and vacancy. So we're very grateful that they were so community-minded, and they said, you know, we'd like to turn this over to someone locally. So.
And have they kept people on site who have maintained the buildings? I mean, maintaining that many buildings cannot be, that's not an inexpensive proposition.
Right. There are currently an on-site maintenance team that maintains all of the systems in the building. So everything works. It's not pretty over there, but it needs a little lipstick, but everything works and it's move-in ready.
So you're going to get a piece of property where the buildings are maintained, mm-hmm. taxes are current, but it's not without some hair.
Correct.
There is some hair on the deal, so
Correct.
to speak. Okay. What will happen in terms of the development of these? How will your ownership change the picture from what it is currently to what you hope it will be in the future? How do you think the land bank can be more nimble, more agile, and more creative in trying to repurpose those buildings?
Sure. So what our property management and repurposing scheme is, the land bank will hold title to the property, but we're going to create a separate supporting organization to be the on-site property managers and redevelopers. That group will be made up of some facility experts, some finance experts, some local business people, and it's going to be their job to create a vision and a pathway to repurpose that property. Of course, the land bank will have the final say on buyers or lessees or something like that.
Do you have any opinion on that? Would you sell a parcel would you subdivide it and sell them off individually? Do you want to be the landlord? What's your feeling about that?
So the land bank doesn't want to be a landlord. There may be some cases.
Smart, by the way. That's very smart.
There may be some cases where we have to do some leases, and we're not sure if Area Development Foundation may take the lease to a particular building and sublease to a company so that the land bank doesn't have to be a landlord. I guess we're having this conversation with so many questions that we haven't been able to answer yet.
Which hopefully we'll do as part of a discussion we're going to have today. We hope we can reach out to people in this audience and they can offer some suggestions.
I'd love to hear it. As I see it, we have two options. One is parcel up all 47 acres and sell them individually, or keep it together as one and do some kind of industrial park HOA type situation. Yeah. The way that the utilities are all connected and things, that seems like it's a more reasonable approach, but we haven't quite figured that out, and I'm certainly willing to hear what everybody has to say.
Of the 25 buildings, how many, what's the square footage on all of it? Do you have a number? Got to be hundreds of thousands of feet.
Almost 700,000.
And how much of that is office space where you could bring in an office user?
About 90,000.
9,000. So of the remaining, let's say 600,000 feet, if it was used for a specific purpose and constructed that way, will it prevent it from being used quickly for something else?
No. There are 4 major industrial facilities over there, and they can accommodate pretty much anything anybody's looking for. I mean, there's 100 cranes over there.
Wow.
On site. One of the buildings is 82 feet in ceiling height.
100 working cranes?
Yes.
Well, there you go. There's a selling point.
Right.
Yeah. But by the way, speaking of selling points, any interest so far in any of the buildings?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Do you hope to have those people in sometime in 2020 or even sooner?
There's one company that's waiting for the land bank to have the lease so they can sign a lease. They've been waiting since March. So we're hoping to move somebody in quickly. And that'll help offset our costs too.
Sure.
As well.
Warehousing space, I mentioned there's plenty of warehouse space over there.
There's about 30,000 square feet of dedicated warehouse space, but there's also some smaller buildings kind of spread out that could work for that as well.
Plenty of opportunities.
Lots.
Yeah, well, this is exciting, and we look forward to touring the site with you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to add?
No, I think you said it. This is opportunity, and this facility lends itself well to the makeup of the county. Our history is a manufacturing county. We make things here, and we've got some facilities now that are available to help meet the demand for the local workforce to continue that.
All right, so I'm with Doug Scholl, who is with the Ohio Equities Group, and you were working for the land bank and helping to market these amazing properties when they take possession next month.
Exactly right, yes.
Where are we now?
We are standing inside the main production facility, which includes with a total of 117,000 square feet. Previous corporation manufactured jet turbines in here. The unique features about this particular property is it's I would call oversupply of cranes that range anywhere from 2-ton capacity up to 50 tons. Several of them includes a welding shop, its own internal blast booth, and also its own internal paint booth. Plenty of clear height, truly a unique property from the standpoint of the features that I just mentioned in comparison to what you might find definitely here in Central Ohio and maybe several parts of the state as well.
So I learned today, Doug, this initially was the Cooper's company, and Cooper sold to Rolls-Royce.
Yes.
And Rolls-Royce sold to the company, we're not allowed to mention their name here today, the multinational corporation.
Exactly.
And at one time, you're producing more turbine engines here than anywhere in the country, I understand.
From the standpoint of engines, I think at one time it was diesel engines.
Diesel engines.
But then when when Rolls-Royce got involved, then they went more to the jet turbines, which this international company then absorbed that entire business, and that's how they came to be in possession of this plant.
So it's your job to go out there, and they're out there. The question is finding them, to find what company might be interested in a space like this, with cranes like this, in this capacity, and that's what you're going to be doing. How do you do that as a realtor?
Well, by targeted marketing and a lot of research. At Ohio Equities, we're, I wouldn't say uniquely involved in research, but we do spend a lot of money and a lot of time on targeting companies through the research that we're equipped to make. And what my job will be is to focus that effort as much on the manufacturing industry as possible. We're developing lists right now that will enable us to target manufacturers not only in the state, but also regionally, nationally, and now internationally.
Will you be working with Jobs Ohio and other state agencies?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, they've been a big help to us from the standpoint of feeding us possible prospects for this property, whether it be this property or the several others that are on this campus. They have in the past produced prospects from in-state as well as out-of-state, and in a couple of instances came from Europe as well. So we know there's a market out there for companies that want to make things. I think you'll find with this campus, it's not really it wasn't built and designed for distribution. It's built with a primary focus on companies that want to come here to manufacture.
Having said that, if somebody steps forward and says, look, we'd like to use some of this for something other than manufacturing, for example, warehousing, you could do that, I imagine.
Absolutely, yes. We have a couple of buildings here that are more designed to provide the facilities that you need to do things like that, because those particular buildings I'm thinking of have loading docks plus drive-in doors, which for distribution type of use is much more amenable to things like that, because you've got a high volume of turnover and inventory inbound as well as outbound.
And you have office space, about 80, 90,000 feet here of office building.
Yes, right.
And do you think that will be an ancillary use to a user of this, or could it be an independent, separate users, combination of?
Well, we kind of both, really. Yeah. But we fully intend to segment the office portion of the campus and go after users that really have no need to make things. They have a need to be in Central Ohio, and more specifically, maybe in Knox County. But we have buildings here that could accommodate users from the standpoint of space as small as maybe 10,000 square feet up to 60,000 square feet. The thing we'll find as we go through the campus is it's unique in the fact that it's not one building of 670,000 square feet. It's a variety of buildings, between 20 and 25 different freestanding buildings in various sizes, which allows us now to accommodate various users. We're not targeting one single user as has been the past in the history of this campus.
And what'll be nice for this community is if you've got 15, 20 independent companies operating here, one of those companies should go out, the others are still there, as opposed to the situation you had here before where the single user said, I'm gone, and you have all this empty space.
That's we feel one of the great advantages to this campus, because now we can target more specifically uses that we solicit,
right,
versus buildings on campus that could fill that particular need. Right. Each building has its own unique features. There's nothing common about any of them in comparison to the balance of them. And I think that what we find is that once we get rolling with the marketing program, which will happen very, very soon, we think that we'll be able to, once again, target what we have and let the market, not only locally, but also to the world, know what we have in Mount Vernon, Ohio.
Great. Come back next year and see the progress.
Please come back, and I think you'll see the results of what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks to Jack Brancatelli. That was a great video, I thought. By the way, to the panelists, he's a student at Cleveland State, not even a film student, somebody in the urban school, and he's very interested in urban work, and he came along, and I want to thank him for his great work. Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to unmute your speaker there, and I welcome you. It's good to see you, and I want to thank your leadership. I know you're one of the people critical in getting a land bank off the ground in Knox County.
Yes, I was excited to do that.
You've been involved in Knox County for a long time. I won't say what year you started at the clerk's office, but it's more than a few.
Yes, it has been.
The same year I entered Cleveland City Council, so it's good to see your involvement. And I guess my first question is, an empty complex like this, I'm sure it's not something you want to see as a commissioner in Knox County, obviously.
Yes.
What do you think? So it's been sitting empty for several years. So what do you think that you and the land bank can do that maybe the company that we're not allowed to mention the name, what do you think you can do that they weren't doing? Do you think they were really attuned to what was going on here, or what is your sense of what happened with them?
No, I mean, I think the fact that they are, not located here, I think they chose to leave the campus, and I don't think they're probably tuned in to what Knox County really needs and what we'd like to see. And I think that obviously we don't want to see this as an empty campus, but it's large. There are a lot of buildings, but I think that we are in a better position here in Knox County to determine what will work at that particular site. And so, thankfully, they seem to understand that too at this point, because I think that's why they're willing to let someone else take the lease.
I just got an immediate question here. where is the city of Mount Vernon as well? Do you work closely with them? Where are they in terms of their involvement with the project?
Well, obviously, with ADF, Area Development Foundation, being a partner, the city is a partner in that. This campus is in our county seat of Mount Vernon. So I think they are motivated to also see something happen here that's going to be positive because, you know, truthfully, they lost a lot of income tax when this company left. And I think that, you know, obviously they want to get that back. So I think that they will, as this goes along, they will become more involved.
In its heyday, Commissioner, were the buildings all occupied? Was that pretty much a full place?
Yes, I mean, it's always been occupied by one company, going back, I think it was like 1833. Jeff will probably correct me on that. But going back to that point, it's been continuously operated by one company. So, you know, I think we know here in Knox County that that is very unlikely to happen again. That just isn't what is happening, you know, to occupy that big of a campus. So I think that's why it lends itself to a multi-use situation.
You always run the risk, you have a single company that when they leave town.
Absolutely. And I don't think we want to see that again.
So do you ideally see this as sort of maybe a kind of an industrial, kind of a manufacturing park, an incubator with 20 or 30 companies?
Well, I think we're open. Obviously, manufacturing is, you know, a big part of what we do here in Knox County. So that is obviously a main push. But I think we see opportunities for social service agencies. We've got some interest that we hope is coming from that particular sector, maybe a hub of some sort that would make it more accessible for our citizens. So I think, and you know, Jeff will certainly comment on this, that we see this as a multi-use campus at this point. And it will, I think we are open. If it meets the needs and meets what we think we want to see here in Knox County, then I'm certain that we'll be open to looking at that.
Thanks, and we'll have some more. We have questions coming in, Commissioner. Okay. So I thought I might go to Chris, the attorney on the deal. Chris, I see you went to law school up here at Case Western. Came back home. So my question to you, Chris, is first of all, is this done yet? I don't even know. Is the deal been finalized? Are we close?
Almost. So as is the case with all deals, it's not done till it's done, but we've exchanged final documents, have a ceremonial signing next week, and expect to be in escrow and ready to go here within the next 7 days.
So if I understand correctly, this is not going to be a fee simple transfer. This is part of a long-term lease, correct?
Correct.
And what were some of the challenges? I don't want you to get too deep into the legal weeds because we didn't offer any CLE credits for this one. We did for some of the others. If you get into this, I'd make sure we call the Ohio Supreme Court and add some. But what were some of the challenges you faced? This is a huge, complex, very complicated deal. Can you give us a little background?
Sure. I think the first challenge was it's an unusual transaction for a land bank. In your introduction, you talked about this being one of the largest active transactions that we're aware of in the state of Ohio. It was with a large organization. That presents its own challenges, getting the right people in the room who can authorize decisions. From a legal standpoint, the structural challenges were finding a way to make sure the land bank had the comfort and the power and the personnel involved so that they had a transaction they could approve and be an active participant in, but also find a way to not step outside their comfort zone. Jeff mentioned in the video how unusual it is for a land bank to be a long-term landlord. That's not the plan here. Part of the challenge that remains is that the plans are still developing. So when you have an opportunity like this, you jump on it and you work on the structure along the way. And I think one of the most successful parts about the structural challenges that we faced is that it resulted in the collaboration of lots of different folks. We've already had a question about the city's participation. Obviously, we have the county and the land bank on board. ADF is the economic development engine, and Jeff in the video mentioned a supporting organization. One of the structures that we're trying to replicate is commonly used by government and quasi-government entities who operate port authorities, airport authorities, or other similar structures, where you have a government entity or a quasi-government entity that's the fee simple owner of the dirt, and you lease the buildings under long-term leases that are freely assignable. And the people who have space there may act and be perceived by the public as owning, a fee simple interest in a portion of the facility, but they don't. They're actually long-term tenants. And you end up with a kind of a large development partnership of sorts, which is a pretty common structure, but not typical for land banks. And I think that was a hard place to land because it's not something that's cookie cutter and it's not something lots of other people have done.
What about environmental issues? I'm assuming that if I'm this large multinational and I'm transferring all these properties to whatever the entity, in this case, it's the land bank, do you have any sense of what the environmental issues were? Did they offer you any immunity? Or, of course, land banks have some immunity from liability on an environmental side, but what are the challenges there?
I'm sorry, my audio cut out just a little bit. I heard
what are the
part of
challenges
the environmental.
On the environmental side, Jeff, what were the challenges? Do you sense that, I know what it was, there was a lot of testing going on here, diesel, jet engines. What's your sense of phase ones, phase twos? Was that part of the process here?
It's always part of the process. And every time a land bank is involved in a transaction, you have either the expectation of environmental issues or you have the expectation that you're not going to be able to find out everything you'd like to know about the property. Land banks have certain special statutory protections that allow them to do things that maybe governments and private parties don't like to do. And so part of the strategy of using a land bank is to take advantage of those rules so that we can still find a way to do a deal with a party on the other side who's a private party who has to be sensitive to those types of concerns. And so we had to walk a very fine line that we're probably still walking today that includes what we can and can't say about what we actually did and what we know, and that has some things that will continue to be things we'd like to know more about that we don't as we sit here today. The transaction is not all the way complete. And so there are some things we hope to still find out. There's some things we don't think we'll know before the transaction's done. And part of the strategy of dealing with issues like that is being able to establish some clear lines about what you can say and being able to understand how you can go forward with tenants or ideally in the long term fee simple purchasers of portions of the property. And as Jeff said, we're still trying to figure out exactly the best strategy from here going forward. And to date, the most important thing has been trying to work with all the parties who are involved to address environmental, confidentiality, business, maintenance, and other issues so that we can get the property under local control. And once that happens, we can address some of those things that we've been unable to address so far. It's part of the risk of the deal, but under the circumstances, we think we structured it in a way that provides appropriate protections for all the parties.
Well, and there are obviously some great opportunities you don't want to pass up here. So I'm going to come to Jeff. I'm going to tell Jeff's story. We talked about how land banks have changed the playing field for so many communities. Well, land banks changed Jeff Gotke's life. He was teaching history at the local high school, and his bio says that he was so interested in the work of land banks that he left teaching and came to the land banks. So you left up the comfort of the state teacher retirement system, and you're here now. I'm looking out your window. That's not the complex behind you, is it? I can't tell, Jeff, or is it?
It is right out this window,
Right there.
Yep.
So it reminds you of your decision every day.
That's right. And when people ask me if I miss teaching for this job, I immediately say no. I've never had a second thought.
Well, so Jeff, we talked about some of this, but let's repeat it. So there are two people that are over there that were working full-time employees of the multinational corporation, correct?
Correct.
And their job is to keep all the mechanical systems working. They go from building to building, I imagine.
Right. So
they check the cranes, they check mechanical systems. Those guys will soon be on your payroll.
Correct. Right.
And Commissioner B. Miller's payroll. You'll be on the payroll. They're moving from one to the other. Maybe you give them a better deal. I don't know, but they're critical. They come with the property, right?
Right. And both of them have worked there, I think, for a combined 40 years. So they know that property top to bottom, and they were crucial to this deal to provide some continuity of knowledge over there.
Does that mean they even work on the cranes to make sure they're working?
They contract out for the cranes, but they handle all the other systems.
So I'm sure you've done the estimates. What do you expect the costs potentially could be to not only employ them, but to keep the lights on, so to speak? Are we talking, I'm not going to ask you to give me specifics unless you want to, but I'm sure it's a multi-$100,000 number.
It's in the high six figures, yes.
Okay. And we can check with Commissioner Miller as well. But so there are costs involved, but obviously you're undertaking this because of all the opportunities provided. But if I'm not mistaken, this company forgot that they had some other assets besides this this complex. Is that right?
Right. There was a guest house that's on the other side of town that when we asked them about, hey, when this transfers, does the guest house come with it? And their response was, what guest house?
And I understand it's a nice guest house too.
It's beautiful, right? Soon to be for sale.
Well, there's some. Now, I'm assuming that's not part of a lease, and I'm assuming I'll ask that to Chris, right? Chris, it's not part of the lease, so you can sell that, and I imagine that'll give you some operating capital, right?
That's exactly the strategy. And to answer your direct question, I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to say it's complicated and it depends.
Yeah. Okay. So Jeff, that house goes for sale pretty soon, I'm guessing, huh?
Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Apparently it's complicated and it.
Let us know. We'll put the listing up on the Ohio Land Bank Association website.
Great.
So the house sells, you're underway. Now, can you give me an idea in its heyday, how many people are working at this site? 1,000, 1,200, 1,500? Do you know a number?
About 2,000.
Wow, a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
What's the income tax rate in the city of Mount Vernon?
2%.
2%. So the city took a big hit when the multinational closed its doors.
They did. That's just an income tax. There's also utility fees, and then of course sales tax as well, which goes to the county. So it was a multi-million-dollar hit that the whole community took when that company left.
Can you give me a sense of property taxes? That's what I used to do. I used to collect property taxes in my other life. When I was a history teacher, my history teacher job was property taxes. Then I fell in love with land banks too. So my question to you is, what was the property tax? What were they paying? I mean, because of course the multinational was paying up through now. What were they paying?
About $160,000 a year.
And so that will stop, right? So the property taxes, the land bank takes control. I don't expect you're going to be paying property taxes. That's one of the advantages you have.
Right.
So I hope
Right.
I'm not getting too probing, but there's an end to this point. So, and maybe Chris weighs in. So as you begin to parcel, let's assume for a second, you said you've got somebody on the line. Let's assume in the next year, because of the great opportunities it provides, you end up with, I'll pick a number, 10 tenants.
Mhm.
Has anybody figured out yet how that's going to affect certainly they're going to be paying income tax and there'll be sales tax. Will you remain in a non-property tax collecting position for a while? How do you thought that far ahead, Jeff?
Yes and no. The idea is as the property gets leased up or sold, then those companies would assume their fair share of paying the taxes. So while there's maybe a short-term hit to the county or to the city, that's just an incentive on my part to try to fill this place up so they can realize those gains again, and then some, hopefully.
Do you know what the number was on the other position, sales tax? So what did the county lose when they shut their doors? Do you know?
Teresa, do you know the answer to that?
No, I mean, truthfully, the income tax was the bigger hit. We do know that some of the people that were employed did not live in Mount Vernon. So, we did not see a great loss of sales tax due to it. Obviously, there's some, but, at the end, they had really reduced the number of employees. And like I said, many of those, their engineers were not living here in Knox County. So I would say, income tax certainly was a bigger hit as they, came down from that 2,000 number to much, much lower.
I have a question here, Commissioner, maybe to you. They've asked if you've reached out to any governmental offices as possibly transferring their offices from other less desirable locations to this one. So you've got 90,000 feet of office there. Is there a chance somebody might move over from the county or the city or the state?
Well, we are certainly hoping. Jeff has been working on that. He's had conversations with the city. The county at this point has purchased some different properties. One thing we are looking at, our transit system is under the commissioners, and we do need a different or a new location for them with more space. So we would like to find a site on that campus that could work for them. So that would be one county office. And I know Jeff has been in talks with the city about some different things. So I do think that that's a possibility, a definite possibility for the county with our transit system.
I received another question. This is maybe to you, Commissioner, and to Jeff. What advice can you give other land banks that might be hesitant to partner on projects like this one, where there is some level of uncertainty? We have a possibility of accepting a large piece of property from a company, but we are reluctant to do so at this point. I'd love to hear your recommendations, Commissioner.
Well, as I would say, if you're looking at doing this, what really helped was the land bank knew Area Development Foundation already manages the land bank for us. And so Area Development is a very big partner with the land bank on this project. And then we also know that we have some buy-in from some community foundations. So I think one of the things you have to know, because the land bank really looked at how much it was going to cost to maintain this property and all the things that go along with that. If you don't have good partners, then I could see you would, yes, this would be probably something that would seem daunting, but we really have good partnerships going into this. And I think that's why we believe that it will be successful. So I would say that's one of the key things, to know that you have partners and people who really want to get behind this.
Another question here. Somebody asked, is the Area Development Foundation a private philanthropic organization? And then the question mark, is it part of government? Can you explain what the Area Development Foundation is and its relationship to both the county and then to the land bank?
Right. So ADF was formed in the 1950s primarily to develop the Mount Vernon Industrial Park. It's a private 501c6 nonprofit, but over time it has assumed all of the economic development functions that a CIC or a port authority or something like that, any run-of-the-mill Department of Development would. So we contract with all of the municipal governments in the county to do their economic development work for them. In 2017, we created the land bank under the commissioners, of course, but the commissioners contract with ADF to run the land bank.
So I have another question here. It says, we know it's early in the process, but do you contemplate tax abatement will be used on a property such as this? Then they have TIFs question mark. And I assume you're looking at all the tools. Have you given that some consideration at this point? The
It is, and this is one of the benefits of having the land bank and the economic development group together. So this property is in a TIF district. I fully intend to roll out all of the incentive programs for the right deal.
Commissioner, you want to add to that, or?
No, I would agree. I mean, if it's right for what we're doing, I think that the commissioners would be in favor of looking at, tax abatements and those types of things.
Now, Governor DeWine, we were fortunate enough to have him on a call yesterday. He joined the panel at 12:15. We had him for about 15 minutes. That begs the question for me. Jobs Ohio, they've got a few bucks over there, as you know, just a few. And there's been some criticism saying that they have too much money. They're not moving enough of it out of there. And I don't know if you've heard that, Commissioner, but I guess my question to you is, how do you see them interfacing with you on this project, and to Jeff as well?
Well, and when you talked about why would you hesitate to go into this deal, I think you'll obviously want to know what kind of funding might be out there that can help you with remediation or certain things like that. And Jeff has been in contact, and he can talk about this with Jobs Ohio, and he's really, I think, got a handle on some of the grant money that is out there that we can use. So Jeff, you probably want to comment on what you've done already.
At 3:30, I have a call with Jobs Ohio, and we're going to talk all about grant funding for this particular project. But to answer an earlier question, I never really had any hesitation on this deal. Maybe that's because I don't know what I'm doing because I'm so new to the field. But I mean, where this property is in the middle of the city, and the harm that could come to the city and the county if the property were abandoned and left to disrepair, the land bank taking control of it was a no-brainer. The answer was always yes. The question was just like, how bad is it going to be for us to do it? So when we've been talking about the partnerships, that's really been the key, is get everybody at the table, and you'll know what questions, you'll know what the answers are to the questions.
I had a comment here from somebody in Warren, Ohio, talking about the fact that their biggest problem right now in Warren, and I realize Warren and Mount Vernon are two different places, they've got a hospital that's been closed. They've been unable to repurpose it, and it's become a major sore point in the community. I don't know that Mount Vernon sees the kind of issues that perhaps some of the communities do up Northeast, but I guess their point is deal with your problems before they become bigger problems. So, Commissioner, let me ask you this. In terms of, I'm going to ask you a land bank question. You're a member of the land bank board.
Yes, I'm chair.
Have you found in the work you're doing with the land bank, it's not just Mount Vernon? Have you been working with villages and townships throughout Knox County and what the land bank might do for them?
Yes, we have. I think that was one of the big things that we wanted to make sure that we didn't just concentrate on Mount Vernon. We wanted to make sure that we were reaching out to the townships, the villages. And I will say that Jeff knew that was something that was important to us, and he has worked on that, and we have done things out in the county. We've done some things where we were able to get some property and turn it over to our park district. So yes, it definitely is a countywide effort. And I do want to say that Jeff and ADF, they've done a great job of knowing that we want to get out there. He's been talking with the villages, and he can kind of, go into a little more detail, but yes, definitely it's a countywide venture, and that's what we want to see. We want to make sure that we're helping them as much as we are the city of Mount Vernon.
And I noticed, Commissioner, and Jeff and I talked about this, unlike a lot of counties whose major focus early on is blight removal, you're fortunate. You don't have the same kind of blight that we see in counties throughout the state. Is that fair to say?
That's true. We don't see those large numbers of homes that are, completely dilapidated. I think what we've seen is homes in particular neighborhoods that need assistance and need help. And if you get those to where they look much nicer, it helps the rest of the community. In fact, we'll talk about one that Jeff might want to bring up, a home that we thought was going to be a demo, which has been redone, and we toured it. It was looking great. And so the city now has the owner next to it working on their house, which really kind of made the other one look, much worse. Working on it to get the outside, they're getting siding. So I think what we see is when we do those kinds of things, I think it makes the whole neighborhood start to look at what they want to do. And we're doing some actual neighborhood efforts, which Jeff can comment on, targeting neighborhoods and seeing what the residents want to see happen in their neighborhood. So yes, you're correct, but you always have those different properties that can certainly help once you get those taken care of.
I have to chuckle. I got a comment here, Commissioner, you'll enjoy. It says, you've got a lot of smart kids in Kenyon College. Are you involving them in this project? I don't think Kenyon kids are involved with this, but maybe they're involved with the land bank. And Jeff, I don't know.
Jeff can speak to that actually, because they've been doing some work for us.
Jeff, you have any that somebody said you got a lot of smart kids at Kenyon. Are you involving them?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we hire an intern from Kenyon College every semester, and we've tasked them with creating some redevelopment schemes for the 4 different corridor entries into the city of Mount Vernon, and they have done just remarkable, excellent work that we're going to be able to use and create programs and some real neighborhood revitalization because of it. There's another partnership that other people listening in should consider as their local colleges.
I have a comment here from John Ryan, who's the statewide director for Senator Sherrod Brown. He said he's really enjoying the presentation. Thanks, John, for the comment, and I'll make sure they call you after this panel to see what kind of money you can dig up in Washington. I'm assuming have you reached out to the two senators? We had hoped Senator Portman would be on at about 12:30. He could not make it today, but we had Senator Brown and Governor DeWine yesterday. Have you reached out yet to the Senate and congressional offices? I'm sure you have.
We have, yep. We've talked to representatives from all of our local elected officials.
Any ideas what kind of assistance they can provide besides maybe some EDA money? I imagine if you do need, and Chris, I know we can't talk about it, but if you do need some cleanup dollars, there might be some money there, right?
Where the gaps seem to be is in funding for carrying costs. I mean, there's money for environmental cleanup or for building rehab and things like that, but it's the carrying cost that we're lucky to have a local philanthropic partner that can help us with some of that stuff. But that seems to be the toughest funding nut to crack.
I'm looking for more questions from the audience or ideas. I put the call out, hey, help me to solve this problem. And it's been strangely quiet. I think this is a tough one. I mean, I've often heard that speech made where somebody will show the Chinese character, I think the word is Wei Ji, and it's the same character for both danger and opportunity. Have you ever heard that? You could Google that, and I think you'll find there is danger here, but there's also opportunity. And I think you see that. You can't afford to let something like this continue to deteriorate any further. And I think that was your decision, Commissioner, right? You just had to kind of.
And one of the things I might bring up that Chris could then comment on, I think one of the tough things for the land bank, and perhaps for me especially, was as we looked at the structure under the land bank, we obviously looked at whether we would have a supporting group that was a committee of the land bank or whether there would be a supporting organization set up. And that was a discussion that we kind of took some time on. And I think Chris can talk about this because we finally, we relied on his advice on this, but that was one of the things that, we were looking at, which is the better option and why. So Chris, maybe you want to comment.
I'd be happy to. I referenced earlier common Port Authority and Airport Authority structures as kind of model, using their model as a way to apply that here. But the business purpose of that idea is to have a group that is entirely focused on this project. It's a big project. As you just pointed out, there's a lot of opportunity. There's some danger too. And rather than have the land bank be distracted from its core function, we created a separate legal entity to be responsible for a lot of the carrying aspects of the project. And that frees the land bank up to continue to do the types of other projects that we've already heard about today, whether it's working on an individual residential house or focusing on a different area in Knox County. The land bank is not distracted or overwhelmed by one project that's unusual, and it was allowed to effectively partner. And part of the structure and the use of a supporting organization is specifically because of its not-for-profit status, which makes raising funds and doing other kinds of activities that relate to how to solve the problem of carrying costs a little more easy to solve, as opposed to having ADF or a for-profit entity or some other partnership have to be the responsible party. So we think we've landed on a structure that gives us the maximum flexibility to receive funds as donations, to fundraise through activities, and to hopefully start generating some revenue from the use and the occupancy of the facility. That flexibility is inherent in the structure because we're still figuring out some of the key details, and that flexibility is important to us to work together as a group so that everything can fit together for the betterment of the project and for the community as a whole.
Thank you. And I've got more questions. These are from other land bank directors. A land bank director in Mahoning County said, is the property owner demanding any non-compete clauses, or is there anything else that they've asked for that might limit your marketing efforts? I don't know if that's for you, Chris or Jeff, who can respond. Any non-competes? Anything they're asking you to do that might limit your ability to market?
No, so that's a common problem when you have a large facility that somebody may be considering donating as an exit strategy for it. As is often the case with exit strategies, though, if the occupant or the prior owner is exiting because they're leaving the area, it's often easy to avoid non-competition type restrictions because their departure often signals that they no longer have an interest in protecting their market share locally. They're leaving in the first place. We don't expect that to be an issue in our project. And I think in a lot of cases that would be like this, it should be something that you could hopefully avoid in your other transactions.
Next question also came from a land bank director in Montgomery County. Are all of the utilities interconnected, making it difficult to subdivide the property and limiting your disposition options or requiring investment to sever the interconnections?
Yes, and since I'm the one, I see Jeff nodding, but since I'm the one that's already unmuted, that's
Jeff,
one of the key.
You know, Jeff, it's typical. You just push the button and you can talk.
I'm sure he won't be shy. But one of the key challenges about, I mean, you saw how big and how unique some of the buildings are in the video. And once you see them and you see the cranes and the space, and you think about, oh my gosh, I have to heat this, I have to cool this, I have to make sure that the pipes don't burst. Some of the facilities are large, some of them are more modest in size. Subdividing the buildings individually into multi-tenant structures and breaking out the utilities could be one of the chief tasks and one of the most expensive things that the group does as part of developing the property. And that's an example of something we hope to be able to find funding for because it's an active project and it's not just related to carrying, but it is going to be a challenge. Because this property has always been a one entity owned and operated facility, there was no need to subdivide previously. And so there are shockingly few utility meters, and it is combined and jumbled together across most of the campus.
Jeff, do you want to weigh in on that to Chris's answer?
Not really. I think he said it. There's two gas companies involved. There's a railroad. There's of course the electric company, but it's not all just one line into the campus. Yeah, that's why I mentioned in the video.
Wait, a railroad, functional rail line?
Oh yeah, with its own spur.
Well, there's a selling point.
It's nothing but upside here in Knox County.
They're knocking at the door. I think I see them behind you right now. Open the door, Jeff. So let's talk about those cranes. I know we talked to Mr. Scholl. There are some 100-ton cranes there. I mean, in their marketing, have they begun to get a sense of who uses 100-ton cranes? A lot of people.
Right. I wish Doug was here to answer that question, but he's got a great sense of what's there, but also what the demand is. So, I'm optimistic that at least those 4 large industrial buildings that we'll be able to fill those up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, what a great opportunity. I'm going to tell you something. I'm waiting for more Q&A or more answers from the land banks. I know we've got about 120 people participating right now, but if I don't get another question or a comment, I may actually cut this a little short, but
while we're waiting for questions,
for answers. You're waiting for answers.
That's right. If I could just mention too that the company that's transferring the lease to us, they came up about this time last year and toured it and sort of realized, this isn't for us anymore. And they sat down with ADF and they said, do you guys want this? We feel like local control is the best option for this property. They didn't have to do that. They could have returned the lease back to the owner. They could have found a new someone else to take over the lease, but they didn't. And I don't want to paint them in too bad a light because without them being willing to do that and understanding that local control is what's best for the community, we wouldn't be here. Now, they may have left us with who knows what down the road, but without them, this opportunity wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Well, someday, Jeff, there'll be a history teacher in Knox County talking about a history teacher who helped take a land bank to new heights.
Well, here's hoping.
They'll be showing your picture. So, well, again, we're about 9 minutes short, but nobody else has given me any answers. So I want to thank our panelists. Commissioner, thank you for your leadership.
Well, thank you. I mean, like I said, it's a partnership, and that's what is important.
And Chris, it's nice to meet you, and I'm sure you'll have other challenging deals.
They're always fun, though.
Yeah, and Jeff, the fun has just begun. So
Yeah, like we say, the dog is about to catch the car.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
can you hear us? This is Dennis, presentation.
Okay. Last time I'm doing this today, I'm just doing an introduction. I'm not on this panel, but I want to introduce our sponsor who will be introducing this session. I'm doing that because I've known Millie Hurt for a long time. I've known her since her days when she was a student at Cleveland State, where she picked up her master's. She also has a degree from Kent State. She's worked for the Cuyahoga County Land Bank. She's worked for CHN, and she's been with the Ohio Capital Corporation for Housing for about 6 years now, where she now serves as Vice President of Affordable Lending. And she is, I think, one of the major reasons why we got the sponsorship, and I wanted to thank her. And I'm going to turn this over to Millie to make the introduction to the panel, and I'm going to be leaving. Thank you. Millie, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jim. And yes, we are so proud to sponsor the Ohio Land Bank Conference. We realize, and like Jim said, I actually have worked for the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, so kind of been in your shoes, and I see Dennis and others on here today. So welcome, and we are in the session, How Can Land Banks Lead on Home Rehabilitation? And I think this is so critical to the work that certainly we're doing in the low-income housing tax credit world. Ohio Capital Corporation for Housing is over 30 years strong, $5 billion in equity fundraised, and 50,000 units of affordable housing for families and seniors and those of special needs populations. So we are excited to partner with you all and to be on here and learning about what creative financing and other strategies you guys are working on in your line of work. So I will turn it over. I'm not exactly sure who is going to be taking the lead on this, but I just wanted to say welcome, and again, thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Millie. My name is Isaac Robb, and I work with Jim at the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. We figured that after 10 straight hours of Jim moderating and hosting essentially his talk show, that we would give him a bit of a break. So I'm really glad that many of you are still with us on you made it to session 11. That's quite the feat. And as many of you know, Ohio isn't getting any younger as a state, both from a population standpoint or from our housing stock. And since 2010, Ohio has actually only added close to 80,000 housing units, which is about 2% of its total inventory. And that increase has been mostly in its suburban communities and not in its historic urban cores. In fact, there's been a decline of an almost equal percentage in housing units in our city centers. About half of Ohio's housing stock is also built before 1965, with a quarter built before 1940. And like anything, as times change, things evolve. It's really important to make sure that mechanicals are updated, and as taste and things change, that these different types of housing units are brought back into the fold. And obviously, from a triple bottom line perspective, rehab is important to keep neighborhoods intact, to keep demolition debris out of landfills, if at all possible, as well as from a financial standpoint, often having cost savings from having to go new build. So today, we're lucky to be joined by 4 experts in this field from very different backgrounds and perspectives. We'll have Dennis Roberts, who leads the real estate team with the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, discussing their deed and escrow program. We have Amanda Mayan from Mann Holdings, who's joining us, and she provides a really unique private sector perspective that has been really successful in doing rehabs in the city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County. Then we have Tiffany Sokol from Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation. Her and her team has been successful doing it from a nonprofit side, and they'll talk about how they've scaled up their internal capacity to do all of the work. And then last but not least, we have Carrie Shea, who comes to us from the Director of Special Initiatives from Home by Hand, but she's really leading the Neighborhood Homes Initiative Act, which, as we all know, rehab, one of the difficult things about doing rehab in Ohio is the sort of funding gap, where a lot of our markets aren't strong enough to support the cost of doing rehab. And she's going to be talking about a really exciting thing from the federal level on how we maybe can begin to address that. So
Without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Dennis Roberts.
Good afternoon. Slide. All right. First, thank you for giving me an opportunity to share with you some of the work that we are here at Cuyahoga County doing relative to housing. I was asked to speak about deed and escrow primarily, but I want to take a step back and tell you a little bit about our overall strategy, because it will help you better understand how to design your deed and escrow program. Basically, our disposition strategies fall into four main buckets. First, in-house, which I'll discuss momentarily, deed and escrow, straight conveyance, and new construction. With regard to in-house, what that is a situation where if the land bank owns a particular house and we want to rehab it, we basically scope the house out, try to determine what it is that the house needs in order for it to be marketable. We hire a general contractor through a bidding process like you normally would, and then we look to rehab that house and sell the house. There's pros and cons about this particular program. As you might expect, one of the pros is that you get the highest quality if you manage the job well and you hire a good contractor. However, one of the challenges is that, it requires a staff intensive and it's costly, particularly in the markets in which we work, because, we're a public entity. We have to put together a high quality product. We have a brand we want to maintain. And sometimes the markets just won't sustain it without some type of subsidy, whether it's direct or indirect. So there's trade-offs. Secondly, deed and escrow, which I will get into in detail at in the additional slides. However, it suffices to say that basically what it amounts to is that if you own, your organization owns a property and you put that property on the market, a buyer comes forward and says, hey, I'm interested in buying this house. What you do then is allow that buyer to rehab the house while you still own it. Once the house has been verified that it has been rehabbed, that house is then transferred to that buyer. Again, pros and cons to this particular program. One of the most significant benefits to the program is the leverage, because you're not using land bank money. The other aspect of it is it's less staff intensive, because the buyer in effect is doing most of the work. They're using their money. They're actually executing the rehab itself, dealing with the relative municipality, relative to permits, etc. So there's pros and cons. There's risk as well. Many times buyers start these projects, they have no idea what they're in for. Projects can stall, they take longer than what they expect, and you have challenges in regard to completion. A third approach that we use is something we call straight conveyance. We think of it as we're working with our allies. I don't know about how it works in your community, but here in Cleveland, there are a number of community development corporations or organizations that have been engaged in housing for a long time. They have experience. We work with them in a way where if we get a property, we then will convey properties to those organizations at our cost. Our agreement with those organizations is that we want them to ensure that the properties get fully rehabbed and get ultimately back on the tax duplicate. Again, one of the benefits to that particular program is that we're able to help one of our allies, but more importantly, that ally has to have a mission that's consistent with our mission, which is basically getting that property rehabbed and back on the tax duplicate. However, one of the challenges, of course, is you don't make any money doing that. And, a lot of your products you can end up essentially giving away. And in land bank, you have a lot of lost leaders. So how do you fund other parts of your operation if you're often giving your assets away? But again, these are just tools. Depending on what you need at a given time, we use them and you can use them. And then finally, there's new construction. We've been engaged in new construction for the last couple of years. It's very exciting, it's new. I think it has certain advantages in terms of strengthening and stimulating the market. However, it's costly. Many of these markets really won't support new construction without some type of subsidy. But again, depending on your situation, whether you have a subsidy and what the overall approach is, new construction can be appropriate at certain times. Slide. Focusing primarily on deed and escrow. Again, as I described, the deed and escrow program is basically you're using the house as leverage. Many people may be familiar with certain municipal requirements wherein if you want to rehab a house in a given community, many municipalities will require you to put money into escrow. They essentially want to make sure you have the money to do the rehab. Well, in this case, I happen to believe it's better than putting the money in escrow, because the challenge with that is that the buyer, in many cases, needs the money to do the rehab. So here we have the ultimate leverage. We are basically holding the house while the house is being rehabbed. I mean, that's essentially the critical part of the program. And we've found it's been very successful over the last 10 years or so. We've done over 1,000 of these particular deed and escrow houses. One of the things we learned early on, it's important to have a structured renovation plan. In other words, we have project managers who basically develop essentially a scope of work. The reason you want to do that is because you want to be able to hold the buyer accountable for certain things. When we first opened, we didn't do that. We had the buyer develop a scope of work, and it was an absolute fiasco because you have certain expectations which may differ from the buyer, and then at the end of the process, you may find yourself in conflict. The other thing I would suggest is having a timeline. Ours is 120 days. Buyers don't always stick to that timeline, but you want to create that expectation right up front, so you could try to push the buyer as much as you reasonably can. And then finally, periodic inspections. We learned this the hard way as well. We inspect our properties at least every 30 days, and we do all types of things to try to encourage the buyer to get done timely. Many of them are not timely, some of them are, but at the same time, you try to work with folks, but also encourage them to get the job done consistent with what they signed in the agreement. I would suggest it is important to think through your technological needs. We use the property profile system. I know a number of land banks do as well. It's a godsend for us because it allows us to really manage the deed and escrow properties with we're using about 1.5 FTEs, which is pretty impressive with the amount of volume that we're able to process. But we're able to do that is because of the technology. There's a spec sheet, there's a scope of work that our inspector goes out with. He or she goes to the home, checks it off, and then we store that information into the next inspection period, which is in 30 days. And there's a whole system that we use in order to make sure that happens on a consistent basis. Next slide. One of the key considerations if you are thinking about creating your own deed and escrow program that you need to make right up front is who is priority. Because if you're like our land bank, a lot of times you don't have properties that are necessarily valued, but every now and then you do. And in those cases, everybody wants it. It could be Ms. Johnson, the owner occupier, it could be an investor, it could be a nonprofit organization, or your CDC, community development organization. What we decided early on is that from a policy standpoint, we want to create as many owner occupiers as we possibly can. What does that mean practically? What it means is that if we have a particular property for sale and we get offers from every group, investors, nonprofits, et cetera, we will take a lower offer from an owner occupier as compared to an investor. That's a policy decision that we made. But I think it's worth having that conversation early on. Otherwise, it leads to conflicts and a lack of clarity when you interact with the public about the houses. Just as a tip, I recommend that you make a decision in regard to priority early. Slide. Another important mechanic that we use is if you apply to the deed and escrow program, we do what I call a public records real estate background check. We're not doing a criminal background check. We are doing a public records real estate related background check. What are we looking for? The primary thing we're looking for is to make sure that the buyer does not currently own property that is tax delinquent for obvious reasons. Secondly, we look for buyers that don't have a foreclosure in their past within the last 3 years. Things happen. That was a policy decision that we made years ago. Condemnations, again, what we're trying to flush out is, are we dealing with what we call a bad actor? You know, none of these, well, most of these things are not dispositive on its face. For example, Secretary of State, different entities. Just because you have a different entity, that doesn't mean you're irresponsible, you know, you're engaged in irresponsible real estate behavior. It just means that we want to take a closer look. In fact, you might be a smart lawyer who's positioned themselves in the best way they can to resist lawsuits, and you're acting very responsibly. But you know, these are the types of things that we look at up front to make a decision as to whether you are eligible to be a part of the deed and escrow program. Again, that's a policy decision that you need to make. Slide. So what is the basic process? Again, what we require upfront after we do that public records check, we require that the deed and escrow buyer put the money upfront. One of the reasons that we do it upfront is because, you know, once people get into these rehabs, a lot of times they have no idea what's involved. And if you don't get the money up front, you may not get it later. Plus, we use it as leverage if they start falling behind or they don't want to close, because we have the money and we have the house. And that's a certain amount of pressure that we can apply in a way to encourage them to successfully complete the rehab when that time comes. Again, I would recommend highly to inspect the property on a regular basis. You don't necessarily need to do it the way we do it every 30 days, but you need to have a system and someone responsible for that. What we've done early on, because we didn't have the staff, is we hired 1099 inspectors. So you're able to ebb and flow with those inspectors. You can calibrate based upon your money, based upon your inventory. But the key thing is you need to have someone responsible for periodic inspections. I'd recommend also making sure the jobs start timely. Just because a buyer signs a contract and says he's going to start work, you better go check to see if they actually started work, because if they start off poorly, in many cases they end poorly. And then finally, what we do, we insist that all deed and escrow buyers open and obtain permits as required by the particular municipality, and actually obtain certificate of occupancy or something similar. Our thought process behind that is we want to make sure that the property is safe as much as one can do it, and make sure they're compliant with the particular municipality in which the house is located. And we do that for several reasons. So overall, you know, the deed and escrow program is a highly leveraged program in terms of time, meaning you can do a lot with a little time, and it's highly leveraged with regard to money, because really what you're doing is you're using private sector money to rehab a house that you own, or at least you have some ownership interest in. So I'll be available for questions at the end of the presentations, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to present.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And actually, we do have our first question in the Q&A box. If you want to type in the answer, we can get to it at the end. We can go from there. But up next, we have Amanda. Amanda, you're muted.
Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Mayan. I'm the CEO of Mayan Holdings. We are owner-operators of commercial and multifamily residential buildings with a specialty in the rehabilitation of multifamily apartment buildings. Through our commercial work in the city of Cleveland, we realized that there was a community need to rehabilitate single-family homes in some of these distressed areas. And so we got involved with community partners, including the Land Bank, to begin rehabilitations that would contribute to our community. So I'm going to talk about what the deed and escrow program looks like and feels like from a developer's perspective today. The first thing you want to do as a developer is identify the property that you may be needing to engage in a rehabilitation for. Some of the sources that we use for potential properties are looking at the Land Bank website or inventory list. I think it's super important for any land bank to have an inventory list that's very publicly accessible, because it really ensures an egalitarian approach to who is able to access any of these properties at any point in time. We will also canvass areas of interest for distressed properties and suggest to the land bank if there's a property that seems like it might be getting ready to go under foreclosure, that we might have an interest. We'll look at the state forfeiture list, and we'll also look at the tax delinquent property list. So now I've identified a property. What's next? First thing that I do is contact the land bank to receive their inspection report, as Dennis was talking about. That everybody is on the same page is crucial for success. We'll walk the property with the land bank representative, looking at their report together, make sure that we're all on the same page, come to an understanding with the land bank representative regarding any improvements that might be required for transfer. Finally, we'll sign an amended report if there were amendments to it, which is not always, but does sometimes happen, with the land bank representative, and request a contract from the land bank. We agree on a purchase price and a timeline for renovation. As a developer, some of the risks that I watch for, and perhaps some of the things that any other land banks would want to watch for, are being extra conservative, as Dennis spoke on the timelines, when drafting your timeline. If you think an aspect of your project scope will take 2 months, it could take 4. Sometimes those things just aren't in your control. So make sure that this planned timeline allots sufficient time for issues like city permitting delays. We've experienced a lot of those recently during COVID. For things like getting meters placed. Sometimes if a gas line has to be dug, that can be particularly challenging in the wintertime. If you need to do a roof and you're in the middle of winter, you may need to wait until spring. So having eyes wide open towards some of those timing challenges is very important. Another challenge, as I mentioned before, with utilities, if a property was disconnected from gas or another utility for a couple of years, it might be timely to get service lines dug and meters placed. Estimated reads during the transfer of ownership. This is one that particularly can touch investors and land banks as well during a transfer process. If your city allows estimated reads for your utility companies, it's very important to take photographs on the day of transfer of your utilities, so there is an actual timestamp and estimated reads are made sure to be accurate. Once you're getting ready to sign a contract, make sure you understand your contract with the land bank. If you don't, get advice from an attorney. One of the things that I love about working with CCLRC here in Cuyahoga County is that their contracts are very simple and straightforward. There's no need to make it complex. It just has to lay out all the information clearly for everybody. Send your contract to a trusted title company. We always get a title search. We request a title survey. Again, you don't want to find any surprises later on. And while you're not required to order title insurance, we've found that ordering title insurance is a benefit to us because it helps us later to remarket the property. Most of the houses that we rehab are not added to a portfolio that we're managing. Our goal with these houses is to get them back into the hands of owner occupiers within the community. We think that the private sector investors can be a very powerful tool to rapidly get these houses back to end users and keep owner occupants in our communities, which keeps the communities ultimately stronger. Once the contract has been signed, the land bank will countersign a contract, and you deposit your purchase money in escrow with your escrow and closing agent. At that point, you'll receive permission to start work on your home. We recommend, like I said, taking pictures of all meters on the day that you take possession of deed and escrow. It's just a good timestamp for any utilities you may use going forward. Rehab the house according to your inspection report and city code. As Dennis said, it's super important to do everything by the book. It just keeps everyone sleeping well at night and keeps the project clean. If there is a timeline hiccup, the land bank can be flexible if they see you're making progress in the renovation. Communication is obviously key for both sides. So you get to work, pull your permits, turn on your utilities, order your meters, start the work. If you're using contractors, be sure to have clear written contracts, including timelines with reputable businesses. That's not so much an issue for us because we do a lot of our construction in-house, but is definitely something to always watch for as you're engaging in this type of work. Be ready for your milestone inspections. As Dennis stated, I think they're as important so that I can make my construction managers accountable as it is to keep the developers accountable. Once your work is complete, you get the final inspection and you're ready for a formal closing. After closing, some utilities may still need to be transitioned to the name of the purchaser. Thank you very much for your time. I'll be available for questions later.
Thank you so much for that important insight, Amanda, from the private sector side. Now we will go to the nonprofit side and Tiffany from YNDC.
Great, thanks, Isaac. So I will say that even on the nonprofit side, a lot of our process is very similar to Amanda's in the actual rehab of the building. So I won't rehash that, but just talk a little bit about what we do in Youngstown with the Mahoning County Land Bank. Certainly, I am with the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation. I'm the housing director here, and we are not a land bank, but we have a very strong partnership with the Mahoning County Land Bank that's a little different than some of the other CDC land bank partnerships that you see in other communities. But especially if you are a smaller land bank in a smaller community, this is a model that I think is replicable and something that certainly should be considered. I think that we're kind of the answer to an alternative. You know, Dennis spoke about having CDC partnerships and how it's often not profitable. But I think we've really figured out how to make that work in our community. So that's something I'm going to talk to you about today. And so, as I said, YNDC is not a land bank, but we do partner with the Mahoning County Land Bank. The benefit of this is that we each get to share our own expertise and really work in our wheelhouse as far as what we each do. And so certainly as a CDC, we can't do what the land bank does, but we do have a lot of expertise in community organizing and then rehabilitation of buildings as well. And so our partnership is unique in that when we are acquiring a property from the land bank, we will pay the land bank their court cost of foreclosing on the property, which on average is about $550 at the front. So we acquire the properties for $550 each, and then we rehabilitate the properties, which I'll go through a little bit through that process in a minute. Once we've rehabbed the properties and then sold them to a new homeowner, we split the profit with the land bank. And so anything above our hard and soft costs, we split evenly. So we get to keep a little bit, and the land bank also profits as well from the deal. So it's not deed in escrow. It's just a little bit of a different partnership, standing partnership and agreement that we have with the Mahoning County Land Bank that's unique to our organization. It's not something they do with other organizations in our county. I'll say this, because I know new construction is kind of like the hip, exciting thing that everyone's wanting to do these days. We do new construction now. I can't believe we're already doing new construction. I didn't expect that we would when I started this work, but we're only 10 years old, but we definitely didn't start there. So today I'm going to kind of go through some of the process of where we started and how we got there. And so I'm going to flip through too, just so you guys know, I'm not really using like slides that I'm going to read off of, but it does show pictures of some of our work with the land bank and some of the rehabs we've been able to do alongside of them. And so you'll just see some before and after pictures as I go through today. So right now, we have rehabilitated and redeveloped almost 150 units between housing for rent, resale, and commercial properties as an organization. But when we started 10 years ago, we were only rehabilitating 2 to 3 properties a year using a lot of subsidies. So, you know, we would put $150,000, well, maybe not $150,000, maybe $100,000 into rehabbing a house using a general contractor that then we'd only be able to sell for about $30,000. Today, we've developed our process to a point where often we're profiting on these properties and we're able to reinvest that profit into the work we're doing in the community. And so how we've been able to do that is certainly couldn't be done without the help of our land bank, because they really cut down on our acquisition and give us the freedom and the cash flow to be able to work through these properties and then sell them and profit on the end and pay for them at the end of the process as well. And so the way we've been able to become profitable is the vertical integration of our housing development processes. And so we are planners. We do a lot of planning for the city of Youngstown, and certainly use our plans to inform the land bank. So the land bank comes to us often for determining, what properties they need to acquire, whether it's for us to rehab or for them to do a deed in escrow, or for their demolition. And so so we do planning for our community and share that with our partners. Throughout the process, we own the properties. Like I said, it's not a deed in escrow situation. The land bank does sign those over to us at the front end of the process. We develop and manage the entire construction process and act as our own general contractor. Over the years, we've developed our own in-house construction team. We have our own licensed electrician on staff. We have a plumber, carpenter, a painter, a guy that does flooring and tile. And so most of the work we're doing ourselves, with the exception of roofs and HVAC systems. We're pretty much doing everything in-house. And we're usually not using subsidy, and there are some benefits to this. So these days, we're primarily using private funds, our own funding, but we do limit who can purchase the home. So the benefits of not using subsidy is that you can open up the market of buyers that are available to you. One thing that we're very concerned about in Youngstown is making sure that we're not concentrating poverty. And if we're using a ton of subsidy that limits the buyers only to very low income individuals, then we're furthering some of the struggles that we have in our communities, and we really want to encourage people at all economic levels to come in. Now, keep in mind that the housing market in Youngstown is such that all of our housing is very affordable. Even once we fully rehabilitated a property, I'll tell you the most expensive single family home we ever sold, I think we sold for $125,000, and it was like a 3,500 square foot mansion overlooking a lake. So, and it was fully rehabbed with all new mechanicals and everything. So our housing market is very affordable, and our average sale price of a home at this point is about $70,000 fully rehabbed. But we do restrict the home buyers to owner occupants only, but without any income restrictions. Now on to the new construction, which I know is what everyone wants to talk about. As I'm flipping through these pictures, this is a commercial building we just acquired and rehabilitated alongside with the land bank. But here's the new construction. So one thing I'll say about new construction is you can't do it in a vacuum. You can't just pick a property and say, we're going to build a new house on this and it's going to be great and everyone's going to want to buy it. That's not realistic. You can't do it in a vacuum. So the properties that we're looking at, this is the first one, 4212 Helena. We built 3 new construction homes last year on vacant lots on one street, actually a 1-block street. So keep in mind, a very short street that we've been working on for 6+ years alongside the land bank. So actually the properties that we redeveloped were lots that became vacant after the land bank demolished the homes that were on them. In addition to those demolitions, the land bank did several other demolitions. We rehabilitated 3 vacant houses and then sold it on the street. We acquired a troublesome 3-unit apartment building that had a lot of criminal activity. We also rehabilitated that and then rented it out, and we maintained ownership of that. We did 2 additional lot stabilization projects. We had a few contractors that we work with that actually invested in other homes on the street. We did multiple repairs and rehabilitations for owner occupants who were low income on that street, and did street tree planning, among many other things that we did there before we were able to do that new home construction. It was highly subsidized using the Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh funding. The homes cost us each about $270,000 to build, and then we were able to sell them for $95,000. And so again, this process takes time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of partners, certainly the land bank, but also the communities where we're working and all the neighbors were involved in this project. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of incremental effort to get these things done. And so, so if you're just starting out, please don't think you're going to pick a vacant lot and build a new house on it. There is a lot more that comes before that step, but it's certainly a goal that we can strive for, and certainly something our organization hopes to continue doing in the future among our other efforts as we work to revitalize our community. And that's all I have. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Really impressive work you guys are doing down there. And last but certainly not least, we have Carrie to talk about the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act initiative. And Carrie, reviewing your bio, I'm really bummed we're not having a happy hour after this session. I want to hear more about your urban homesteading in New York City in the 80s. I'm sure that was totally nuts. It seems like you've worked around housing issues anywhere and everywhere in the US. So I know we're focusing today, but maybe another time.
I'm sorry we're not going to a happy hour also, but being that we can't see each other, everyone should feel free to pour themselves a drink at this point. So I'm Carrie Shea, and I am the founder and organizer of the Neighborhood Homes Investment Coalition. Can you advance the slide? 70% of all Americans currently live in single-family homes, and 80% of all Americans would like to. Whether we like it or not, we really are a nation of single-family homes. This holds true for both homeowners as well as renters. Most renters in America are living in a single-family home. Next slide. It doesn't mean necessarily a home in a suburban tract somewhere. A lot of single family housing and 1 to 4 family housing is actually in dense or relatively dense urban places. Next slide. And in these places, and Isaac gave a lot of great statistics at the beginning of his introduction about some of the challenges in Ohio, particularly around the aging housing stock. The other big challenge in Ohio, and Tiffany's numbers are somewhat shocking to someone from the Northeast like I am, the property values are really very modest. Next slide. So in many of the urban and older inner ring suburbs and even rural places in Ohio, you're faced with an aging housing stock, much of it in need of repair, a shortage of move-in ready starter homes for renters who are looking to become homeowners, where you haven't had a lot of market activity. Quite often you find that there's a lack of appraisals in these areas. And like a lot of other places in the cold Northeast, the Midwest, you are faced with a lot of, or challenged by a lot of abandoned properties that are also in need of substantial renovation. Next slide. The problems that are created by these conditions are many, but one of the toughest ones that developers have to overcome is essentially the value gap problem. Other people might refer this, or you might hear it referred to as the appraisal gap problem, but basically it's a situation where the post-construction value of a property is greater, is less than what it costs to acquire it and rehab it. So just quickly walking through these numbers, if you have a deteriorated home that you can pick up for $40,000 and $150,000 remodeling expense, your total project cost on that is $190,000. Post-construction value of that home may only be $140,000, and therefore a developer is looking at a gap of $50,000. And the project cannot go forward unless this gap is filled. Next slide. This holds true also for new construction projects. You might be able to pick up a lot for $15,000, but the construction costs on that lot may be $195,000, leaving you a total development cost of $210,000. Post-construction value may only be $150,000. And again, you're facing an appraisal or value gap that has to be filled in order for the project to go forward. Next slide. I live in Hartford, Connecticut now. This is where I'm from, and I returned here after 40 years away. And Hartford, not only is the insurance capital of the world and home to Mark Twain, but is one of the poorest cities of its size in America. And 1 in every 10 houses in the city of Hartford is actually vacant. Despite the incredible need, and despite the fact that our housing stock is largely 1 to 4 family housing, we're in a real bind because very little of the federal money that comes to the city of Hartford can actually be used for the repair or total renovation of single family homes. We rely, as I'm sure many of you do, on our home allocation. But the home allocation is very small. And just for the city of Hartford, and I'll walk through this quickly, we only get $1.3 million a year from home. If you take a purchase price and renovation cost, total development cost $290, sale price of $240, you have an appraisal gap on each property of $50,000. Because the home money only serves people earning up to 80% of AMI, the home buyer is probably also going to need some assistance. And so your total subsidy need per house in the city of Hartford is probably going to be about $65,000. If every single dollar of home is given to single family home developers for the revitalization of single family homes in Hartford, we can only do 20 a year. And quite honestly, we lose more than 20 houses a year through deterioration and simply houses that fall down after a bad storm. Next slide. So what is needed? We as developers working in these distressed cities where the primary housing typology is 1 to 4 family houses need a reliable source of subsidy to fill the gap between what it costs us to rehab or build a home and what it can be sold for. Next slide. So about 4 or 5 years ago, a bunch of national organizations came together down in New Orleans, and we began talking about this problem. Over time, we've grown into what we now call the Neighborhood Homes Coalition. Next slide. And we are proposing a piece of legislation called the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act. This would be create a new federal tax credit to attract capital to distressed neighborhoods for the new construction and or substantial rehabilitation of 1 to 4 family housing. Next slide. The way it would work is states would be given a tax credit allocation of $6 per capita. The states would write allocation plans and developers would compete for these tax credits. We refer to the developers or as Neighborhood Homes Investment Act managers. It could be developers, investors, lenders, CDFIs, but these entities would compete for these allocations, and then when awarded would use these allocations to raise equity capital from investors solely to cover the appraisal gap on their projects. These managers would rehab or build the homes and then sell them to eligible buyers. Next slide. The money can only be used in eligible census tracts, and in order for a census tract to become eligible, it must meet these 3 criteria: a high poverty rate, a median family income of less than 80% of the median family income, and then a median house value less than 100% of the area median house value. Next slide. These are the types of homes that would be eligible for this money. Next slide. In order to not fuel gentrification or markets that are already hot, there are a number of guardrails. One of them is that the maximum home price of a house in this program post-construction cannot exceed 4 times the state MFI. So for homes done in Ohio with this money, the sale price at the end of the project can't be more than $224,444. Next slide. What's sort of unique about this program is that the home buyers can have household incomes that are up to 140% of the area median income. However, if states would like, they could actually modify this, but this is what they are allowed to go up to. Next slide. The financing covers 35% of the total eligible development costs, and there's a $25,000 minimum rehab per unit. Next slide. Why don't we, because time is up, why don't we skip through these slides? And I'm happy to, answer questions. This is just, and I'm sure that these presentations will be accessible through the conference, but this is pretty much how one of these deals look. And you all can fool around with the numbers on your own projects. Next slide. When the project is completed, the tax credit holder can actually claim the tax credits, but the house must be completed, inspected, and occupied by an eligible owner. There is no recapture. However, for the investor. However, if the home sells within 5 years, the homeowner must pay 50% of the property appreciation to the state for reuse in a future neighborhood revitalization project. Next slide. These are some of the outcomes that we hope to achieve. And next slide. So where we are with this, we have a bill in the House and one in the Senate. The one in the Senate is actually co-sponsored by Senator Portman. We are now working in Ohio to bring Representatives Beatty, Wenstrup, Gonzalez, and Chabot on as co-sponsors of the House bill, which is HR 3316. I really encourage you to reach out to us if you would like your organization to be added to a sign-on letter that we're currently circulating through Ohio. There seems to be a lot of interest in this, and I think if there's a show of support from the development community and the land bank communities, we will see these representatives sign on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carrie, and I appreciate you ending on that note on how the Land Bank Association and others on this conference can really take an actionable approach on this rehab. I think the Land Bank Network has obviously gotten a lot of credit for its work on vacant and distressed properties, but maybe doesn't get as much recognition on the rehab front, even though, as Dennis and others have mentioned, that is sort of a priority when the numbers can work. So going into the Q&A, I do have one question, Tiffany, if you could, you did sort of talk about that value gap that you're dealing with, But I'm wondering how you were able to make, I think you threw out some pretty wide shifts in numbers of putting 150 or 100 in, only getting, how were you able to deal with that gap initially?
Sure. So I think there were two key pieces there. So first is that we had to change our process internally. So when we first started, as many people do, we were using home funds and we were using a general contractor to do all the work. And so really integrating that process internally to where we were hiring our own construction team and doing a lot of that work ourselves saved us a lot on the overhead as far as the amount of money we were putting into the properties. And then on the back end of selling it, YNDC doesn't just acquire and rehab vacant properties, although that's what people like to hear about. So that's what we're always talking about, right? And so we do a lot of planning. We do a lot of community organizing. We do a lot of repair and rehabilitation of owner-occupied properties for low-income homeowners. And it is real key for us when we sell the properties. We do use realtors so that we make sure that the value is in the MLS so that when future homes get appraised, those comps are available. And so, it's been really incremental. And I can't say that that's all us, right? Because there has been just a general inflation in values in homes across the United States and over the past 10 years. And so I can't say it's all us. So a lot of that just has to do with inflation, but quite a bit of it, especially in some of the key neighborhoods where we're working, is just, a strategic and comprehensive effort to improve the community, even outside of our rehabilitation of vacant homes.
Thank you. And Carrie, we got a question from Millie in the chat for you, asking about the terms of affordability with this legislation, and will they utilize a restrictive covenant? And if you are working with the Ohio Housing Council, if you could answer those.
No to the last question, but I'd love to be put in touch with them. And so this is not an affordable housing program. This is really a neighborhood revitalization program. And as Tiffany alluded to in her presentation, we are looking to make to open our neighborhoods and keep them open, particularly for people who are renters in the neighborhoods and now looking to buy. What many of us who did a lot of single family housing and for sale housing work find out pretty quickly is it is very difficult to sell houses that are that have tight income restrictions on them. It's very hard for people to qualify for a mortgage, particularly low-income people, with debt. And so, part of this is pragmatic and part of it is based on ideology. I think there's the thinking was that we want the neighborhoods to have income diversity, and be as open as possible. These houses are not being sold at a subsidized rate. The homeowner is not getting a subsidy. The subsidy goes to the developer. The home buyer is paying full market value for these houses. So that was one reason, but the other was just the very practical. When I was developing homes down in New Orleans with a nonprofit, and we were starting a new home every 2 weeks. That meant we had to come up with a new buyer every 2 weeks. And the very people who we talked about serving, the firefighters and first respond teachers and so on and so forth, they made too much money to qualify for our homes. So we really had to get those two things kind of worked out. And what we realized was there's a lot of need, and it's not necessarily based on a particular number or point within the income range. So we saw that NSP went up to 120. We thought we could even be more successful with 140.
Great.
Can I chime in here too, just off of what Carrie had to say? One of the reasons that we decided to change our model and to create our own in-house construction team and to kind of find a way to do this work without subsidy was because of that very thing. So we had these beautiful properties for sale that we had used home or NSP to fund. And we had a lot of people who had good income, who were qualified to purchase homes, who wanted to buy houses in neighborhoods that the thought process was that no one wanted, people thought no one wanted to live here, but we had tons of people who wanted to buy the homes and they couldn't because of that income restriction. And the issue we found in our community was not necessarily that people don't want to invest in the community. It's that they didn't have anything to invest in. So the quality of our housing was so low and still is so low. Our housing stock is much older, it's deteriorating, it hasn't been updated in years. And when we finally did create a few quality housing units, they were so income restricted that we struggled to find buyers, but there was a huge market of buyers who really wanted to purchase these properties, but just weren't able to. And so we had to find a way to bring people who really wanted to invest in our city and in our neighborhoods into those communities.
Perfect, thank you. And Amanda, I guess a question for you, not that you have to, share all your secrets with the group, but how have you been able to do this from a private side? Just because I think you've sort of, similar to doing the construction in-house, things like that. But if you could talk about how you've been able to make these projects work, because a lot of times people say, oh, we can't make money in some of these neighborhoods, or they'll just buy them for rentals and not put any money into them. Maybe you could expand on that a little bit.
Well, I would say that is a work in progress. And what I mean by that is this is not the primary focus of our business. Mm-hmm. This was something we did to give back to the community. And so we're now at the point where we've got multiple renovated houses or houses just ready to come on the market. And we are working with our local CDCs and the Mayor's Neighborhood Transformation Initiative in Cleveland and other local resources to attract the right buyers and to make sure that it is affordable, perhaps with city down payment assistance. So that's something I'd say we're still working on. The challenge that we see, like Carrie stated, is going to be an appraisal gap. And we're talking about houses that are selling in these neighborhoods for between $60,000 and $100,000. But the comps are $20,000, $30,000. So it's a little challenging. We've really focused on doubles, duplexes, because we feel like they cash flow in a way that really makes sense for an owner occupant. And that if we can get banks to look at them a little bit differently, then they'll have a solid tenant with a safety net as the secondary resident. And there are some exciting new banking opportunities in Cleveland that are rolling out, specifically targeting lower dollar value mortgages. So we're working those angles. We have not yet sold our first home, but we are ready to, and we think the pricing is right. We just have to get through the appraisal process.
Okay, thank you for that detail. And then, I don't think it would be fair to sort of finish the session without talking about COVID, since we are all virtual right now because of it. And Sally Martin brought this up a little bit with the state forfeiture lands inventory, but this is maybe a question for Dennis a little bit. Also, Tiffany, or anyone can weigh in. Is sort of the responsibility of land banks or community development corporations to step in on occupied properties as COVID continues to rear its head on potential mortgage foreclosures or tax delinquencies moving it forward in the next year or two. What can be done or what should be done to help so we don't create a second wave of foreclosure crisis like we saw in 2008?
Well, can you hear me? I mean, the way we don't have a specific COVID response, if you will. What we have done historically is that we periodically and regularly review the properties on the forfeiture list. And we determine, based upon the condition of the property, neighborhood, et cetera, what's the best course. In many cases, the best course really is a demolition, because if it got to the state forfeiture list, that means it's already, in most cases, been exposed to tax foreclosure, at least 2 or 3 sales, it's down the road a bit. And demolition really is the best option. There are occasions, however, where we have taken a property with an occupant, but our focus in those cases is to make sure that we really have a viable plan for the occupant, whether it's to provide them a lease, or to offload the property to a community partner that's better equipped to deal with the occupant and perhaps the occupant's issue. And we do that occasionally and strategically. It's not something that, because it's very tricky for a whole host of reasons, but it's a tool that we use on an occasional basis when we find that it's necessary.
I would chime in here and say that when we're looking at properties to acquire from CCLRC, never in our experience has there ever been a situation where there is an occupant, because by the time the properties have either caught our attention or are on the CCLRC lists, like Dennis said, they're really down the road and distressed in such a way that tenancy is not viable. So I don't believe that our intention as private developers or CCLRC's intention as a land bank is to, take a home from a little old lady that couldn't make her tax payment and turn that over to someone else. It's really, distressed properties. And obviously I can't speak to the fact that these properties end up in forfeiture. But, we're not looking at occupied properties as part of our business model.
I assume that the question is focused primarily on occupied properties that perhaps were forfeited by an owner that a tenant is still in. And we have run into that situation a few times, not so much with properties coming from our land bank. I can't say that's never happened, but that's not the focus of our land bank, or I think really any of them. But there have been multiple times where we've acquired a property through a bank foreclosure or something like that, or a bank has even foreclosed on a house not realizing that the tenant was in it, and then come to us and said, oh boy, what do we do now? And so I think this is another place where having a CDC partner can be of real value, especially if you have an experienced CDC partner wherever you're located. One thing about YNDC that has been helpful to our partners who have encountered the situation is that in addition to the rehab experience, we have quite a bit of experience with owner occupants. We're also landlords ourselves. We have about 37 rental properties that we manage, own and manage. And then additionally, we have some community lending experience. So there have been cases where we've been able to take ownership of the property, fix it up, and maintain the tenant in the property. There have been cases where we've been able to acquire the property and actually get the tenant into a mortgage where they were then able to purchase the house. And those have been, we've had, again, not something that's part of our business model or that we hope to do, but occasionally our partners get into a situation where they're like, we don't want to put this person out on the street. What do we do? And we've been able to help assist them in keeping the tenants in the house, and in some cases, even moving them towards ownership, which is ultimately our goal in many cases anyway.
Great. Thank you everyone for those answers. And in the interest of time, I'd like to thank all of our panelists today for a great conversation and sharing all of your years of expertise. We're going to take a brief break and we'll be back for the final session of the 10th Annual Ohio Land Bank Conference at 3:50. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello again, OLBC. Long time no see. It's been all of 10 minutes. Congratulations to all of you for making it to our final session of the conference. You're 12 for 12. I know in the past, I think we had some tablets that we would raffle off if everyone stayed till the end. There's no reason to beat the traffic or travel home anymore, so I appreciate everyone for sticking this out. We are going to end with a really meaningful, really special panel. I'm really honored to be able to present some of the work that my friend and colleague Jackie Gillen has been working on for, I believe, over 6 years now in what we consider our St. Luke's footprint. It's 3 neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland around the old St. Luke's Hospital. These neighborhoods have experienced a lot over the past decades, from redlining, depopulation, disinvestment, and then we're hit hard through the foreclosure crisis as well, and have faced some other real challenges, but have a lot of people that are putting a lot of time, a lot of heart, and a lot of effort and resources into their neighborhoods. And Jackie is going to have a conversation together with myself to go over some of these projects. So to begin, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Jackie Gillen. Jackie, you want to say a little bit about yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you this afternoon, and I salute you as well. I know what it's like to sit through a conference and be ready to turn that Zoom camera off, but we promise not to bore you, but to challenge your imagination and to recognize that sacred spaces can be developed by community. It could be developed by folks in that are mourning, that by faith communities, and certainly by all of us that recognizes the beauty and the healing power of nature.
Great, thank you so much, Jackie. And we can begin with our first video, and then we will have a little bit of a chance for a question and conversation in between each of our videos.
We began to find that the horror of what had happened in this community had happened to 11 young women.
God have mercy on your soul. You will have to answer to God, because you didn't give life and you had no right to take life away.
And therefore finds that the sentence of death shall be imposed upon the defendant.
We would never forget the 11 women who were traumatized on this site. This area right here is going to be a living testimony to these 11 women, for these 11 angels. They were angels in the sight of people who loved them, who cared for them. And the Western Reserve Land Conservancy has helped us to be able to make what we have been talking about now for years become a reality. We're not just putting up flowers. There's a tree here for each of those 11 victims. There will be designs and chairs and lighting here at the same time to highlight this area. We don't believe in being a church within the community and not being able to serve the community. That's, to me, is a ludicrous move for any pastor or any church. If you're in a community and they have been good enough to help you survive, then you should continue to be there to serve. And we want to be a part of the Mount Pleasant community as it continues to develop to be what it's supposed to be, a pleasant community for the people who live there. I want to thank the Western Reserve Land Conservancy because they allowed me to plant the 4th tree on the lot as I was given a shovel, and I planted that tree to make sure that I had a part in planting on this site. This opportunity has given us the pleasure of watching people from different sectors truly come together.
So Jackie, to start, this one is a project that's been near and dear to your heart for a long time. And I'm wondering if you could walk the attendees through a little bit how you foster a collaborative environment on projects that deal with such emotional and sort of sensitive topics. Obviously, a lot of people are involved and have different opinions, wants, and needs. And how do you go about balancing that and moving a sort of physical built environment project like this forward?
Isaac, you know, that's a very serious question. And it's a question that really lays out what is required to execute a project that actually the faith community, as well as some of the nonprofits in Mount Pleasant, committed themselves to doing and couldn't quite honestly execute. So that was a challenge all by itself. A pastor and the architect, the original architect for the site, approached the funder, and the funder asked me to sit in on the meeting. And the pastor didn't know me, neither did the architect. And it took some time to build trust and to get over the fact that they had to accept the fact that they could not execute. And what do we do now, and how does this make us appear? So making it comfortable for folks to bring their own gifts to a project is essential. You might not be the person that could design or perhaps raise money or even to put a tree in the ground yet, but you certainly can support the families. And in this case, there were 11 families that this community had to, first of all, help them bury their loved ones, and then to continue to minister to them, which was a feat all by itself. Unfortunately, we are in the 11th year. The irony of being in the 11th year of after the tragedy, and we are finally just getting to the point of site acquisition, significant fundraising, a wonderful collaboration. Many women have stepped up to support. Actually, our construction manager is an African-American female. I am grateful for the support and the guidance of our own development department, Stella Dillick. So we have to be sensitive to the fact that these are very detailed projects that require openness and honesty and trust to get done.
Thank you, Jackie. And I'd like to show the next video in our series.
We are in a neighborhood referred to as Woodland Hills. Woodland Hills is very residential and has been challenged by foreclosure, aging housing stock, and some violence, unfortunately, but really, really committed neighbors.
This neighborhood has changed over the years. I've been in this neighborhood for like 40 plus years. I would say it has had some difficult times.
Before the financial crisis and all the foreclosures, this was a really thriving community.
We are trying to get it back to as close as possible to how it used to be.
Our work in the St. Luke's neighborhoods is to try to stimulate activity with partnerships with the existing residents who have been there a long time and will continue to be there a long time. So with what we call the St. Luke 6 projects, we're creating 6 different public green spaces in partnership with local nonprofits, with the Cleveland Police Foundation, with local entrepreneurs, etc. Our role is really to find resources, to invest resources, to bring staff expertise to the table, to help with design, to help with funding, trying to work on how we're going to roll this park out with the community.
The Western Reserve Land Conservancy, they've been very helpful with this project. From day one, they've jumped on board, and I mean, we've been at meetings, and they walked me through the entire process. They helped me acquire the property to begin with.
This project's all started, we were doing a community cleanup, and so we had officers out here. We had about 30 community members come out and do a cleanup of the neighborhood. And so we were able to get funding to start this park for Officer Derek Owens. I saw some young guys out at, this was a vacant property here, and they were doing some mischievous things, and I called the police. Officer Derek Owens and some other officers came out, and there was some confusion, and Officer Owens was shot. It was heavy on my heart that I made that phone call, and for a long time I thought about if I wouldn't have made that phone call, maybe he would still be here. But I made the phone call just trying to make sure that the neighborhood was safe.
Someone gave their life in a line of duty in this space, and we're honoring this space by creating somewhere where the children can play, where the adults can experience some peace, where the family can come and reflect on the life of Derek Owens. There's something very special about investing in a space where people care despite what's going on around them. They continue to take care of their homes and their yards. They do the best that they can with whatever they have.
We're looking for people that have the same vision that we have on what we want to do in the community, and just the dollars will help us create this. When I first started, we probably were at, we could just put some bushes and some, and we were looking at $25,000. Now the project is up to close to $500,000 if we did everything that was in the drawings that we created. If we could get something close to there, it would really make the project go. So the main thing that we are looking for is the funding to be able to do the necessary improvements to that property.
And it's an ongoing process. It's not, we're here for a couple of years and we're gone. We're planting an important seed to invest in what we have, continue to plant trees, to encourage residents to acquire the land, to send the signal to the city and the county that you have to pay attention to the residents because they're paying attention.
So Jackie, that obviously is a emotionally very charged project for a lot of reasons. And obviously for our statewide partners, hopefully, most communities don't have to deal with this type of loss or tragedy in their communities. But I think through the land bank movement, what we have to deal with is a different sort of collective loss and sense of trauma that we've seen, whether it's through loss of jobs or depopulation. And so I'm wondering if, all these projects that we're highlighting, structures used to be on these pieces of property and land, and people used to be there running and playing. And so how can land banks best support these types of community-led efforts and supporting these sacred spaces like the Derek Owens Memorial Garden or the Garden of Love and Angels?
Actually, one of the parcels that is a part of the Garden of 11 Angels was in the Cuyahoga Land Bank. And the willingness to participate, though there is risk involved, these sacred sites are a phenomenon that reflects not only, as you said, the physical loss of structures, the loss of people, and the loss of productive use. It represents the fact that people lost their jobs, that businesses closed, that houses closed. So there has to be a healing from that. That's the reality. We have to heal, and that's why it is so wonderful to have a land bank association that can think thoughtfully about how to restore land. It might not be what it was before, but certainly a restoration and a healing for the community. So for our audience, I wanted to clarify a little bit that Derek Owens site and another site you may have noticed on Kinsman and 117th. There are two different sites, and I want to talk about 117th and Kinsman for a bit because it's important. That's a main thoroughfare, an artery right through a business community in Mount Pleasant. And when those demolitions took place, it was not only a commercial property, but a residential property that had been there for a number of years came down. And then the sewer district did a project there, but no intention of restoring it so that the land could heal, so that people would have a sense of serenity about what has happened. You know, is this gaping hole in the environment? So Eric Warren took a risk as a business owner to acquire the land and to partner with us. So Eric is a true partner in every sense of the word with us, the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, as well as the City of Cleveland. We actually set a bus shelter there. There had never, ever been a bus shelter at that location. People always stood under the awning of the cleaners and waited for the bus. This is a community that some folks don't have vehicles, so they rely on public transportation. So the residents walk across that vacant field to that bus stop. And we're right now in the midst of restoring that whole space so that there's a beautiful pathway, there's lighting, we've been planting trees there. So that in itself is sacred. It's not reflective of someone lost their life, but it's certainly, we lost some things that used to be there. And how do we restore that so that the community is improved? Obviously, the loss of a police officer, a husband, a dad, a community leader. I know Derek's father, and I know what he poured into his son, and for his life to be taken away from his family and his friends and his network and law enforcement was substantial. And it takes some years to get your footing and to really figure out, what do we do? So when the land became more available, when the demolitions took place, we could see, and then we had to push for some demolitions because we had a goal in mind. So fortunately, the foundations community, as well as the police foundation, who actually own the site now, stepped in and listened to the families. The family of Derek Owens actually was at the table of design. So that is essential. Whenever you create a sacred space or a space that's meaningful, the folks that are directly impacted by that space should be at the table. We always lead with the residents and with the families.
Perfectly said, Jackie. Fantastic. I do want to share one final video and then get a few closing remarks from you on these, and maybe give a question or two if anyone has it from the audience.
But I want to talk a little bit about this video before it comes up, and I know you
Okay.
got some questions too. So culture, everyone does their celebrating, their mourning, their living from a cultural lens. And that goes for ready when you call for it. So let's watch and see how this sacred space reflects the culture of community.
Well, we're still going to try and show the full thing, but I do have a question, Jackie, that you said with the community leading it, the design process. And so could you talk a little bit about how the design process really has a formative role in the impact of spaces like these?
So I can remember, Isaac, when we were in space some years ago with residents, and we were talking about that Mount Pleasant green space at 117th and how we intentionally designed that meeting so we listened and they spoke. And we certainly recorded their responses. We often discount the voice of residents because we don't believe they have the technical expertise to really participate in the project, but they live there every day.
Mm-hmm.
And they have strong memory of what was and a vision of what they would like to see. So we're going to try to see.
We'll try this one more time. If not,
one more time, yeah.
That'll let us believe that we will be back together again in this space in the way that we used to be and have the baddest party. Have the baddest party we could ever host, you know, right here on campus. So Ubuntu is a fantastic philosophy from South Africa. And it basically means that I am because we are. In that understanding, we see each other in each other, and we compassionately deliver services to our community, recognizing our humanity in one another, not dismissing our differences in culture and history and experiences, but deeply seeing each other as human beings, because after all, we all want the same thing, and that is to take the next breath. So we just want to be recognized for being here and part of the neighborhood. You know, the kids that I've talked to call us the park. And we're the park plus a whole lot more.
You know, I would say that none of these projects are possible without those collaborations and partnerships. East End Neighborhood House has been, as I said, they've been an anchor in the neighborhood, and the Ubuntu project has been one that they have been pursuing now for a number of years. It really starts with a community vision. And so East End Neighborhood House, you know, they came to Land Studio, to other partners, Western Reserve Land Conservancy, with a vision for a communal gathering space right on the corner of their campus over here.
You know, we've come together and trying to make sure that we make the Ubuntu gathering place a reality. It has been a vision of mine now for 8 years. So I've been on the pavement trying to get this thing going, and I'm just so very pleased to have these partners that are interested in making this happen. Our voice hasn't been lost in the conversation. I think the team has really presented a way of, you know, getting our input of what we want to see. And so it hasn't been a, you know, what do you see? But here's what I see. It's been, what do you see? Okay, did we get it right? You know, so I think it'll be sort of a hope project that'll let us believe that we will be back together again in this space in the way that we used to be and have the baddest party. Have the baddest party we could ever host, you know, right here on campus.
So in conclusion, Jackie, we're running close to time, but I wanted to just hear your final thoughts on, in a time of uncertainty with the COVID-19 pandemic and sort of the social unrest that's affecting a lot of our communities throughout our country, how can spaces like Ubuntu really galvanize a community and use it as a force for positive change and community building, as opposed to being more destructive on the types of conversations that we have?
I can only recall when we planted grass and trees to begin the Garden of 11 Angels on Imperial. And the people in the neighborhood came around the corner and they were stunned. The fact that they saw green, that it settled that block down, that they saw the beginning of something new, means a lot. So our struggle to continue to remove blight and plant nature, create nature, recreate nature, because it was once there. I'm looking at someone in the chat mentioned that they grew up around 110th and Woodland. So they know exactly what we're talking about. And there has been a lot of unrest and violence, but nature, and it is proven by science, calms it all down. So we have to be committed. And even when it's tough, and Jim talks about my patience, and it does require patience, but it's essential. How do we think we get more development? When is there going to be interest in providing new houses and businesses? When it's calm, when it's peaceful, when it's approachable. So that's our role.
Jackie, thanks for your time and insight and all the work that you do, not only on these projects, but for the entire community of the city of Cleveland. It's an honor and pleasure to work with you.
And Isaac and Jackie, I want to thank you. I'm going to use this opportunity. Please both stay on just to wrap up the conference. Again, I want to thank you. Jackie, I'll ask again, where do you get all that patience? And thank everybody. I want to thank staff. I want to thank Madison Shaheen, who's at home with child, due any day now, or at least any month now. Isaac, I want to thank you. I want to thank Zaya, who's in the next room, socially distanced. I want to thank Jared Saylor, who put so much work into the video. I want to thank Elizabeth Grace. I want to thank Stella. And I want to thank everybody who participated through the Land Bank Network. I want to thank all of our panelists. You know, I think Robin is watching.
Oh, yeah.
And I think she'd be proud. And remember, we dedicated this to Robin, and I think there are a lot of people, myself included, you know, we can't do this without Robin. But we did it because we were thinking of her, and we worked extra hard. And let's hope that next year, when we reconvene the Land Bank Conference, the 11th, it's going to be in person. We all can see each other and hug again. And if we have to wait another year, we'll be okay. But let's hope next year is the year we're all back together. And again, I want to thank everybody for their participation. So long, folks.
I just want to make one final announcement. The Ohio Land Bank Network member meeting will take place at 4:45. There's a separate Zoom link that has been sent out. So thank you, Rock the House, for all of your work. Your job is now done, but we will take a little break and then reconvene for the entire Land Bank Association network meeting at 4:45.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.